evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 14, 2026. First item of business is going into executive session. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to litigation. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair, that's me, so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Select Board will reconvene in open session after our executive session.
Recording.
Hi, I have comments on the agenda item 9B as well. I know a lot of people are coming to speak on 9B. I understand it's not a public hearing, but this item has received no public hearing at the Transportation Board and also no hearing here. I think people would appreciate it if you provided space for a public hearing for that.
If we haven't noticed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
9B is a public hearing, a noise bylaw.
Not the noise bylaw, the contract.
Okay, the contract, 9A, yeah.
Yeah, 9A.
So we haven't noticed a public hearing, so that wouldn't be, it's not something that we do, right? We don't have public hearings for contracts. So
And she's asking for a public hearing, given that this contract is somewhat
You guys have
raises
received,
issues that
you
you're
know,
concerned about.
many tens of public comments on this, and I know there are people who have taken time out of with their families in order to come and address the issue.
So why don't they address it at public comment here?
I have two public comments. One of them is a public comment that addresses a different but related subject, and one for that item.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What time is the public comment for the public hearing for the noise bylaw waiver?
6:30.
That's at 6:30. I'm wondering, do we want to allow them public comment at 6:30 on the contract, although it's not really the appropriate time?
Not posted,
There's gonna
so
be- I'm just suggesting.
yeah.
Well, I think what you're suggesting is to hold open item 4 until 6:30.
Well, if that's the way you'd like to do it, that could potentially work.
Yeah.
Again,
Right, I would agree with what Michael's suggesting. Why don't we just have public comment until 6:30, and
Mhm.
people can opine on whatever they want, as they normally would.
Yeah. Okay.
That's in the board's discretion, that's fine.
okay,
Yeah.
we can start public comment at 6:30.
Okay, wait.
We take it back. up
Dave,
to
are you
6:30.
saying that we stop public comment now and wait until 6:30?
No, that we have the general public comment,
Right.
including for Ms. Jacobson and others who want to speak on any topic other than what was specifically docketed for
Right.
public hearing later. So we have some time to do that now, we might as well.
Okay,
We're gonna
let's
sit for
do
15
it.
We're going to sit for 15 minutes, though, because I
Right.
don't think there's enough.
Well, but is there an item we can move up?
Well-
You have miscellaneous.
Okay, wait, I thought there are people here
Well, there's a couple.
online or in the audience who want to speak,
There
so.
are people here that maybe are not speaking on that.
I think the thing is that there is a bunch of, there's confusion about whether or not people can speak on that. So there are people that would have come at 5:30 and people that would have come at 6:30.
they-
So what we typically do is have 15 minutes of public comment at the outset of a meeting,
Yeah.
and then those who didn't have an opportunity get a chance at the end of the meeting. So my recommendation would be that we have 15 minutes, as we normally would now, and then at the end of the meeting, the others could join, and they can join online, because we take public comment at the end of meetings as well.
Like at midnight 30.
No,
Hopefully, we won't go that late tonight, but whenever we finish, yes.
he's
public
the
comment's
optimistic
also
member
asked.
of our board.
So
I
I
think
guess-
people want to deliver the public comment before we vote on item 9.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of the thing.
Okay, what are we doing here?
My comments are fairly short. If you would like me to.
Okay, what about, how many other people want to comment on Article 9A?
Oh, I don't. I
Okay,
don't know.
one other person,
I don't have
raise
the hive mind.
pardon me?
I don't have the hive mind.
The hive mind.
She doesn't.
Okay, here's what we'll do. We will take public comments, 15 minutes, beginning now, on anything. And people want to talk about item 9A, should use this time to speak.
Okay. So I would like to make public my name is Emily Jacobson, and I would like to make comment regarding comments made at the select board last week. Okay?
Mhm.
May I approach?
You are approaching. Oh, approach us. Yes. Okay.
I have materials for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
So you'll be.
Nice, nice, nice.
Can I get one? Oh, hiding it.
Okay, so my name is Emily Jacobson. I'm a resident of Precinct 5.
You need to speak, Emily, step to the microphone.
My name is Emily Jacobson. I'm a resident of Precinct 5. I would like to address comments made at the Select Board last Tuesday regarding the new pavement management policy and the feasibility of parking protected bike lanes on a one-way road in general. So at that meeting, it was asserted that the new roadway asset management policy was at the root of improving pavement conditions on our streets, and I applaud the initiative that you guys have taken to address that issue. I think the Select Board should also note that the policy was enacted at the beginning of 2025, and they should also note on the table that I've given you the CIP expenditures on roadways since 2010. Note the significant increase in roadway spending in the last few years. Even at inflation-adjusted numbers, this represents a sizable increase in funding. I think next, the Select Board should also consider that in the last few years, several full-time positions that had gone unfilled for a long time have been filled, bringing the head count of the Transportation Division up to 6 people. It was 2 when I first was here. It was just Todd and Dan. And lastly, I'd like the board to look back at the paving work that has been done over the last few years. There's new asphalt on Washington Street, Beacon Street, Pond Avenue. Note that all of these projects consisted of a bonded wearing course. And a bonded wearing course is a road preservation treatment that would have fallen outside of the previous Complete Streets policy. So that policy really only covered mill and overlay projects, which have, from what I have seen, only happened on small residential streets in the last couple of years. So second, is the plan that's in front of you. There were doubts expressed about the feasibility of parking protected bike lanes on 2-way single lane roads. Parking protected bike lanes are entirely feasible. The parking situation for drivers is no different from where they must park on a 2-lane road without any bike lanes. Additionally, this kind of layout is far from unique. There are numerous examples of parking protected bike lanes in this configuration in the Boston area, and I've given you one there from Tremont Street in Boston for you guys to look at. Thank you.
We have somebody online that's had their hand up for a while. Do you want to
Okay.
take them?
Yep.
Hassan, you're next.
Hassan, we can't hear you. Yeah, you're unmuted, but we're not getting your audio.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. There you go.
Perfect. Good evening, members of the Select Board. I live on Walnut Street and frequently bicycle on Harvard Street to go to shops and restaurants. I'm here to urge you to take this opportunity to improve safety as part of the upcoming pavement project. Since work is already planned on Harvard Street, this is the perfect time to make it safer by closing gaps in existing bike lanes and adding parking protected bike lanes where double parking regularly forces cyclists into traffic. If these changes aren't made now, they likely won't happen for a long time. So this is a valuable opportunity to act. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott Englander.
Mine is only 2 minutes, so you'll be happy. Good evening, Chair Green and the rest of the members of the Select Board. I'm Scott Englander, a Precinct 6 town meeting member, a member of the Vision Zero Committee, chair of the committee that developed the Complete Streets policy, and I served on the Transportation Board for about 5 years. I get around by foot, on bike, public transit, and by car. My wife and I ride on Harvard Street and shop there several times a week. Nevertheless, I don't feel safe there and have had some close calls with cars. The crash history validates these concerns. My mother-in-law would ride there if it were safer, as would many families I know with young children. I must say I'm baffled that the safety and mobility of families like mine can be seen as unimportant. The upcoming pavement project on Harvard Street's a chance for us to improve bicycle safety on a critical bike route with a disproportionately high crash history. And part of the Vision Zero priority network, the Complete Streets Priority Projects List, and the Green Routes Bicycle Network Plan. A mill and overlay project on such a street without including low-cost improvements to bike safety, for example, with paint and flex posts, and without consideration by the Transportation Board, is not only against current policy, but is unconscionable. I'm talking about the kinds of simple improvements that were made on Washington Street in recent years when that street underwent similar treatment. For example, closing gaps in bike lanes and providing parking protected bike lanes where double parked cars regularly obstruct lanes. What motivation for not including such improvements on Harvard could possibly be worth the life-altering or fatal crashes they might help avoid? I urge the Select Board to commit to including low-cost, meaningful bicycle safety improvements on Harvard Street as part of the upcoming pavement project. Thank you.
We have Amy Lindenboim online.
Okay, hear from her.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hi. See if I can fix this. So I'm a little confused with all the different agenda items. I had asked to speak about 5F, which is about the approving the conceptual design for Lars Anderson Park. And then I also was speaking not about the noise waiver, but about the Harvard Street mobility access, which others have spoken out so far about. And I also wanted to speak about the Community Preservation Act funding. But I don't have a ton of details or some big plan. What I really have here isn't the overarching sense that we're really missing a lot of opportunities to coordinate planning here for things that I think many people want. For example, we are forging ahead and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and planning on spending many millions of dollars with the ice rink, slowly but surely, and yet we're not, and we have the Parks and Rec having some sort of a feasibility study on an outdoor pool. And those two are not together, and we're not looking at co-locating sites. And that is a missed opportunity for there. And the other missed opportunity is what everyone else has spoken about. Here, we're repaving streets and we're having different projects going on at different times without coordinating enough to recognize, to be able to implement efficiencies and make things better more quickly without having to have them all in separate siloed projects. So my request is that I think a lot of these, to the extent that they can, need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I hate to delay things, but I really think that there's a real lack of coordination and we're missing opportunities to consolidate actions to do things like have both an ice rink and an outdoor pool in a cheaper and more rational location, or to have, bike infrastructure so children can actually ride their bikes to go across town instead of having to be shuttled around and carpooled all afternoon because we have no public transit going north and south between like Coolidge Corner up Harvard Street and down to the Greater Point neighborhood, for example. There are many opportunities here to make our town better, and we're really not utilizing them, and we really need to think about coordinating concerns and projects together more than we are. And that's what I'd say.
Thank you. So who's next?
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Wheeler. I am a resident of Precinct 3, and I'm here to talk about the Harvard Street paving project. Nearly every day, I bring my 2-year-old daughter, Ella, to daycare in Brookline Village on my cargo bike. Just last month, there's a stretch on Harvard Street that we ride just last month, there were 2 cyclists struck by motor vehicles during the time, my pickup hour in the evening. I use Harvard Street for everything, including to support dozens of our local businesses. And I bike because it's the most efficient and affordable way for my family to move around town. Unfortunately, my daughter's life is threatened every time we get on a bike due to the lack of protected bike lanes. Town leadership has known how dangerous Harvard Street is for cyclists for decades and presumably knew it was due for paving. Yet it appears the town failed to contemplate even basic incremental protective safety improvements that could be made within the scope of a paving project. So I have 2 asks for the select board here tonight. The first is that 1, you approve the construction contract for this project only with a formal commitment from the transportation board and staff to implement no or low cost protected bike lanes. And 2, you instruct the transportation board to coordinate priorities from the Vision Zero action plan and the 5-year paving plan so that incremental improvements can be made during paving projects in the future. This is the type of common sense fiscal and performance management that ensures the town optimizes every dollar spent during significant roadway disruptions like we're going to have this summer on Harvard Street. In my precinct, I'll note Longwood Avenue, Aspinwall Avenue, Kent Street, and St. Paul are all Vision Zero priorities that would benefit from this type of approach. We have policies and objectives in place already established. Now we're looking to you as leaders to transparently prioritize and implement the town's stated goals. I thank you for your time, your service to the town, and your consideration of this important matter. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Krupp, and I'm the president of Biking Brookline. Thank you for taking my comments this evening. Biking Brookline fully supports the town's pavement preservation policy. We also fully support the town's adoption of Vision Zero, which is an approach to road safety that says that the status quo is not okay. It challenges decades of transportation policy that prioritize motor vehicle throughput over safety. The Vision Zero plan adopted by the town created a roadmap to achieve its goals of 0 fatalities and serious injuries by 2035. A critical part of that roadmap is assessing overlap between high priority streets in the pavement management policy and top priority streets in the Vision Zero action plan, and determining where safety improvements can be integrated into pavement preservation projects at little or no cost or additional time. Brookline's adoption of Vision Zero reflects its willingness to change the status quo. This willingness, though, is undercut if the Transportation Division can decide in its sole discretion not to include safety improvements in a road project without consulting the Transportation Board and important stakeholders. This delegation of authority suggests that the decision concerning what safety improvements, if any, should be included are of relatively little importance and do not involve weighing of town policies and priorities, something which is really the responsibility of the Transportation Board. No wonder the chairs of all 3 advisory committees to the Transportation Board, 3 Transportation Board members, and all 15 of the Precinct 8 town meeting members expressed serious reservations about the Harvard Street process. And I'd like to just digress here for a moment to say Biking Brookline would rather not be spending tons of time interpreting the intricacies of town's pavement preservation policy and Vision Zero as if they're major pieces of federal tax legislation. But we felt we had no choice because the town would not talk to us. And we were rebuffed and told this is a pavement preservation project. We will not consider any changes. And I would really just ask the basic question, does the select board really believe that people in the bicycling community who ride on Harvard Street every day have nothing worthwhile that they could say to the Transportation Division that they could consider as they consider what safety changes could be made? I think the answer is no. I do think that the time they spent responding to our emails,
Your time is
letters,
up.
and looking over our petition would have been much better spent if we just sat together in a room for an hour and talked about what was possible on Harvard Street. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Felipe Pait from Eddington Road. And I bike on Harvard Street, through Harvard Street all the time. That's where our shops are, our restaurants, the bodegas, my eyeglass place, the opticians, shoe repair, everything. It's I'm always there. Well, is it safe? I'm a big man. My daughters are grown. I take the risk. Is it safe for a 12-year-old, a 15-year-old? No, it's not. So if we don't make it safe, we're going to have more cars spewing fumes on the street, more cars causing traffic. We're sending more money to Putin's wars and the Ayatollah's wars. Just, we should be reasonable. Let's make it safer for bikers, not just old people who don't mind risking their lives. Let's get it done.
Patty, do you want to make a comment? We're running out of time.
I signed up in advance. Oh, I
Oh.
have not signed up. Can I?
Pardon me?
I have not signed up. I was not aware.
Okay, well, why don't we do two more comments? Why don't you go, and then Patty, and then we'll close this
Okay.
segment.
Hi, my name is Louise Penchon.
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Okay, yeah. I'm going to read my notes because, like Marilyn Monroe, I cannot memorize a text. My resemblance with Marilyn Monroe stops here. Well, I guess I am 36 years old, the age she was when she committed suicide. And some people on the street have called me suicidal for biking down Harvard Street. I am not suicidal. I try very hard to come home to my kids alive. And it's why I'm here tonight. One of the reasons is that I'm conscious, so why am I riding my bike? I can drive my large, secure SUV that would plow through most of the other street occupants in the event of a crash. One of the reasons that I ride my bike is that I'm conscious that I'm going to pollute the air that people around me breathe. I'm going to take up more parking space, and I'm going to take those parking space from people who actually need them and don't have a choice. I'm going to wear up the road with my large SUV, and it's going to cost more money to taxpayer. I'm going to take more space on the road, and I may block or slow down emergency vehicle. So most of the time, I choose to be kind and respectful to my neighbors, and I bike despite the risks. I want to show my kids that I am thinking of my neighbors when I make choices. I'm not only thinking of myself and my own safety. I want to show them that I care for others. By making Harvard Street safer, a lot of scared parents are going to start biking. The traffic and parking space are going to improve drastically. There are so many schools and daycare along Harvard Street. Keep parents safe, kids safe. Stop making decisions that are going to make the problems worsen. Let's stop the hypocrisy and stop blaming bike lane for lost parking spots, blocking emergency vehicle while we all buy bigger and bigger cars that take up all the road and parking space. I take care of my neighbor to make sure they are safe. Time for you to do the same and make sure that I come home alive to my kids. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Patty Correa from Precinct 6. I'm a person who has resorted to biking since my kids were small, decades ago. And I found that biking, I was an assistant attorney general working on Beacon Hill, and I found that biking was the cheapest and fastest way to get to work and then to get my kids on time from daycare. And so that led to my decades-long bike commuting career. I'm now a sailor. I ride downtown to the harbor to sail by bike. It's cheap and fast. Now, in addition, I'm a senior citizen, and though I can pay half fare for the T, I bike because of these reasons and also because I have physical limitations on walking. So bike for me works extremely well. I am sorry that we are in this position today in a time when we have scarce town dollars and we have a Vision Zero plan that contemplates that cost-feasible improvements to town roadways will be incorporated into pavement preservation projects. I understand the need for this pavement preservation project, and I support it. But there has not been sufficient attention to the types of safety improvements that could be incorporated for minimal cost into this particular project. It feels like it's been sort of rammed through over community objections that have listed specific improvements that could be incorporated into this project, but have not been heeded so far. And so we have scarce dollars. There's an opportunity here to improve a Tier 1 high priority roadway as defined in Vision Zero plan. It's right there. And that plan contemplates that, where feasible, improvements will be incorporated. So I encourage the select board to ask questions about why DPW has not responded to community input and what plans it has now to respond to community input. And I also want to suggest that if the answer is our written documents right now don't accommodate that, then maybe the problem is with our written documents and our various policies, because this should be the type of thing on a Tier 1 high priority roadway that should get this kind of attention. And there will be more projects coming the select board's way, possibly on St. Paul Street, another Tier 1 roadway. And so I
Your time
ask
is up.
that the select board not set a precedent here without asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, the miscellaneous calendar. And I'd like to move by omnibus approval, items 5A through 5J, unless someone would like to pull something out. Yes, Mike.
Yeah, I just have a comment to make. I'm making this disclosure out of an abundance of caution with regard to the potential appearance of a conflict of interest with regard to item 5F, which is item 5F on tonight's select board agenda is a question of approving a contract with Mary Ann Thompson Architects in the amount of $139,295 for the conceptual design phase of the Lars Anderson Park Jack Carane skating rink renovation. When I was on the board of Beacon Academy, which was approximately from 2015 to 2024, I led a project to find a new home for Beacon Academy in 2020 to 2021. Over the course of that project, Beacon Academy hired Mary Ann Thompson Architects to provide architectural services related to the project. Thus, I am acquainted with Mary Ann Thompson Architects. I do not have any ongoing financial relationship with Mary Ann Thompson or Mary Ann Thompson Architects.
Thank you. Paul?
Bernard, could we actually hold out 5F to have a conversation about it separate
Sure.
from the vote?
You want to have that now?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Okay.
So, there's been a lot of attention paid to the skating rink project, which I believe this is for, correct?
Yes.
And it just, I think David was part of either the building committee or the selection committee. It just would be helpful to hear an update on where are we at, with the project. I know that we had put some pretty tight boundaries around the project about a year ago, last summer. I was hoping you'd give us a quick update.
Yes, sure. So the committee of 7 convened in December of 2025. During that time, there was an interview process to select both an architect as well as an OPM. Mary Ann Thompson was selected as the architect. Accenture was selected as the OPM. So the next phase of this, which is going to kick off sometime after April 27th, is for the design committee. The design committee will also have 7 members. There will be someone from the Building Commission, Preservation Commission, Planning Board, Brookline Youth Hockey, Friends of Lars Anderson, and 2 members of the public. That roster of names will be brought before the Select Board for the Select Board's approval. So this contract would be helpful so that we can proceed with the conceptual design, and obviously the design committee to be formed will have an influence on what those design concepts are. And the public has until April 27th to apply.
Okay. And may I, Bernard, just have a
Sure.
couple of questions? So the parameters that we provided as guidance to Park and Rec around the design and scope of the project, those remain in force. There's been no changes. It's still a single ice rink. It's not going to be covered. We're using we're updating the existing warming hut. We're maintaining the footprint plus or minus a little bit. All those.
Instructions, yeah.
What's that?
That was our instruction.
Yeah, those are instructions, and I'm asking, is that,
That is correct.
that guidance
is
is still in force?
Well, they better
That is
not
still
have
enforced.
deviated from
Well,
the
that's why I'm asking,
That is still in
especially if
force.
we're hiring a designer, so it's all in force. Okay,
Yes.
that was my question. Thank you.
Okay. I do, though, want to take this opportunity to address the situation about having a swimming pool considered simultaneously. So there are Article 97 protections on Lars Anderson that would make that extremely difficult and would create quite a bit of delay on proceeding with the rink. That's not to say that I personally am not in support of an outdoor pool. I very much am, but I don't think that should be married to this process, which is already pretty far along.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The RFP, which I think was brought up last week or the week before, is different than this project.
Yes, the RFP for the pool, which by the way has been amended to include Lars Anderson,
Okay.
per the request of the
Yeah.
public.
Okay.
But to David's point, I think
It's
I
not
think we
part
know
of
what
the
the
skating
result
rink
is going to
project.
be. Yes, but I don't want to presuppose it. So we've added it, and we'll have them take a look at it.
Great.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anything else? Okay, so I move approval of items 5A through 5J. All in favor, John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Roman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
I just want to thank the folks who donated to the Baffin essay contest. It's
yes.
very kind. We always appreciate that civic participation.
Yeah. I guess you're asking me to say that, okay?
Oh,
Well, I mean, you weren't, you weren't saying, or talking very loud.
Oh, sorry.
So we'd like to thank the individuals who contributed to the Brookline Asian American Family Network project, essay project. Whenever we receive a donation, whether it's significant like this or small, by state law, we have to approve it in a public meeting. So we're doing that. It also gives us an opportunity to thank the donor of the money or other items that we're accepting. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay. So we approved all the miscellaneous stuff. Main calendar, town building roof project. Question of approving contract roof replacement project with MDM Engineering Company in the amount of $1,380,000. Project includes Town Hall, Main Library, and Fire Station 6. Also includes preparing, I think, just the library for a solar array. So if you could sort of fill us in on that piece of it also, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. This is a project to replace the existing roof at Town Hall from the renovation. Who are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Charlie Simmons, Director of Public Buildings. To replace the back section of the roof at the main library. The previous section was replaced 10 years ago. And the entire roof of Fire Station number 6. I've been working with the sustainability people. They've been looking at all 3 buildings for solar. And when that building is done, the next steps would be looking at installing solar. We'd have to make it solar ready and look at power and so on. But the entire roof from the front to the back will now be available to have solar put on it.
Front to the back of the
The
library?
entire library.
Wow.
If it is deemed to be
Yeah,
plausible.
feasible, right. Anything else?
How's that?
Any questions from the select board?
I have one question.
Yes.
Thanks, Charlie. Could you describe what preparations need to be done to prepare a roof to receive solar versus if it didn't be prepared for solar, and is there a cost differential?
Two things. You have to look at the electric service and figure out how you're going to get the power into the excess service, whether it's in front of the meter, behind the meter, so that's an electrical engineer. The second thing is structural. They have to get a structural engineer, look at the existing supports of the building. Now, the panels themselves are not that heavy, but you can't just put them on a building. So sometimes you have to do some structural work inside the building. I can't say that for sure at this building. With newer buildings, they're obviously solar ready, and you don't have to worry about
So this project's going to help identify if we need to make those structural changes and then make the structural changes?
potentially, yes.
Okay.
John?
I just wonder if we might take this opportunity, while Charlie's here, whether through him or through Chaz, to briefly update the public on the mold situation that developed at the library. I think a lot of people have been wondering about it.
Sure. So we're fortunate that the mold has been remediated. We had positive air quality results. The library reopened at 11:30 this morning. We will continue is continuing operations. The children's room and the little the hidey hole space there are still both closed. They will have replacement of carpeting and some fixtures, I think, over the next week, and they should be open next week. Am I right?
Correct.
Thanks.
Good.
That's correct.
I have one follow-up question.
Yeah.
So Charlie, you mentioned that we don't know yet if the roof needs to be reinforced. Does this cost include potentially having to reinforce it, or would the cost go up?
We're just going to examine the roof and get some information. That would go on to a structural engineer, and that would be a separate contract.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I move approval of the roof replacement project with MDM Engineering Company in the amount of $1.38 million for Town Hall, Main Library, and Fire Station number 6. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Croman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank
you. Next, public hearing, temporary entertainment license and noise bylaw waiver. Schneider Electric Energy Zone, Boston Marathon. So this is not related to the pavement project, so just in case someone is confused about that. So who's going to tell us about this? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lauren Persha, and I'm the Chief of Race Operation and Production for the Boston Athletic Association and the Boston Marathon. I'm here this evening to answer any questions about the Schneider Electric Cheer Zone or the Boston Marathon, if you have them. It is too late to offer any runner numbers unless you're able to run a marathon in just 4 days, which we would be happy to have you. The cheer zone looks very similar to what we've had in years past. At this point, all the permits for the cheer zone have been pulled. The cheer zone this year will include food trucks. Permits so far right now have all been pulled, which includes our health permits, our fire permits. The abutters have all been notified to comply with the noise waiver. The footprint this year is slightly extended this year, extending a little bit closer to Brandon Hall T Station. As I mentioned, there will be 2 food trucks this year for the attendees for the cheer zones. We have also added a additional pedestrian crossing this year. That area gets quite congested. We wanted to alleviate some of the we wanted to make it easier for our spectators to get from one side of the road to the other, so we have worked quite hard with the police department to make that happen and possible this year. And speaking of the police department, we have worked quite closely with the police department. We could not be more grateful for their support and all the work that they do to make this a safe and secure event for us this year. Also, we are here with Interstate, our tenting and equipment company, to make sure that this is a secure and permitted event. So that's the quick elevator pitch, if you will, but certainly here to answer any questions on this site specifically.
Okay, what I'd like to do is to address this item first.
Sure.
And vote on it, and then have the public hearing on the noise waiver bylaw.
Absolutely.
So any questions for, you used a word cheer zone. I didn't understand that.
Absolutely. So this area is designed specifically. Schneider Electric is one of our most important sponsors. They wanted to have and host an area that they could bring their most important clients, their employees from all over the world, quite honestly, to a location. They chose Brookline specifically. Their initiative is greening, environmental, and they chose Brookline specifically to align with their values. And so they chose Brookline specifically for their location to bring their employees, to create this cheer zone, to create this area for their employees to spectate.
Again, what is the word that you use?
Cheer.
Oh,
Hooray.
cheer.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I over-explained it too, and you just wanted to know the word.
Yeah.
Cheer. Hooray. Yeah. My apologies.
No, it's
I
my
do
fault.
that.
I mean, it sounded like cheer, but.
It is, yeah. I wasn't a cheerleader. Yes, sir.
Actually, Michael, you had your hand first?
Yes. So this is happening in the parking lots between the Fairbanks and Brandon Hall tea stops. Does this cheer zone or any of the other Boston Marathon activities affect the use of the T between, I guess, Cleveland Circle and Kenmore Square, the length of the C branch?
Yes. So how we're instructing the participants to get to this location specifically is by T. So that is why specifically we developed this pedestrian crossing, is to help the spectators to get from one side of the road to the other. We are also developing a private transportation busing system to bring a lot of these employees from their host hotels, which they're staying in the Seaport area, to their area specifically. So there will be a transportation busing program that gets them from point A to this location specifically. So it won't be completely dependent upon the T system.
Paul.
Yep. I do have two questions. My first is, could you describe the design? Is this a heightened area for observation, like stadium seating, or
I'll let the
she's going to get something?
And she looks quite determined. So
Okay,
I'm
I
not
saw.
going to-
Okay. Oh, you've got pictures.
This is a footprint of the event itself, and I can explain the elements going like right.
That's upside down.
Is there some
My
way
name
we can
is,
get this on the screen? I don't know, put it in front of a camera.
Well,
I should have brought my laptop in the car, so otherwise I could have done that. I can get that for the public hearing part of it.
Yeah, if you could send it to the select board office so we can.
I mean, it's going to be hard for you to describe it because we don't have the visual for the audience, but could you, how many people does this accommodate? Is it ADA accessible?
Yes, so if you go from on the diagram from left to right, the first section is a bit of an elevated stage platform, and then that will have a mobile wheelchair lift to the side, so it'll be fully accessible ADA-wise. That is also a tented covering that's over there. We'll have some tables and chairs for seating, some bleachers on that platform for seating. Then going to the side, that's where the food trucks are. Then there's what's called a spectator suite trailer, which is the only real new element this year compared to last year. And that is a large trailer with some indoor seating along, also some top seating so people can fully see the course. That will also have an ADA ramp on the front of it. So both units are fully ADA compliant. And our restroom trailer also has a ramp, so that is also ADA compliant.
I have one other question, Bernard.
Sure.
Is this, I know apparently we've done this in the past. Is it restricted to just Snyder employees, or, it's too late to change it, but I would encourage you in the future, I think this is fantastic to host something like this, but to make it accessible for some of our mobility limited folks within Brookline that don't actually have a very difficult time going and enjoying the marathon. It would be very special to be able to have some of those individuals, even if it's just a handful that typically wouldn't be able to enjoy the marathon, to be able to benefit from the investment that you're making. And
I think what we can certainly do is work with the town of Brookline directly to create its own space specifically. So I think it's
That'd be great.
BAA Brookline initiative. I
Okay.
don't know that it's necessarily something within the Schneider footprint, but I think that's that's something that we could do directly with the town itself.
Yeah.
We have done something similar with other towns. We have in Wellesley, we have a sensory-friendly cheer zone where it is for people who don't necessarily like the loud cheering.
Right.
That was something that they brought to us, and we have developed specifically. You're 100% correct. I don't know that we could pull this together in
Yeah, it's
4
too late
days,
now, but no.
but I will certainly put that in my notes for next year, and we are more than happy to bring that forward.
And this would be great, Chaz, if they could work with our Disability Commission. I mean, what a great idea to have the marathon be accessible to folks that typically
Yes,
can't
absolutely.
enjoy it. Thank
It's
you.
something that we have brought forward even in the Finnish area for cheering areas for people who are, have mobility issues. So 100%.
It's a great idea.
I will put it on my list for next year.
Super. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Great idea.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to move approval of the temporary entertainment license application for the Snyder Electric Energy Zone and their cheer zone taking place along the Boston Marathon course. Let's see. Activation consists of a viewing area stage and spectator trailer and mobile screen showing the race and sponsor content, as well as a DJ with amplified speakers. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. I won't be out there running this year, sorry.
Perhaps next year.
That was many years ago.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a noise bylaw waiver that's related to this.
You may want to stay just in case something comes up.
Who's going to talk to us? Okay. Okay, tell us about your waiver, your need for a waiver.
So the DJ portion, anything that is loud is not part of the waiver. That's during, allowable time. What we are asking for is because the activation cannot be broken down until after the course reopens and the race is over. So that really can't begin until 5:36 p.m. when we are able to access that. So it is just asking for from, say, 6 until 9 p.m. that we can be breaking down the activation. The loudest part of that is really just a hand power drill to disassemble the bleachers. Everything else can be either just hitched on a trailer and moved, or it's things like tables and chairs that will be put onto a truck. So again, it's more of a in case. We don't hope to be breaking down until 9, but it's more just as much as we can clear the space that evening after the race, we want to be able to do. And there are a couple components that need to be broken down before the next vendor can come and remove the other things. So that's why we were just asking for the time in case it's necessary, but like I said, most of it is stuff that doesn't require tools. It's not like loud construction type noise.
Great. Any questions? Michael?
I'm just reading the agenda, and it indicates that there's also a request for time on Sunday as well for installation. Do
Sunday
you need that time, or?
Sunday is part of our occupancy permit. It's that we are able to utilize that space from noon on Sunday until noon on Tuesday, when it has to be completely cleared and back open for motor vehicles to park there.
Right, but for the noise bylaw waiver, will you need the noise bylaw waiver to be in effect on Sunday while you're doing installation?
Sorry, I misunderstood. Again, hoping not to. That's more of a just in case. Last year, I believe we were cleared of the site around 6:30. So we are beginning work at noon is when vendors start to come in, and a majority of anything that would be louder, bigger items coming out of a truck would be in the earlier portion. It's again just as an in case, like say one trailer gets stuck in traffic, delays building the bleachers for an hour or two, and we need a little longer. It's mostly just a in case we need it for with respect to the town that this might be a noise that happens.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Melanie, why don't you open the public hearing and see what the public would like to say about this idea?
So if anybody here in the room would like to speak, please step to the podium. And if you are online, please raise your hand.
No one? Okay, so I will close the public hearing and go for a vote unless anyone has any other questions. Seeing none, I move approval of the question of approving a noise bylaw waiver from Interstate Rental Service for work to be completed from Sunday, April 19, 2026, 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. for installation of the structures. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac? Did
Aye.
you have a question, David? Oh, okay.
Aye.
Okay, David, Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another double item here. First, approval of a contract with LaRusso for transportation mobility improvements, Harvard Street, in the amount of $3,182,538.50. I guess that's for parking fare. So, who's gonna talk to us about that?
Is it-
No, it's not a public hearing.
Commissioner,
Evening, this is
Oh, I'm
Erin
sorry.
Chu. Oh, that's okay. I'm here, I have some staff here as well. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Chu. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works, and I'm here tonight to introduce the Harvard Street Rehabilitation Project and explain why staff recommend the Select Board award and execute this contract this evening. Harvard Street is one of Brookline's most important corridors. It serves residents, businesses, schools, pedestrians, transit users, cyclists, and daily vehicle traffic. And as you heard earlier, it is a really important, it's an important corridor, and it is also in very poor condition and in clear need of rehabilitation. This project is the direct outcome of the town's pavement, maintenance, management, and preservation policy and the broader asset management framework that the Select Board asked DPW to put in place to stop serious decline in pavement condition townwide. That policy was created so Brookline could make a more disciplined, transparent, and financially responsible approach to maintaining roads based on condition, need, and long-term value to the town. Harvard Street was identified through that adopted process as part of the FY26 roadway rehabilitation program. It was presented last year to the advisory committee. It was presented to the select board. The intent was to be presenting the information in a very open and transparent manner. But it is timely and important work. As roads deteriorate, costs increase, risks increase, and the town falls further behind. Timely maintenance is one of the most responsible things that we can do to protect the roadway and the taxpayers' investment in it. This project also includes practical safety improvements where feasible and appropriate, including improved bicycle lane visibility and buffering, intersected daylighting, and strategic use of flex posts to deter illegal parking, which is a real problem along this corridor. It's important to note, however, this is not a full corridor redesign. It's a roadway rehabilitation and maintenance project with practical and admittedly modest safety enhancements. I want to recognize that members of the Bicycle Advisory Committee that spoke earlier, some bike advocates are disappointed that this project does not go further at this time, and I understand that disappointment and I respect it. It reflects a real commitment to safety and to the future of this corridor. I apologize if members of this group didn't feel heard. I had spoken with the representative, the leader of the organization. We asked for information, some of which is being incorporated. The transportation director attended a meeting yesterday. And, right now, the suggested plans would eliminate right turning lanes. It was thought to be unsafe in terms of cyclists, and would require traffic analysis and would remove some outdoor dining, none of which couldn't be worked through, but would require, we think, a comprehensive community engagement process. So moving forward with this project right now does not preclude important transportation and mobility work here or on other roads. We just feel that the community engagement process would be required here and is important. And we have many important bicycle and multimodal projects underway, and will continue, these and others will continue through the town's full planning, design, funding, and public process. For this project, I also want to note that the staff is recommending video detection for signal optimization rather than the embedded loops in the pavement. This current technology, it's already used on Route 9, it's in an older form on Beacon Street, and is currently in use by Newton, Mass DOT. Staff believe that this is the better option because it's more reliable, easier to diagnose problems, can send an email alert if something is not functioning, and easier to adjust over time for current and future operations, including bike-related functionality. I understand the use of video detection may raise questions. So to be clear, the system does not record, store, send, or share video. It uses video to detect traffic movement, converts that information for signal operations, and that is the end of the process. There's no speed information or identifying information recorded or stored. Finally, staff is recommending approval for night work for the milling and paving operations. It's being proposed to reduce disruption during peak commute times, maintain daytime access for businesses and corridor users, improve safety during construction. We're also hoping that it'll help shorten the duration of the overall work as much as possible. So in short, Harvard Street is a major corridor in poor condition. The project is the direct result of the town's adopted asset management policy. It's timely, necessary, and responsible, and improves the roadway now. It includes safety, practical safety enhancements, but it still leaves room for much broader mobility improvements through the proper public process in the future. And I'll note that we staffed Vision Zero, Complete Streets, and our staff remains deeply committed to improving multimodal safety improvements across the community, and want to do that in partnership with the various groups. We have staff here, the Director of Engineering and Transportation, Dan Murphy, our Associate Director of Transportation and Mobility, Rob Guptill, Dan Martin, who is our Sustainability Transportation Engineer, and also Sam Downs, who's our Deputy Director of Engineering, all who care deeply about the work that they do for this community. And so with that, if you have questions, they're here and ready to answer those. And I'll turn it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. One quick question. Are these artificial intelligence cameras? Someone said that.
I'll go to Dan Martin. Dan, the question was, are these artificial intelligence cameras?
I think that's more of an advertising term for this. They do count vehicles, so they can detect the vehicle going by and a bike and a pedestrian. And if the preference, we can keep that in the cabinet. It doesn't have to leave online. We can turn that functionality off or just not even enable it ever. And that's the way we're going to get it programmed for us.
Okay. This became somewhat of a controversy, at least with respect to the cameras, when I noticed that our packet did not include the contract. And then someone told me that the contract included provisions for 6 or 8 what they called artificial intelligence cameras. So we got it into the packet when I contacted someone who sent over a electronic copy, so we had that. But the problem is that when you're proposing a contract to the select board that has something as touchy as cameras, we have to make sure that we are aware of this early on and can think through any issues that we think are important to deal with them. So Yeah, there's a lot of concern in the community about cameras whenever you run into a camera. A lot of those concerns are very legitimate, some maybe not so. But we have to always just make sure that we're not missing something when a piece of technology like this is brought into the town. So, just my opinion, I suggested that we pull this contract so that we have more time to discuss it. Chaz didn't like that idea, and I'm not going to fight him on that. But in my opinion, we have to set some protections. Maybe overkill, but that's just what we have to do. And I have a list of conditions that we can incorporate into the approval of the contract that we can talk about later. Michael,
I had several questions about the project and the relationship of the project to some of the recommendations from advocates in the community. But let me start with just the one question relating to the cameras and the system for working with the streetlights. And the question is, do these cameras collect any personal identifiable information? And if they do, does that information ever leave the cameras or the boxes that control them on site?
The way these are set up is they don't store any video information whatsoever.
Right. But
they don't store them, they don't transmit them.
But they take pictures in order to count traffic and count cars. So do those pictures have the ability to get private information such as facial recognition or license plate recognition within the cameras and the system?
Yeah.
Defer to Dan Martin on his knowledge of this system.
Yeah, I think we can definitely double check with the distributor and also the manufacturer. That is not in their literature as one of their functions. So as far as we know, it is not doing any of that. And most of the processing is happening inside the cabinet itself with a video processing unit. But all these questions we can bring back once we get the shop drawings in. We know exactly what equipment they're speccing. We can read the terms of service and make sure it meets the standards and privacy requirements you're looking for.
Can I add one thing? I went to their website, and their website seems to suggest that there's a way, password protected, for people to get access to the data coming through the cameras. It's not clear what that means, but their website suggests that they have much more robust capability than I think you're saying.
I think the system is definitely customizable, and we can go back to the distributor when they're setting this equipment up before the order is placed and make sure that these requirements are in there, that it's not accessible to other third parties.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest, Bernard, you had suggested that later when we, I guess, deliberate on this a little bit, we could add some conditions to the contract, and it should be very clear that this technology won't store, transmit any video, any personal identifiable information, as Michael had mentioned, and it's only there for the execution of synchronizing the lights, or total counts, but there shouldn't be any video at all. And I think we can put that as a condition of our approval.
Okay. Michael?
I'm not sure whether it applies to this system or in terms of our broader thinking, but I will raise the issue because it will probably come up again, that in the cases of where we are acquiring systems that have configuration options that we choose not to use, then our policies should reflect what the processes are for modifying those configurations in the future if somebody decides, yes, that would be an interesting feature to add or take advantage of.
That's an
and
excellent point. I mean, could we
it's
do
a
that?
complicated.
Could we do that in the license agreement, Michael? You know, and limit in the license agreement to.
Well, I think it's an internal town policy. It's not a policy between the town and the vendor, because the vendor will have the capabilities.
Yeah.
It's just what are our
What I would like to suggest is maybe something like an MOU that lays out the conditions of our approval, that would include all that. I mean, I can think of a number of
Attached to the
things that we
license.
should, pardon me?
You could attach that to the license agreement. Say, you know, we're signing a license agreement, and here's our understanding of how you're going to execute that license agreement. You
Sure,
could
in
make an
terms of-
amendment to
in
the
terms of
license agreement.
configuration.
Yeah, configuration, yeah.
Is this, okay, it is a license agreement, right? John?
Well, I want to thank the people in the community who have, raised questions about the camera aspect of this project, which, let's keep in mind that this is essentially a project to deal with the need for Harvard Street to be repaired and repaved. And it's a serious need, and there's all kinds of safety issues that stem from, a road that is in a deteriorating condition. And then, as part of the process, people who are very sort of watchful, and good for them, notice that there's reference to camera technology in the contract for the improvements to Harvard Street. Then the question arose, why would there be this camera technology? Well, you heard the answer to that tonight. There's two ways of monitoring how many cars are backed up at a light. I'll just use that example. One is for there to be sort of a pad under the pavement at the same location as the light, and you measure how many cars and how long the line is, I guess, by the weight of the car on the pad. A different way is to have a camera there, which can actually count the cars and so on. There has been no mention made in any of this of a different use of cameras that is increasingly commonplace, and in fact advocated by many bicyclists and others, and that is so-called speed cameras. I won't judge whether someday we might use speed cameras as part of our routine maintenance of traffic in Brookline, but I would note that that's entirely consistent with enforcement of speed limits and with the goals of Vision Zero. So that's just an example of a camera use that a lot of people would be for. And I think we better, at some point, deal with all of these different questions that arise where cameras are concerned. But I don't think it's reason enough to put off this vote on this contract tonight. And while I just, have the mic, I want to say something else about all of the people who spoke earlier on from the interests of people who bike on Harvard Street. And I want to thank them for making their comments. But I do want to encourage them in the future not to imply that our traffic division, our transportation department, our DPW, your select board, are unmindful of safety. Of course we're mindful of safety, and it is not a open and shut case that the overall safety of pedestrians and bicyclists and people in vehicles, that the overall safety of that street would necessarily be enhanced if we took the parking that exists at the curb and moved it further into the middle of the street. And to cite just one obvious example, as someone who experienced in an unfortunate way the move on Center Street, West Roxbury, of parking towards the middle of Center Street, West Roxbury, with a car-protected bike lane to the right of parked vehicles. And as someone who has enjoyed going to the Corb restaurant in West Roxbury for many years, having first experienced Corb right here in Brookline, having never had any issues, as soon as that change took place on Center Street, within one or two visits to the Corb in West Roxbury, the driver's side mirror had been knocked off of our car and cost us $300 to repair. it should surprise no one that when you move cars closer to the center of a very heavily traveled vehicle lane, where not only is it heavily traveled, but the cars move very fast, that's a safety risk to those getting out of the car. So you have to take that into consideration. There are safety risks to people crossing the street if for any reason they step out, or people in a car who step into a bike lane from the car. They didn't have that risk on the passenger side of vehicles. Now they will. And that's an added risk. So all these risks have to be taken into consideration. And I think, in fairness to those of us who think we should move forward on this contract, it should not be posed, even by the most ardent of biking advocates, as an indication that we don't care about safety. I'll be honest, I kind of resented that tonight, because I know we all care about safety, and I know they care about safety. But let's have a discussion of safety that embraces pedestrians and people in vehicles and people on bicycles, and recognizes the reality of the difference between a tight street with not much room for vehicle lanes once you start doing all these other changes, and a street that is very, very wide, such as I won't say it's very, very wide, but Beacon Street down in the St. Mary's area. That's a very different situation, and I'm glad we had success with the vehicle protected bike lane there. But that doesn't mean vehicle protected bike lanes will work on every street everywhere in Brookline. It isn't true. And it doesn't mean that people who raise questions about vehicle protected bike lanes on a street such as Harvard Street are unmindful of safety. Just not true.
Thank you. David.
So I have a few questions. So first, who precisely came up with the plans for which markings to make, which markings not to make, where to install flex posts, where not to install flex posts? Can you provide maybe a timeline for when these decisions were made, who provided input into these decisions?
Sure. I'm Dan Murphy, Director of Engineering and Transportation. And we started the design, I believe, in November, December, and Apex is our consultant, and they do the markings plan, and they will stamp them at the end when we're finished. But they basically came up with what we can do, what improvements they recommend to make. And the town staff look at that as well. If I going through this now with a new PMP policy, I would certainly build in a step to bring it to BAC back and get their input as well. And I hope that's what comes out of our whole prioritization process. But we look at all safety improvements. We had other things going on where we're putting in 7 new pairs of RRFBs, and we built that in. The big thing I want to just point out is we start a year ahead and really look at the sidewalks, look at all the ramps. We want to make sure all the ramps are brought up to code. So we prepare. We got a nice grant from MassDOT for these RFBs, so we needed to basically incorporate, making sure everything was ready for them. We go through all the sidewalks. We did a ton of work last year. We did water service installations in preparation, and to let everybody know that we were doing this ahead of the PMPP project. But it's really Apex comes up with ideas, we review them, and the step that I failed, and I will do again, I will do going forward, is to make sure that BAC has input on these PMPP projects to make the changes that we can on the markings plan. The good thing about the markings plan is that it's the last thing, so we do have time to adjust those, and we've gone through that. Rob Guptill and I myself went to the BAC meeting last week and heard comments, and we received the comments previously. And we worked to incorporate most of them. There's some that we can't that need community outreach, but that was really the process we went through on this.
So there was some degree of community outreach, you're saying?
Well, I mean, we didn't reach out to, I guess I didn't take these plans to BAC formally. And I think that going forward on these PMPP projects, I will certainly want to build that in and make that formal. It's our first time through on this. We're looking at the prioritization program and how to come up with all the priorities with the transportation board. And one of the things we'll definitely build into that is for the PMPP projects, we want to have a milestone in the middle of design, the early design, when we get maybe the initial cut by our designer, to have everybody have a look and weigh in with input.
Because I do see on, and it's page 334 of our materials, the FY26 transportation and mobility improvements scope of work, and it expressly mentions that there'll be installation of signage and pavement markings, and that there will be flex post installation, which can be used for enhanced bike safety, of course. And
Yep.
then on page 344, in the section regarding pavement markings, there is a specific subclause talking about how bike lanes and bus lanes will be marked with methyl methacrylate. And so that tells me that within the scope of this contract, there ought to be some room for incorporating some degree of bike safety mechanisms. And the reason this concerns me a little bit in terms of the timing, I understand that we are technically reviewing a contract and that these processes are not necessarily one and the same, but this is a high ticket item. We're talking about over $3.1 million. And I worry a little bit about whether this is the most efficient way to spend these dollars. I wouldn't want to see a situation where we're repaving a significant lengthy street only to then have to do it again when we look at it through a Vision Zero lens, and yet another time when we look at it through a accessibility lens. That would seem to be spending more money than necessary. So to the extent that we can have this additional community input incorporated into this process, and of course it won't be perfect because some safety mechanisms would be outside the scope of the contract, but even within the language that I'm seeing, there is some allowance for input and for bike lanes and for flex post installation, et cetera.
Chaz, you-
It's Paul.
Oh.
No, it's okay. If Chaz had something you want to add.
Well, I think it's important too to think about how all of these policies are meant to interact, and how we are building that process out. And as Dan pointed out, I do think it's important to develop these levels of input, and it's important to set those expectations accordingly, right? In the sense that, yeah, right. I think one of the big comments that we heard from the community, and I understand where it comes from, is, hey, the contract says you could do this work. Why aren't you doing it? And the answer is not, well, it's because, we don't want to, or, because we don't think there's value in having those discussions. There is, but that process requires so much more effort to, when you start changing how the striping is designed, when you start putting in, parking protected bike lanes, that is a significant shift in how the road is used. And that then triggers, you're getting right now a lot of comments from the community saying, hey, we really want protected bike lanes. Vehicle protected bike lanes. That's a good idea. We're getting that feedback. I think if you were to shift your priorities and say, okay, we're going to put them in, next meeting, you'd have 100 people saying, don't you dare.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I think this is a really tough situation where you have very zealous advocacy on all sides. And that's why we did the work that we did, and the work that Paul and Mike Sandman did, last year, to build not just the pavement management plan, but think about how it intersects and interacts with Vision Zero and with Complete Streets, because we don't want to give up on Complete Streets. We don't want to give up on those projects. But we also hear the feedback of the community, which is not enough was getting done. And so we have to find a way, if we can't make everyone happy, we at least have to find a way to balance those competing interests. Pave more roads, don't let the roads fall apart. Think about Complete Streets, think about safety, think about Vision Zero. All of those things can be in tension with each other, and we're trying to harmonize them as best we can. And that is going to result in things where people are going to get 70% of what they want, and it's going to feel like a loss. And I understand that, and I understand the frustration there. But you also don't want to be in the situation where Cambridge is, where every time a board flips, right? I think the Cambridge City Council at their last meeting, the composition of the council has shifted 5-4 in favor of bike lanes to 5-4 against bike lanes several times. And so now they're taking a vote to scrap a proposal to scrap a bike lane. It's just, and staff have thrown up, I feel very badly for the staff in Cambridge who've just kind of thrown up their hands and said, how on earth are we supposed to do this? Like the process, improving the process is really important, and making sure the process is right. So I take your feedback, I think it's good feedback, but I also think it's then important to say we build these policies to ensure consistency of outcomes. And when we say, well, we're going to bend it because this is an important thing, or we need to, we need to look at this another way, then you're saying that the policies and the processes you put in place are malleable and are subject to lobbying to get what people want. When what we're trying to do is solicit that input, but also be able to provide the consistency of outcome and move forward on it. So I get that it's a hard balance to strike, and I think, to Dan's point, we're going to continue to tinker with that and figure out how we can make people feel heard and respected, but also acknowledging that there are competing voices in the community, and we're trying to synthesize what we hear.
Well, I'm not trying to suggest that any one particular voice be heard, but it sounds like the process was work with a consultant, Apex, and then staff reviews Apex's recommendation. And I'm not sure why we would want to farm out these decisions to Apex rather than incorporating community input from anywhere.
So I think, but again, the question is, listening to the community, getting community feedback, which is what, again, Dan and Rob did. I think people felt that it was late in the process, but there were changes made as a result of that input. Building that in earlier to the process is important, but I think you have to set expectations too, which is, if we were to do this as as not just a restriping, but a change in use, we would be having community meetings, we would be having all the public feedback, and before you know it, we're trying to get this project done over the summer. All of a sudden, you're talking about something that stretches into fall and winter. You're talking about, and while the road is deteriorating, and so I think we've got to come up with a balance between this idea. We want to be solicitous of public feedback. We want to try and incorporate it, but we don't want everything to then come back to this, design by committee and the potential for gridlock that then creates, right? At a certain point, we have to say, we hire transportation experts to make these decisions. They should be making those decisions well-informed with feedback from the community, but it's not necessarily a situation where it's designed by committee.
Paul?
Yep. That was a good job explaining
What
what you said. But I do want to first, I want to thank Dave and Emily and everybody who's come forward to speak about bicycle safety. As you know, I've been a strong supporter of it with Washington Street. I've advocated for the bridle path, and frankly, I was supportive of changing Chestnut Hill. Chestnut Hill is actually a great example of what can happen. It got so derailed that nothing is now happening. I think it's important to put into context what's going on. This board, not particularly this board, but the select board, I think it was 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago.
Year and a half, yeah.
Year and a half ago, which meant it started when I joined the board, and I'll tell you after how that happened. But this is a policy that was Complete Streets, which was actually in the way. It had great intention. It had initially been launched. It had never been changed. And I actually spoke with the chair of the board who had approved it at that time. And I said, has this thing never been touched? He said, nope, and it's probably time to revisit it. And one of the problems with Complete Streets, it had great intentions, but it was holding up maintenance of our roadways. And our roadways were deteriorating further and further because we didn't have the ability to just go repave a road because it had to go through this entire process and redesign for Complete Streets. So Mike Sandman and I met with the DPW commissioner, engineering. I think the transportation board chair was there, and others, and consultants, and we came up with this modified policy set, which was Complete Streets and pavement management. And those policies were modified, adopted by this board, the select board, and adopted by the transportation board. They're policies that are in place. And under those policies, there's kind of two tiers. There's tiers of those roadways that are priorities for Complete Streets redesign. It takes a significant amount of investment to do that. It's not cheap. But it's important. It needs to be done. The community engagement needs to be done properly. And we know that when it isn't done properly, things get derailed, like what happened with Chestnut Hill. There's also a category of roadways that are important, that have a lot of traffic, and we need to maintain them not only for the safety of cyclists, but also for the safety of automobiles and pedestrians. And Harvard Street had fallen into that. It falls into that category. And the design of the policy, and frankly, this board, the Transportation Board, could revisit the policy, but the design of the policy is to allow the maximizing the limited funds that we have to repave and fix as many miles of roadway as we can. And that's what's going on here. If we were to delay the process at this point, to do the community engagement, which Chaz has mentioned, it's not just the bicycle advocates, which I really appreciate their advocacy, but we're going to hear from seniors, we're going to hear from pedestrians, we're going to hear from businesses, we're going to hear from folks that go down Harvard Street by automobile, and it's going to be a gigantic effort. It always is. So to take something and just run it by just the Bicycle Advisory Committee, frankly, isn't fair. If we're going to run a review of a repaving project, to the extent that you're talking about, you should have to do it by every commission that has a say in it. And frankly, that would not be a good use and utilization of our very limited capital funds. I think I asked Melissa, it was $5 million, I think is what's in our CIP for roadways. And I believe the commissioner has told us that we're about $100 million in the hole. So that'll tell you how far behind we are. So while I really appreciate and I look forward to biking with Biking Brookline again when it gets warmer, it's getting warmer now, to go on one of their trips. I've really enjoyed it. They've helped me embrace cycling more with my children. There is a balance that we have to do with making sure that we're maintaining our roadways and our investments for the safety of everybody, and make the improvements as best we can when we're doing these mill and overlays. So. And I hope that we can adjust the process that would help you feel a little more engaged going forward. But I'm supportive of the contract.
Likely?
Oh,
Sure.
I guess my hand's invisible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You want to go first?
Go ahead.
A couple of comments. Number one is, Paul, thank you for that background information. I appreciated it. And I'm sure everybody else did as well. I will add one detail, of course, to that, is that we also, I think it was like within a month of when I joined the select board, approved a Vision Zero policy, which is also part of the policy set that we are trying to juggle with, and part of the challenge that we are facing. So I just want to make sure that set of policies and the relatively newer ideas that are presented in that policy are also sort of incorporated into this conversation. But in an effort to move forward from the point we're at now, and I, having read the RAMMP and discussed it with several people over the last several days, I'm sort of in agreement with you that we need to move forward with this. But I would like to ask a couple of questions about this project in terms of how it can integrate with the interests and what has been described. So my first question is a very simple one, is when is this project going to start, and when do you expect it to be finished?
Very good. Good questions. We expect it to start soon after Marathon Day. I believe the tentative date was May 4th with the contractor. And it's one thing I did want to point out, it's in 2 phases. North of Beacon Street, it would be phase 1, where we do the milling, all the structure adjustment, and then the paving, and then the marketing before moving to the south side of Beacon. And we did that just to kind of speed things up and reduce the burden on commercial folks. And then, so then that would be the second phase, would be the southern section. The timing it would take, since I think getting in, there's some curb work on the north side, and then they would come in and do the milling. That could be 3 to 5 days, or 3 to 5 nights, as we'll talk about later. And then we basically then adjust all the structures over a few weeks, and then do the finished paving and then the marking. And then we do the same thing on the south phase. And then basically the limits are the city of Boston down to Kent Street with a small piece near the Pierce School that we're going to save. They're going to do for us when they finish their work with the school.
So I heard you say you're starting around May 5th, and I heard a number of steps that are all taking days and weeks. Do you have a Gantt chart or some other?
Yeah, we can certainly.
Yeah,
we can provide that. I think there's one in the application for the night work, the noise bylaw.
So what's the date?
I think I want to say it's July into August.
Okay, so it's starting at the beginning of May and going through July and August. Okay, thank you. The next question I have is, when you talk about something like the public process for developing protected bike lanes, in your experience, how much time would you allocate for that process, in order to be sufficiently robust to incorporate into Harvard Street, whether it was part of this project or not? How long would that typically take?
I guess if there's no curb being moved, it can be fairly, but I think there's still a lot of stakeholders, as mentioned before. If we wanted to go to parking protected bike lanes, I think it would take, it could take, I'd say months, and it could go longer. But if it was systematic and we had it all set up, maybe, a few months it could take, we could get through it.
Okay, and so the third question is, I'm familiar with the prioritization plan that the traffic division is setting up to sort of help answer that question. And so can you provide any sort of update into the creation of that plan and how that plan might be applicable to the design changes and requests that are being made by the public?
That plan would basically prioritize complete streets projects, bike network improvement projects, the full array of all of our projects. Right. And I think that would build in a more robust community outreach program. And we introduced in January a community outreach program based on the tier of the project. We had tier 1, 2, and 3, and I think those would set the framework for that.
Right, and in your experience, based on your understanding of the proposals here, do you think this would be like a tier 1, very, very long project, tier 2, or tier 3 type of project?
Harvard would be one of the longest because it's in a vibrant, and it runs right through the heart of Brookline. So it would take some time. So I would probably say it probably takes on the longer side. It would take a long time.
This would be a tier 1 or a tier 2 project.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd say is that if we wanted to make major changes, it would take capital, coming up with a capital program to fund it. Or become a TIP project.
If I may briefly elaborate, as Director Dan Murphy has said, this Harvard Street would most certainly be a tier 1 project. This was part of the public engagement process that our team put together with collaboration from, I believe, Paul Warren from the Select Board and Chairman Kane. And our estimate for a tier 1 project with significant cross-section changes is 18 to 24 months. So I think that would be a good ballpark timeline to estimate for a redesign of Harvard Street.
So I would posit that given the scope of changes that are being proposed, that you wouldn't necessarily have to do all of Harvard Street to start to realize the benefits of some of these changes, and potentially could chunk the project into smaller pieces that could be done more quickly. I'll leave it at that.
John?
I want to go back to what Michael said at the beginning, because I'm not sure what I heard at the end, but I think I heard you say that you fully appreciate that we're at a point now where if we're going to be serious about the pavement improvement project approach to our streets, we're going to fix streets when the streets are in a condition that needs fixing. And we're not going to fix streets after we undergo 2-3 years of all kinds of imagined redesigns of the street and maybe to no end, depending on whether, where we are on the TIP, which is the state process for getting state funding. Then you have to comply with all the aspects of the state funding. So,
If you're, are you asking me?
well, you can repeat what you said at the beginning if you wish. Sure.
So you were asking a question in the abstract, and I was responding to the specific of
Yeah.
this case.
Yeah.
So in this particular case, I think that we should move forward with the Harvard Street road maintenance project.
Thank you. No, really, I appreciate that. And I mean, I know, I feel like I've gotten to know you pretty well, and I really appreciate how seriously you think about every aspect of the job of select board, and also every issue that comes before us. And you really look at the documentation, and you really think through your decisions. So I very much appreciate that statement. And I want to say, Dan alerted to it. First of all, let's clarify what BAC is, because Dan mentioned that a few times. I'm not sure he told people what it was. It's the Bicycle Advisory Committee. The irony of this discussion is you would think that they were never consulted. They're one of the few committees that actually had a meeting where this was fully laid out for them. And good for them for having the meeting. Good for them for asking the questions that they asked. But one of the points that was made by the member of the Transportation Board who was conducting that meeting was that the meeting wasn't about whether to intervene and change the plan for Harvard Street, because the meeting was being conducted to inform the Bicycle Advisory Committee of what is to come in terms of the needed improvements to Harvard Street in terms of its condition, and the realistic assessment by our transportation division, all of the people who are experts on highways and on how to manage traffic and so on, how to come as close as possible as we can to achieving the goals of Vision Zero. They all took a look at this, and they all came to the decision that if this is to go forward, so that the street gets fixed when it needs fixing, and not 2 years later and not 3 years later, the way to do it is the way that they have put in front of us. And they've done their best to incorporate bike lanes on the street. They're not the bike lanes that the Bicycle Advisory Committee would have preferred, but they have also done their best to improve the intersections where they can through things. I think they're going to incorporate some flex post use. They're certainly going to incorporate much more use of paint, much more visible crosswalks. By the way, curb cuts that are much more in a sort of where they should be in addressing the needs of disabled people, handicapped access, excuse me. There's a lot of good improvements that are going to come from this project, but they're not going to come from this project if we start to delay it, especially if we start to delay it on behalf of a plan which actually I think has been vetted by our transportation division, and I think they're a little bit too polite to say so, and found to be unfeasible. And for a lot of reasons, one of them that was actually specifically cited before the Bicycle Advisory Committee was the MBTA's current requirements for the width of vehicle lanes that accommodate buses. And it turns out, in keeping with those requirements, when this repaving is done, there's going to have to be a minimum width allowed for buses that's greater than is currently allowed. And that's going to factor into whether it's even feasible to talk about parking protected bike lanes. They looked at it, they made their decision, they're ready to go ahead. And one other group that's got a stake in this, you would think that like bicyclists are the only people who have a stake in this. No, there's like so many groups that have a stake in this. And one of them that we haven't barely mentioned tonight, all of the commercial enterprise owners all up and down Harvard Street, they're very anxious about this project, as well they should be. Projects like this interrupt the ebb and flow of customer traffic to their businesses. Sometimes they result in barriers being put near the sidewalk entrances to their businesses. They need to see this executed as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, and with the least amount of doubt hanging over their heads as to whether a week from now they're going to be shut down because of temporary barriers in front of their place of business. So I think we owe it to a lot of people to just go ahead with the pavement improvement program as we have created it and as we have sort of under the kind of goals that we set out to achieve with it, and not let it be waylaid by a sudden onset of, well, but wait a minute, was every interest, consulted? Was it, when in fact, no matter what the interests say, when you consult with them, if the street needs fixing, it needs fixing, and we're not doing anybody a favor if we allow a street to deteriorate further, which is already deteriorating.
David.
Do we know?
And
So,
by the way, I'd like to wrap this up quickly.
so John, you just referenced a lot of other constituencies whose voices haven't necessarily been heard. Doesn't that at all concern you, though? How do we know that this plan?
No, because I think you're misunderstanding the point of my emphasis of that. That all of those interests, bicyclists, pedestrians, vehicles, MBTA, all were taken into account by the people who are the experts at doing streets. And foremost, they took into account the condition of the street and the need for streets in that condition to be repaired in a timely way, or else you'll end up with an even much bigger project that will involve actually digging up the entire street. So yeah, I don't doubt that our transportation people took all of that into consideration.
What about the financial efficiency, though? So a common complaint we'll hear is that there's a repaving of a certain street, and then we repave it again a year later, and then again a year after that. And are we wasting money when we don't follow the same timeline on parallel tracks?
Since you asked the question to me, otherwise I think it should go to Michael wants to answer it too. But of course that's a consideration. But we're more familiar with that with utility work, and we do our best. And I'm sure the people who are here tonight do their best to coordinate with utilities as to their schedules for breaking up streets that have already recently been repaved. But I just know for a fact is not a consideration that should justify delaying this project. They wouldn't be asking us to go forward with it if they thought that all of a sudden they were going to actually change their plan for the street 2 years from now and start all over again. We gave them a mandate, which is clear the decks, concentrate on the complete streets projects that are the most important and the most doable, and then beyond that, get going on fixing these streets that have been waiting for some kind of attention for many years now, and we're finally on the verge of doing that. And I would hate to see us suddenly, back away from that.
Gotcha. Thanks, John.
Yeah,
Michael?
I'm sorry to be so.
And then I think
Yeah,
we have a sense, or I have a sense of where we're going.
Okay.
I'd like to
So,
call for a vote.
in order to answer David's question, I would like to ask a question of staff. This is a project that's roughly $3.2 million. How much of that cost is actually devoted to marking, so that if we had to remark, we obviously would need to repave the streets again. Presumably the bonding and the asphalt would still be good. So how much of this 3.2 million is actually related to the cost of just the marking?
I
Dan,
also want, go ahead.
Dan, I have the estimate up. I was just going to wonder, is it okay for me to go?
Yeah, go.
So for the board, I'm gonna round numbers. But the request is obviously for the full contract value, which is the $3.18 million. So of that, the video detection systems are $245,000. So just to repave the road with surface with the paint markings is approximately $2.9 million. And of that $2.9 million, you can estimate that between $250,000 and $300,000 go towards the pavement markings themselves. So the cost just to pave the road without pavement markings is approximately $2.6 million.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Quick question.
Quick question.
Does the installation of flex posts require repaving?
It does not. The technique is a very small saw cut into the road for the installation, and that will be done at the completion of paving. So it'll be the last step along with pavement markings.
Okay, I think I have the sense that the board is willing to go forward with this contract. I'd like to, if the board agrees, add some conditions to our approval with respect to the cameras. And those conditions, I suggest, be put in the form of an MOU that is brought back to the board. And basically identifies what the capabilities are now, and says that no changes without select board approval, specifically prohibiting any other capabilities, prohibiting upgrades, prohibiting any use of AI technology, and prohibiting access to our system by anyone outside of Brookline.
AI is such a broad term.
Without select board approval. So I mean, if you want AI, they have to come to us and explain why that's.
So I believe that if they take a picture of the streetway, then they use an aspect of AI, I could go into
Computing
details,
is
but I'm not
artificial
going to.
intelligence.
But they would use AI in order to convert that picture into a number of a certain number of vehicles, which is a capability that I think we expect.
Well,
from the
we were
outset.
told that they can turn that off.
So
And
do-
I
so
mean,
I-
everything is artificial intelligence in the computer world.
Right.
But I think when we say artificial intelligence, we're talking about something different
Personal
than
identification.
my computer here. John?
And I'm not sure that I fully understand your intent, but I wonder if you would be comfortable with our taking a vote on what's in front of us, as you said, but leaving to a future meeting to hear your proposal of an MOU to attach to the lights, the camera technology. That is, because that's not going to, we're not going to get to
draft
that
it
part of this anytime soon. It sounds to me like what you're aiming for is something we, in fact, as a board might end up all agreeing with. But it's a separate matter, and I don't want it to become a matter that trips up getting the necessary start to the repaving of this street.
I wasn't thinking of it that way. but
Okay.
Just that we have to, at some point before this is implemented, have an agreement as to what they can and cannot do.
Yeah.
Bernard,
That's all.
in your motion, could you add that the town administrator will work with staff to come back with a proposed MOU that would, they have a sense of the conditions we're looking for, as opposed to
Before
us
the
trying to
system-
craft it on the fly.
Before the system is turned on, we can
Yeah.
come back to you with that.
Okay. And it doesn't have to be an MOU.
Whatever it is,
figure that out.
whatever set of conditions you want.
Would it be too much of an ask for the board to include in that some kind of specific timeline for when Harvard Street will be reconsidered with all stakeholders, not any one potential group?
I would be hesitant to do that for Harvard Street outside of the context of all of DPW's other work.
Yeah.
I think it has to be integrated into their larger planning process.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I will move approval of the LaRussa contract for fiscal year '26, transportation and mobility improvements of Harvard Street in the amount of $3.182 million, conditioned on town administrator coming back to us with a set of restrictions on the use of this equipment beyond its current capabilities. And we'll trust you to come up with the appropriate conditions.
We'll give you time to edit it.
Yes.
Great, great.
Good. So, with that, all in favor, John Van Scoyac,
Thank you very much, Chair. Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Abstain.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Great. Okay, now we have a noise bylaw hearing. Are you
Yes.
introducing the
Sam,
noise bylaw anyway?
Staff will talk through it.
No, I think she's standing there for the public hearing.
Oh, okay. Great.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay, yep.
Yes, basically, so we're coming up before you also for the noise bylaw to allow night work. We included that in the contract primarily to minimize disruption during the day, particularly for commercial. And so we've worked with the contractor to determine they think maximum 10 days per phase, as I talked about, north and south. The night work would be during milling and paving, and then all the structure adjustment, all that work would happen during the day. The 10 days is probably conservative, but and the other thing is we kept it a little bit open based on weather, and we wanted to have times. We'd obviously update the board when it was going to happen. but it would be, you know, up to 10 days per phase, with actual fixed dates, to be determined based on weather and schedule as we go forward. And, the contractor is here to talk, and Sam may have more details he could add.
I would only add that, as Dan indicated, it's weather dependent. In the noise bylaw request to the select board, you can see that LaRusso Corp has laid out the tentative schedule, and that would have milling taking place the week of May 17th. As Dan also said, this is conservative. LaRusso Corporation believes that under good weather conditions that this work could be completed in as few as 2 nights per phase, or 2 nights per milling, 2 nights per paving. But of course, in the event that there's poor weather or other unforeseen errors, and then the paving operation would take place in early June, approximately 3 weeks after the milling for each phase.
Great. Any questions? Let's open the, yes.
I have one question. So when Beacon Street was done, it seemed to be had milled for 100 years. It was a long time. What was that a weather issue? I don't know if you were involved in that, but was that weather and it just prevented us from actually doing the final paving? Like, it seemed like it was a long time that we were rattling our teeth on Beacon Street.
That year was particularly rainy. We were held back significantly from our schedule. It definitely took a lot longer. And as Dan mentioned before, the intention of phasing this into 2 portions is to minimize the time that residents and visitors to our commercial areas have to deal with the milled surface. And so that's why we believe breaking this up into 2 phases is best for everyone. So we really hoped for a less rainy summer than the work on Beacon Street last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's open up the hearing. Melanie?
Okay. The chair has opened the public hearing. If there's anyone that wishes to speak, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature online, or if you're in the room, you can come to the podium.
Okay, I see Emily Jacobson's at the podium.
Hi, obviously I'm not here to speak about the noise waiver. I'm here to speak about the previous item. I'm obviously not here to speak about the noise waiver. I'm here to speak about the previous item. May I be allowed to speak, and may the other people in the room who have been waiting be allowed to speak?
Yeah, our policy is that when we, after our 15 minutes are up, if people still have comments they want to make, they can make them at the end of the meeting. I don't know what the select board wants to do about this situation. John?
Well, I'm just confused because I thought there were a bunch of statements at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
So are they
As a
coming
matter of
back?
fact, Emily made a statement.
I know, are they coming back to say the same? I don't understand.
No, there's more people.
So there's people who weren't heard the first time?
That's
right. Yes.
But do they want to speak to the noise? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be, the chair can take.
Yeah, this is a noise bylaw hearing. Paul, you object?
No. I just wanted to first, you know, I have great respect for you, Emily, and your advocacy. And David, I hope I still get invites to the Biking Brookline excursions, even though my vote. But you know, just to respect, there's a full agenda tonight. There's people waiting to give us interviews. I see a nodding head for an interview for a commission appointment. We've got warrant articles that are being presented to us tonight. We need to deliberate and vote on some warrant articles. What I would suggest is that we stick to the noise bylaw, Chair, only, and then at the end, take additional public comment on, and certainly if folks want to stick around to do that, and that can be incorporated for future policy deliberations. But that would be my suggestion, Emily. We have really a full calendar tonight.
And would
I know you're
that be
disappointed.
on additional, not people who already spoke?
Well, I'll leave that to the chair. I'm just saying, right now we should focus on the noise bylaw so we can get the rest of our work.
Let's keep to our policy that the additional public comments come at the end of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, this is our street and our tax dollars, and I believe we should have a chance to speak.
At the end of
Well, yeah, but we are the executive body of this town.
Yes, but the Transportation Board never took up this issue.
You can come after our meeting and make your comments. We're not going to get into a back and forth on this.
There are people in this room who really care about this.
I understand.
Who have
but
come to
at this
speak
point,
on this
at this
issue
point,
this
I have to
evening.
ask you to stop. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, anyone want to make comment on the noise bylaw waiver? No? Okay. I will close the hearing, and any questions from the board before we vote? Okay, hearing none. I move that we approve the request by LaRusso related to contract PW 2638, fiscal year 26, transportation and mobility improvements. So we're voting on the noise bylaw waiver. I think I misread that. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, boards and commissions interviews. We're going to start off with the Fisher Hill Uses Advisory Committee. I understand that George Cole and Pam Lodish are scheduled for tonight's interview. Are they available on Zoom?
Well, Pam's here in front of us.
Okay. Okay, you want to start off, Pam? But before you go, I'd like to just make a little statement. You know, as I've said many times, and I don't think it necessarily applies in every case, but it's important to make clear that, you know, when we look at applicants for one of our public bodies, we look at whether they have the skills necessary for that body. Do they have good ideas and perspectives? Do they have relevant diversity to ensure that all communities and perspectives are represented in the work of the public body on behalf of the town? And also, I think very, very important, can the applicant work effectively and respectfully with other members of the public body and with the town staff that will be working with the public body? I think in this case, I don't have a concern with the people we're interviewing tonight, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows that that is a criteria for our selection of people for town bodies. So with that, let's start off with Fisher Hill Uses Advisory Committee. And who's first? Up at the podium, Pam. Okay.
I appreciate that you clarified you weren't making that comment about getting
no,
along with others for the
I have
three,
no problem.
because we have three great candidates.
We've had this problem in the
Oh, I
past,
know,
so I want to make sure it's very clear, but
I know.
it's not an issue with Pam
Excuse
or
me,
George
Chair.
Cole or anyone.
Can I just confirm how many positions we are?
One.
One. Okay, thank you.
Just one. Oh, my.
And we don't have the option to extend to additional positions.
You always have that option. I'm not sure that is a good idea. I mean,
And this is a committee that's already in flight. How long has it been?
oh, it's been in place for about a year now.
Right.
Yeah. So.
It hasn't met much, I don't believe.
We've met a few times. I mean, you know, there's not much to meet since the public schools are using the site that we're interested in.
Right.
Okay, please introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in this committee.
Okay, my name is Pam Lodish. I lived on Fisher Avenue. I've lived in the neighborhood forever. I moved to Fisher Avenue 45 years ago, approximately, and then moved up the hill when we...
Could I interrupt? Just someone, I'm hearing a background noise.
Yes.
Regina, is that your computer by
Could be her device, maybe?
Is somebody listening to the meeting on a device? Not me.
We're just getting some feedback up here, sorry.
Okay, it's hard for me to hear.
Start again, and maybe we'll pick up on it again.
Is it coming from the computer here, Pam? I'm sorry.
I have no idea. I have my laptop over there, but I wasn't signed into the meeting.
Yeah, you got your phone on.
Oh, it's Dave.
We're catching some feedback from your phone. Yeah, I know. I think we're still Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, David, you don't want your phone conversation to be public record.
He's listening to me.
He's listening.
Oh.
He's hearing, I could hear myself talk. That's what-
Yeah,
that's what-
yeah.
Sorry, Pam.
All right. Well, I've been in the neighborhood for forever. I've been active in the neighborhood forever. I have been, and I care about the Fisher Hill neighborhood. I participated for many years in the reconstruction of the When the underground reservoir was abandoned and we had property and then we built affordable housing, I was part of a team that took a long time to come to a good answer and have buildings that fit into the neighborhood but met the needs of the community. I also then was on the committee to develop the Fisher Hill Park. And that took another long time, but it's a great asset in our community as well. I've had board experience. I've had professional experience. I know about, I was told somehow that you were interested in getting someone, and this is totally reasonable, that had financial experience. So I can tell you that as an undergraduate, I majored in accounting. I have always had professional jobs that involve budgeting and managing the budget well. I did private construction management for clients for up to many millions of dollars. And I was at one point the associate director of the Harvard College Observatory, responsible for the entire physical plant. So managing a budget isn't my issue. I have skill set in that. I have skill set in board experience. I have passion for the neighborhood, which is why we stayed there when we chose to sell our home and moved up the hill. So do you have any questions for me?
I have a question for each of the candidates. Let's see, let me find it here. So what skills and perspectives, and you answered this to some degree, would you bring to the committee to enable it to sort through the many ideas that people will have and come to a decision that will address the needs and wants of every part of the town?
I'm very passionate about making sure that we are very careful to consider all the various housing, the pool, or the making place for the senior center, for example. I mean, I know those are themes that have been that are being presented, and I think we have to evaluate them all, look at integrate it with a comprehensive plan, and see that we can do the best for the community. And I would say that I was certainly an advocate when the Newberry College was for sale. I worked very closely with the neighborhood itself, and we came in really in a very positive way to support it. And I would hope that no matter what decision the committee came up with, I could be an integral part of promoting it and getting the neighborhood to accept it as well.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, I just want to say, by way of preface, not just to Pam, but to the other candidates, I happen to think Fisher Hill is one of the great success stories that we can claim in Brookline in terms of what we have seen done over the years to kind of take advantage of what's there, improve upon what's there, improve upon Fisher Hill as a resource for the entire town. I'll just cite a little bit of examples quickly. I think a lot of people don't realize that there is a considerable subsidized housing in the area of Fisher Hill, and some of the nicest subsidized housing in the town. It's of a type that you don't see very much around the town other than on Fisher Hill. There is also, the example of what is now the Newberry Senior Residence Complex, Senior Care Complex. I know people, including one former select board member, who are very happy with their situation now that they have been able to move into that residence. And that didn't just happen by accident. It happened by dint of a lot of effort put in by a lot of people to take advantage of a situation that fell into our laps when the Newberry College closed. And one thing after another was done just right so that we end up with a new complex, serves a lot of people, spun off. How many millions of dollars for the Brookline Housing Authority to build 60 additional units? $6.25 million for the Housing Affordability Trust. Yeah, that then resulted in an additional 60 units of BHA. So this is a precious town resource, and I'm really glad that we're attracting a lot of really substantial and talented people to serve on this Fisher Hill Advisory Committee. I don't know how we're going to choose between the three people before us tonight. I want to say one more thing about Pam, and Pam, excuse me for rattling on while you're standing there. She hasn't mentioned it, but she is a passionate advocate and really has proven her advocacy in very substantial ways for mental health, and has been, a long time supporter of the Brookline Community Mental Health Center. In a way, what we do with Fisher Hill, this Fisher Hill opportunity going forward, is, I think, arguably going to, in various ways, intersect with the mental health of this community, depending on what services we provide there, depending on what needs we take care of there. So I'm really glad you came forward, and good luck to you and to the other candidates tonight.
Thank you. And my husband and I are very proud to have been able to support the Brookline Community Mental Health Center. We chose to, that is our community project. I mean, there's so many good nonprofits in Brookline. I'm of the mind that you do a lot for one versus a little for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So we were proud to do that. I would also say I was involved with the Newberry as well, and trying to work diligently with the developer to make sure that when we finished, it was not only accepted by the community, but it was fit architecturally within the town, within the neighborhood as well.
Yeah.
So it's, I think, fabulous.
Beautifully, yeah.
Paul?
Yep. Pam, thanks so much for coming out tonight and being patient to wait.
Now, I'm late to the advisory committee, but
Yes, I know, and that's an important role that you have. But, one of the things that I know about you is, one, you are certainly a very generous donor. You've helped raise money for a number of important initiatives, and I think John had alluded to the community mental health. One of the things about finding a successful outcome on top of the hill is really being able to reach out into your network and hear from them. Could you speak a little bit about the diversity of your network? I know you've got neighborhood relationships because you're integral to the neighborhood, but could you talk a little bit about the other network within Brookline, institutional as well as?
Well, I would say that when I was on the school committee, and many years ago I was chair of the school committee, but that involved much more reaching out to the entire community and working with all kinds of divergent views, and some we were successful and some were struggles. But I would say that I certainly have the ability, and I know people in all the different precincts in Brookline,
Yeah.
and work with them. But I wouldn't say that I have, for example, a strong network specific in any one area.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm
diverse.
I would say for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm good.
If you want to be.
No, I'm happy to stay. You can ask me more questions, but I know that
No,
you're
that's-
behind schedule, so I'm sure you'd be happy if I just went
Yeah.
back down to the advisory committee.
Right. Oh, yes, please go do that part. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Pam.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay, is George Cole on?
He said he was going to be here tonight, but I don't see him online.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
And was there another, wasn't Mike Sandman going to?
Mike, but Mike said he's not available till after 9:30, so we agreed that he would go to a future date.
Okay.
Bernard and I talked about it, and Mike agreed.
Okay, then let's move on to our next item, or our next interview, which is for the Arts Commission, right?
Yes. And our candidate is online.
And we have Candon Baradaran online, okay.
Yes.
Hi,
Good
please
evening.
introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in the Arts Commission.
Good evening, Chairman Green and Select Committee. My name is Candon Baradaran. I've been a Brookline resident for a total of over 30 years. I grew up in Brookline and graduated Brookline High School. I went to Heath School for elementary. And then as an adult, I lived in Brookline, most recently for the last 11 years here in Coolidge Corner. I've spent 30 years in the biotech industry, and last summer I stopped working, and I'm now interested in giving back to the community that I've lived in and loved for all these years. And so when I noticed that the town of Brookline was looking for somebody to help with the Commission for Arts, I thought that was something that I might be able to contribute to. For the record, I've also applied to the Conservation Commission. I'm a scientist by training. I spent the last 30 years in biotech across the river in Cambridge primarily. The last 12 years in the gene therapy space. I'm very well connected with the adjoining industries of Harvard, MIT, and some of the biotech industries that are living and participating in our community here in Brookline. But where I think you were asking, Chairman, about what skills I might bring to the table. So my hobbies have always included art and also ecology, and I get a lot of inspiration on the art side from two places. One is the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, where I find it to be almost like a second home to me. And as you might know, Isabella Stewart Gardner opened that palace. She built and opened it about 100 years ago with the intention of bringing art into the community and opening up her home. The palace was actually built as a museum so that the community could come and visit. At first, it was free, and even today, it's a very small amount that you pay to get in. And she just filled it with all kinds of art and artifacts from around the world. And I've always been inspired by that. I also take inspiration from the city of Key West that has done some very interesting things in their city with respect to public spaces, including sidewalk art that they've done, and they've done murals. They've done poetry in the sidewalks. They've done sculptures. There's a very famous sculptor down there, John Martini, and he does a lot for the city there. And they have a number of public displays of his art, and he's donated his very large iron sculptures. And, we do that here in Brookline. We have the turkeys, and we have murals, and we have these beautiful painted benches now. But I think we can do more. We have a number of open storefronts that could benefit from just some temporary displays. I'm not sure what we're doing with our local artists and with our schools, but I see that there might be some possibilities of encouraging them to come together and doing some projects together. I think the Art Commission also has some leanings towards cultural diversity, and I'll point out that I was born in Iran. I have many Jewish friends. I have many friends here in Brookline who are Catholic or Christian or Jewish or from all walks of life. And so I've always felt comfortable standing in the middle of a lot of different cultural aspects of society here. And that's one of the things I love about Brookline is the diversity here, because I also lived in Weston for a number of years, and it wasn't nearly as fun to live there, to be honest. So that's me. Maybe I'll just stop there and let you ask your questions.
Okay, well, you answered the question that I had, but maybe you can elaborate on, what is a big, bodacious idea that you think that Brookline ought to think about incorporating into our art scene?
Well, some of the things that we might consider, so in Key West, there's this concept of one human family. And to me, that resonates very much for us here in Brookline. We have so many different people from different parts of the world and different cultural and religious beliefs. And for me, unifying theme is the one human family. And some of the things that the city of Key West has done is they have, for example, mosaic inlay, one human family design in some of the important centers where they have, in the sidewalk, in the ground. they have sculptures for that, and then they did before Governor DeSantis overturned that. They had painted some of their crosswalks with rainbow colors in the center, right where Duval Street has, basically where they do the New Year's celebrations with their drag queens and things. And I thought that was, for me, the big audacious idea was to do something along those lines, was to see if that conversation has happened in terms of what we're doing with sidewalks or with our crosswalks, and if there's room for that, if there's interest for that. So I'm new to city governance, and obviously, I'm still just beginning to network with the people who are kind of driving a lot of these ideas and decisions. But I'm always happy to listen to what other people have to bring to the table. But that was one of the things that I thought we might talk about here in Brookline.
I think that's a great idea. It's a theme that could be part of our art scene, but also a theme that relates to how we view ourselves as a community. So anyway, any other select board members have questions? John?
I just want to say, I hope that if you join the Arts Council, that you will bring a little bit of Key West to Brookline. And I'm envisioning the day when, just like they do in Key West, we all gather at the westernmost point. I hope I'm reciting it correctly, of the peninsula, our little peninsula, and we all toast the setting of the sun raucously. Because that's one of the charms of Key West. There's a lot of other
That's
charms
right.
of Key West. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if you look down Harvard Street from Coolidge Corner, you can, during a certain time of the year, you can watch the sunset right down there. I've done that before. It's a lot of fun.
See, it's obvious she's already thinking about this.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
But thank you for applying for the Arts Commission.
Yeah.
Of course.
And we don't have the problem of a governor who doesn't like the one human family. So, anyway, did you want to?
Yes, just looking at your resume, I see that your background is heavy in the sciences, and you do list arts as a hobby. Not that this is a prerequisite, of course, but I'm curious, have you had any art affiliations of some kind or other experience serving on art councils or art groups or anything you want to elaborate on there?
I have not. I mean, I've taken a number of continuing ed art classes at Brookline High School, and I've taken some painting classes and some mosaic classes, but I have never been on any other councils. The only other boards I've been on are nonprofit, sort of biotechy type of boards. And I continue to serve on a nonprofit board right now, but I have not been on any other art councils and things like that. But that's a very relevant question.
Michael?
I know one of the recommendations of the Public Bodies Handbook is to attend a meeting of the commission or the public body that you're interested in joining. So I'm wondering, first of all, if you have attended a meeting of the Brookline Commission for the Arts, and if you have, what was your impression of the work or before the commission, or the way in which that meeting was conducted?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. To be honest with you, I've only just recently applied and I haven't attended a meeting yet. And I have poked around the website a bit. What I noticed is that they haven't really posted much on that website since 2024. Last year seems to have been kind of gone silent a little bit. So I was a little bit curious about that. And I definitely, if there's anybody that's on the call right now that's on that commission, I would love to arrange to meet with someone and talk to them, even if it's not a formal meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Paul.
Yeah, one very quick question. First, thanks for coming forward. You have some really interesting ideas. So you mentioned that you're also applying for another commission. And so can I ask you, do you have a preference?
I have a lot of time on my hands right now, and I don't necessarily have a preference. I would like to serve the community where there's the greatest need and where the committee might see me fit the best. You know who you have and who your other candidates are. For the Conservation Commission, obviously I'm a scientist. I'm a hobby tree grower. I've grown some mahogany saplings in Key West, and here in Brookline, I'm growing, for better or for worse, oak and maple trees here in my porch for whoever wants them. But other than that, I love both things. That's my other hobby. I also belong to the Association for the Preservation of Cape Cod, and so as a scientist, I've always been interested in ecology and preservation of our coastlines and waterways, and making sure that we have in the urban communities enough trees, so that the birds, especially the migrating birds, have a place to feed and to nest. Um, and we're seeing a lot of deterioration. We're seeing a lot of trees getting cut down in cities, uh, in Cape Cod as well as Key West, as well as here in Brookline, and we don't always replace them. If we do, sometimes they're much younger trees that don't always survive, and they obviously don't have the same canopy as a much taller, older tree. So it takes many more years to reestablish the shade and the canopy and the diversity that you have with an older tree. So that's another area that's of interest to me, but I'll leave it up to you guys to see where you see me and where you have the greatest need, because that's something that I don't really know.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. We appreciate your application, and we will make our decisions at a later meeting. But thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, next, Meredith, before you go, can we take a break?
Yeah.
Just a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Why not?
Ready?
We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We are back, and the next item on our agenda is the special town meeting warrant articles, which is a public hearing, since it's the first time we've heard this. And I see Meredith Mooney is at the podium, is going to begin the introduction of this warrant article, or these two warrant articles, really.
Good evening, Select Board. Thank you, Chair Green. Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director. So here tonight to present an update on the Chestnut Hill commercial overlay zoning package of warrant articles. There are two articles. One is a proposed set of amendments to the zoning bylaw that would incorporate the proposed overlay zoning. And then the second is authorization from town meeting for the Select Board to enter into a memorandum of agreement as well as a tax certainty agreement with City Realty, which is the largest property owner in the Chestnut Hill commercial area of the Chestnut Hill Office Park, which is at 1280 to 1330 Boylston Street.
Okay. And by the way, I'd like to have the hearing for both warrant articles at the same time, unless anyone objects. Okay, good.
Okay. So for the purpose of this evening, the Select Board has already held a public hearing before the decision was made to move forward.
And wait, could you speak up or speak in? I can't.
Is this better?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. So the Select Board has discussed the proposed zoning and putting this on the warrant several times over the past couple of months.
Many times.
So for the purpose of tonight's meeting and my presentation, I think we were thinking that Select Board member Michael Rubenstein has a slide deck with a presentation about the contents of the MOA. That's not something that we've discussed as extensively within the context of public meetings, so we were thinking we might start off with that, and then I can provide a series of updates about sort of the status of the zoning. There have been some changes in terms of friendly amendments that we've been gathering, and board and committee review that we can provide updates on. The board has also received several communications from property owners within the Chestnut Hill study area, so I thought I would just bring everyone up to speed and answer any questions and walk you through some of the proposed friendly amendments that we would like for you to consider when you're ready to formally amend the warrant article.
Good.
Do you want to bring up the slide deck?
Are you going to speak from there, or do you want to go there?
Whatever is your preference.
Speak from there.
Okay.
Sorry, Michael, I have to go. I didn't know I was driving the slide deck. I got to go grab it.
So I'm not on the Zoom, so.
The storm?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was the vent system.
Yeah. My apologies.
Raining hard.
Someone left their phone here.
Oh.
Put it in the Select Board office and.
No.
No? Okay, sorry. No, we don't want to take responsibility.
Don't put it in.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean you put it in, but give it to us to put it in.
Michael, can I just ask for a timing? Like, how long are we will it take to explain stuff, and then we'll?
Hopefully 5 minutes or less.
Okay.
I'm trying to be quick.
Okay.
Much appreciated.
It's a first.
So noted.
We'll put that in the minutes. Okay.
Sorry, I'm having trouble finding the slide deck.
I appreciate Regina making a funny instead of giving us grief. I said, I appreciate Regina making a funny instead of giving us grief.
All right.
No, that's okay. You didn't need to hear it.
It was a compliment.
It was a compliment.
Okay.
Did you find the owner? No. Yep.
thinking they might be trying to call it, right? The owner might be trying to call it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
I do many things for this town.
And they're all appreciated.
Okay. So Warrant Article 2 is an authorization for the Select Board to enter into a memorandum of agreement and a tax certainty agreement with City Realty. Next slide. Or you can just scroll down. I see it there.
Sorry, it's catching up. Oh, no.
It's not catching.
Be good practice for town meeting, Michael.
Okay.
Okay. So, as Meredith mentioned, City Realty is the largest property owner in the study area. They're represented in this screen by the large yellow block on the western edge. You can see sort of a small dashed line, which is the Newton border, which runs down the middle of Route 9 or Boylston Street in that area, and then curves around the western edge of their site. Next slide.
What is the yellow parcel at the eastern end?
They also own that parcel,
Okay.
but it's not part of this agreement.
Okay, good.
Okay, and the next slide, we can skip the timeline. We've gone over this. Okay, so within the MOA, there is a description of the project that they intend to build and the phasing. It consists of 3 projects, buildings A on the right, B and C. A is a 14-story building that includes retail, hotel, condos, parking, 2.5 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. There's a large plaza between Building A and Building B. Building B has 2 floors of retail, 2 floors of parking, and 8 floors of medical office. And Building C has 6 floors of rental apartments and 1 floor of parking above and 1 floor of parking below ground. Okay. The planning department contracted with RKG Associates to come up with a fiscal model to analyze the benefits to the town. We have plugged in parameters from City Realty in terms of the program that they intend to build, as well as market parameters for data like the square foot rental for medical office or retail space, or the expected rentals for the units and the costs of the condos. And then use our budgets in order to estimate costs for the businesses and the residents of this space, and have come up with these ranges of estimates based on their current design. So in the end, the net new tax growth is somewhere between $4.2 and $6.3 million per year of annual net new tax growth, and that takes into account both the cost of services, such as schools and fire and police and other town services, as well as the cost, as well as the income that we already received from these 4 parcels, which is roughly $1.1 million. Okay. There was a lot of questions about how much commercial we would get out of this project. One of the select board's directions for the creation of this study was to incentivize net new commercial tax growth. And there are both mechanisms within the zoning and the MOA in order to incentivize net new tax growth in the largest amount possible. The results of what their program proposes in terms of the percentage of the sites that are commercial tax is measured in 2 ways. One, you can measure it just by comparing the square feet, but we've also, with the consultation from the Economic Development Advisory Board, created a set of effective factors for particular commercial uses. These are uses that either benefit the town economically, such as a hotel which provides excise tax as well as property taxes, or uses which reflect neighborhood preferences, such as small retail or medium-sized retail for neighborhood access and use. Okay. So now I'd like to go into, actually, it's a series of 4 slides that talk about the contents of the MOA, and I've divided them into 3 sections. The first is a set of town benefits. In previous conversations, we've talked about the $24 million of benefits. Most of that, though not all, is described in this list. It includes the almost $11 million payment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is the largest set of payments to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in its history. The second largest one we talked about earlier, which is the Well Tower project on Fisher Hill. There will be 21 units as reflected in our inclusionary zoning bylaw within Building C, available to people with 50% AMI or below. For the first time, we have established a 2% hard construction cost payment to the town for improvements to our infrastructure, both transportation, streetscape, and public safety infrastructure, based on the estimates that we've gotten from City Realty of roughly $600 million in hard construction costs. We're expecting approximately $12 million of infrastructure contributions to the town that will be paid out over the course of the building projects. And I'll talk about the details of that in a couple of slides. There's also some smaller benefits to the town. There's contributions to nonprofits, access to conference rooms, and they are exploring the prospect of a business improvement district. Next slide. In addition to all those town benefits, the MOA lays out a number of protections for the town that protect the town from various adverse conditions or risks that we want to mitigate, that we would like to mitigate. The first thing to note is both the MOA and the tax certainty agreement will be registered along the chain of title for the 4 parcels that make up the City Realty properties. The MOA will get registered as soon as all of the town conditions are met, which is practically speaking when the AG approves the town meeting warrant articles. And the 95-year tax certainty agreement for all 4 parcels will be registered with the chain of title upon delivery of the certificate of occupancy for the first building. And the tax certainty agreement's registration is a condition of the MOA. They have also agreed not to file any 40B comprehensive permit applications for as long as the MOA is in force, and a number of the other conditions below, fossil-free fuel buildings, the transportation demand management plan, et cetera, are all special permit conditions within the MOA. We have addressed concerns expressed by the neighborhood about the possibility that they could build one of the buildings or 2 of the buildings and not complete the program. So for Building B, which is the medical office building, which they have said will probably be the 3rd building that they pull a building permit for and construct, we have introduce penalties for delays in the medical office building construction. Both delay, there is a section of the zoning which says that they can't get the building, the certificate of occupancy for Building C if they build that first and they haven't broken ground and delivered proof of financing for Building B. And there are additional penalties for delays in the medical office building in the case that they actually break ground, but they don't actually complete the medical office building within a certain number of years. And those penalties are actually based on the assessed value of the medical office building as the building permit indicates would be constructed. The construction mitigation impact is $400,000 set aside for any parts of the streetscape that are damaged during the construction process, and the following details: the hotel occupancy, the unbundled parking fees, the waste management plan for the demolition, and the building cost fundings are all separate items within the MOA. Next slide. The third slide is a set of community protections and benefits. So these are all issues that are either brought up by the community members or offered by City Realty in order to make the site more welcoming, accessible, and integrated with the neighborhood. The first two are really the significant neighborhood benefits. We've agreed, and City Realty has agreed, that there will be no vehicular access except for access by emergency vehicles from Heath Street. That is actually in the MOA, and subsequent to the MOA, we also put this in the zoning. The pedestrian access path from Heath Street to Boylston Street include access to the large site open space directly from both ends as well. So access to the ground floor retail will all be available through pedestrian access paths spanning the property.
Sure.
The third item, the landscape buffer at the western edge, was a relatively recent addition that came from a suggestion from the neighborhood. But there is, in Building C, a long wall that extends the most of the length of the western border of the site. And there was concern about what the presence of a 7-story building wall would be. So they have agreed within the 40-foot setback that we have established on the western edge to fill that with dense vegetation as well, so that will both serve as a sound buffer and a visual buffer to both the neighbors within Brookline as well as the condo buildings in Newton. The public EV chargers, the shuttle, and the signage dimming after midnight are also conditions with the MOA. And as Janice mentioned before, earlier during public comment, there are additional neighborhood benefits that are under negotiation between City Realty, the Precinct 14 and 15 TMMs, which Janice is leading, and the town. Next slide. I wanted to just spend a few seconds on what there were possible uses for the 2% hard construction costs, the $12 million. These include the opportunity for traffic improvement, design, and implementation, hopefully in coordination with much larger contributions by Mass DOT. A blue bike station is mentioned explicitly, various streetscape improvements, trees, benches, etc. And also public safety infrastructure is an option if we choose to use it, which would include potentially a ladder truck and equipment. Next slide. The 95-year tax certainty agreement is intended to protect the town from two particular risks. The first risk is that if a building is sold to a tax-exempt organization, they are exempt from paying property taxes to the town. The 95-year tax certainty agreement says that if a building is sold to a tax-exempt organization, then the owner must continue to make payments to the town equal to what the property taxes would have been. There was a question raised at the AC meeting last night about whether those taxes would increase over time, and the answer is yes, because the calculation of those taxes would be tied to the assessed value of the building itself. The second protection built into the 95-year tax certainty agreement, and this is, I think, not part of previous tax certainty agreements that we have engaged in, is a protection for the excise taxes of the hotel, so that if the hotel is converted to a different use, then there's a calculation that's performed based on average hotel excise taxes across the region, and the owner must continue to make payments to the town equal to those hotel excise taxes. I've included in for your convenience in the slide deck a list of all of the terms that have been established within the MOA and where they're referenced, in case you need to know what the hotel and condo buildings exist or what we define as the town. And that is all I have for any questions. And back to you, Meredith.
Very good. Any questions from the select board? Paul?
Thanks, Michael. So we got a couple of memos one from Dick Benka, which I think are some amendments that have been proposed. Maybe some boards have already accepted them. I think some of these things may impact the MOA. I don't know. And then also Janice Kahn's work that she's doing.
Yes.
So can you let us know how much is already incorporated into the MOA, if anything, from what we've received, or would that still need to be done?
Okay, so Meredith, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all of Mr. Benka's proposals were amendments to Warrant Article 1, and Ms. Mooney is going to go over those subsequently. Some of those have been accepted as friendly amendments, some of them have not, or as proposed friendly amendments, so proposed to the Select Board. EDAB has reviewed some amendments, some additional amendments proposed by Janice Kahn, and also proposed by Ken Lewis, and also accepted by Janice Kahn. So there's sort of a few proposed friendly amendments that fit into that bucket, and those, Meredith, will be going over all of them. With regard to what Janice is referring to, so there are really three buckets of issues that are being worked amongst her proposal. The first include a set of changes to the zoning. They're relatively well understood, but are being held while we work a number of the issues to the MOA, so that can all be sort of brought together as a cohesive set, because there are some interrelationships between the zoning amendments and the MOA. And then there is a condition about the contents of the design advisory team, which really has to be integrated with the planning board and planning department and their processes. And those are still also being worked.
So so her stuff is still outstanding. It needs to be worked on, which we're not voting tonight anyway. But I would strongly encourage, first I know she's not here, she spoke earlier, thank Janice for her work.
Yeah.
She's been able to work with city and also their legal representation to come to some consensus, which I think is important for this thing to pass. I think it greatly improves the probability of this thing passing at town meeting, a 2/3 vote. And I'm hoping that when this gets over to land use, maybe they're taking it up tonight, I'm not sure what.
No, they're not taking
it up tonight. That they will continue to seriously consider those changes and incorporate those, so when it comes back to us, it's in a better form.
And I will also add to those changes that some of her changes provide additional mechanisms for the town to work with other property owners to create memoranda of agreement and build those relationships.
So that's, and I want to follow up on that point, if I may, Bernard, but before I say that, I think it would be really helpful for this effort if the board tonight could in some way share back to advisory that we would like to have them continue to move forward seriously with the work that Janice has initiated, and that there's some agreement around. I don't know the best way to do that, whether it's
we don't know what her proposals are yet. I mean,
yeah. So her proposals, which are,
I know what the
they were
proposals are,
sent
but
to
they're not fully.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, Bernard, is that she has agreement with city, and city has agreed with her, which is bringing the neighborhood along, and also the five that we call them the Chestnut Hill Five, the town meeting members. And again, I don't even need to know the details yet, but I think that AC, the land use subcommittee, would benefit from hearing from us to say, I'm not saying which ones to accept or not accept, but that work is important to drive consensus to bring a vote at town meeting that would exceed a 2/3 vote. I think that our encouragement of that continued collaboration would be good, and they can help adjudicate what would work and what would not work, and it will come back to us. We're not going to be editing articles tonight. So that's just that's a suggestion. How we do that, we can talk about it, or if we do it. But.
Yeah. Thank you to Michael for the presentation. Thank you to Paul for the comments. I have been advised today that there, in fact, may be yet another wrinkle to all of this. if that's, I hope that's the right word. Not disparaging that at all. In that, and this came out of a land use committee meeting the other day, I'm told. People are beginning to ask the question, why not just, for now, stick to the City Realty owned parcels, since they're the only developer that's really in front of us right now with a plan, and an enormous amount of work has been done towards figuring out how zoning can be adjusted in a way that allows them to go forward with a very ambitious project and have it, as they say, pencil out. You know, even with all of these kinds of concessions that Michael has just been referencing. And we haven't done that work with any of the other developers. I mean, we haven't even begun to try to match what might be our proposed zoning changes, or what are in this the current proposal as proposed zoning changes, to sort of measure them against what are the likely asks from those developers. And once that happens, there's going to be, just think about the process we've gone through with Chestnut Hill West in terms of trying to find some kind of, some kind of common ground between a zoning proposal and what they are saying they need if this is going to be a financially feasible development. Without there being a proposal in front of us, we don't really know what's going to happen to the growth company's proposals. We don't really know what's going to happen to the, what is it called? WS development parcels. Why are we trying to solve that problem? It's enough for one day to solve the challenge of coming up with acceptable zoning and an acceptable development plan that will get 2/3 vote at town meeting, having to do just with the City Realty parcels. So, you know, my reaction when I had a conversation about this with someone was, I can't believe that this didn't really occur to people until just within the past week. And the reaction of the person I was speaking to was, neither can I, and neither can anybody. But all of a sudden, people are seriously talking about that, and I think it deserves serious consideration. Okay. And so I just want to put that out in front of people. I know it's out there, and I think people are going to be hearing about it.
Okay, David?
So I just want, I echo John's sentiments, especially in the area of the tax certainty agreement. I do have some concern about providing upzoning without a guarantee, a tax certainty agreement, because why would we, exactly. So zoning is our leverage for a tax certainty agreement. With City Realty, we're going to have an MOA. We don't yet have MOAs with the other parcel owners. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible that we could reach some kind of MOA agreement with some of the others, even if it's very limited. I'm a little concerned because town meeting's rapidly approaching, but I don't completely foreclose that possibility. And so I'm wondering if tonight we'll hear a little bit more about growth companies' plans, WS's plans, where they are in terms of possibly entering into MOA agreements, agreeing to tax certainty agreements. And then I also want to emphasize a point Paul made earlier in a slightly different context regarding the communication to the land use subcommittee about the vital importance of respecting the fact that Janice Kahn, the Chestnut Hill Advisory Group, and City Realty are essentially in agreement on most points. And I think that message needs to be relayed, because that obviously shows that there's buy-in from two camps that not so long ago seemed that they were very far apart. Yeah. So that's very positive news.
I guess my concern is they know that. When Janice is up there talking to them now. So what, I mean, we're telling them something that they know. I mean, how are they going to take that?
Well, Bernard, I think that we don't give ourselves credit for kind of the weight of our words. And on something that is this impactful, and the work that Mike, I mean, you've done an amazing job. I think everybody has. But it's still risky to see this pass a town meeting. And to hear from the board that we are encouraged, I don't know what words you want to use, but we're encouraged that there seems to be a breakthrough with some agreement of consensus with the neighborhood, South Brookline town meeting members and City Realty, And we would encourage that we go in that direction, somehow positively send that. I don't know what the words are to use, but I think it's important to do. I think what we say does matter, Bernard.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
As long
Just
as
a nudge.
As long as it doesn't clash.
We're not
with-
committing, we're just nudging.
Michael.
I also want to respect the fact that Chaz had his hand. Okay. So to some of your points, there is more to present, and I would encourage us to give Ms. Mooney the floor again to talk to both the question that you raised, Paul, about, or David, about the other owners and the other amendments.
Okay.
Thank you.
The floor
Okay.
is yours, Meredith.
So, overview of what I'm going to cover in terms of what I think are the important updates to highlight. Last week and this week, a busy week in terms of public hearings and board and committee votes on the proposed warrant articles. Last week on Monday, EDAB voted unanimously favorable action on special town meeting 1, but then separately they also endorsed a scope of friendly amendments that staff presented, which I'm going to share with you this evening. Between Monday and Thursday, the scope of what was included in those proposed friendly amendments expanded to include some of the proposed amendments that Mr. Benka had submitted. So the Planning Board and HAB met in a joint public hearing regarding special town meeting warrant article 1. The Planning Board voted in a vote of 6 in support, 1 abstention for favorable action on the zoning warrant article and endorsed unanimously the proposed set of friendly amendments. They also adopted, subject to town meeting approval, the set of design guidelines, which is a companion piece that the Planning Board will be using as reference as they review applications that come through the Chestnut Hill Overlay District. Those were approved unanimously. Housing Advisory Board, unanimous vote for favorable action on special town meeting 1, and then also unanimously endorsed the scope of amendments presented. Upcoming public hearings, last night we were at Advisory Land Use Subcommittee. That meeting has been continued to April 22nd. We have back-to-back public hearing commitments on April 22nd. We'll also be going to the Housing Advisory Board. They voted on the zoning, but they also would like to hold a public hearing and potentially vote on warrant article 2. Prior to that, what day is it? So tomorrow we'll actually be at the Zoning Emissions Advisory Board for a public hearing. We'll be going back to the Planning Board on April 16th because they wanted the opportunity to vote to support, or review any additional proposed friendly amendments. And then we're slated to go before full advisory on April 30th. So just an update, there's been several communications that the town select board have received from property owners within the Chestnut Hill commercial area. So just for the sake of getting everyone on the same page and summarizing where things stand. So the light green here is WS Development. They own the street on the Newton side. And WS has, I believe it was last week, they submitted a letter formally opposing the zoning. They're concerned about the minimum parking requirements particularly in the 4.0 sub-district where the City Realty redevelopment proposal would be. They're concerned that there's the potential for a development to be underparked, and given that the adequate parking capacity wouldn't be provided, there would increase demand for their surface parking and create a lot of operational challenges for them in the management of their property. You also received a letter from the green properties here. This is Salvatore Capital Properties. They have come out and supported the zoning. And then there was also a letter from Chestnut Hill Realty Ventures, which is the Heath and Sheaf 40B developer. They're received their comprehensive permit. It's under litigation. You know, they intend to follow through with that, but they did express interest in sort of the outcomes and, giving serious consideration to any alternative redevelopment pathways that might be presented to them as part of this overlay zoning. So for growth companies, I have a couple other slides. I'm not quite sure where they stand in terms of formally supporting or opposing the zoning at this point, but we did continue to have conversations with them about additional amendments beyond the amendments that you considered before you finalized the special town meeting warrant article on March 17th.
Meredith, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Just to clarify on WS Development, they did they opposed it for the parking minimums, as you mentioned, but they also had a very significant concern about the traffic pattern. They raised that as well as in their letter, asking for an independent traffic study or review. Is that correct?
Yes, I think
Okay,
that was
I
also
think
a
that's
request.
important that when we talk about that letter, there was two really big points, and it wasn't just about parking minimums.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So this is an excerpt from the letter that we received from Salvatore Capital Property Partners, and I think it helpful sort of concise summary of really what we're trying to do in terms of providing the zoning framework to create more incentives for property owners to, look for meaningful redevelopment and reinvestment in their sites, which they feel the current zoning really does not provide. So recent proposed and requested zoning changes, I'm going to talk about growth companies. I'm going to pull up a Word document and we're going to review some track changes, which we can go through quickly. And then I will talk about, answer any questions, talk more about Mr. Benka's proposed amendments. I was prepared to talk about the amendments Janice Khan had proposed, but it sounds like that still needs some additional thought, and we can really tackle that in AC subcommittee discussions and circle back. So growth companies on the left side, these are all of their requests that they raised back in mid-March, where they really felt that the current overlay zoning did not provide any pathways for them to redevelop their properties. They asked for some accommodations, which the select board, with input from the Economic Development Advisory Board, agreed to incorporate into the zoning, sort of resolving the most significant hurdles as presented by growth companies. We continued to have conversations with them about some additional proposed amendments, and in reviewing these at the staff level, and we have circled back to growth companies' legal representation to sort of relay our conclusions. We feel that several of these are adequately addressed in the zoning, and they were asking for a level of specificity that we weren't providing for any other potential property owners or developers in the study area, and that, ultimately it would be through the design review process and special permit process that, the required zoning setbacks were going to land where they were going to land. But we do feel like in order to meet the dimensional requirements they were saying that they would need, particularly for the Tully Street lot, the opportunities exist for them in the current zoning. The one proposed amendment that we think is reasonable and we're happy to continue working with them on, but was ruled out of scope by the moderator, is the idea of adding different step back requirements for developments that are sort of in that lower scale. They're proposing buildings that don't exceed 7 stories. The step back requirements were really contemplating larger, taller scale development. So again, we've conveyed to growth companies their legal representation that we think this is reasonable. We're willing to continue to work with them with proposed amendments to the zoning, perhaps as their own development proposal becomes a little bit more clearly defined.
So a quick question I have on that, around a tax certainty agreement. Have they expressed a willingness to do that? At what point would we have an answer to that?
So, and I can circle back to the very important kind of critical question raised by Select Board Member Van Scoyac, and we've discussed this before in discussions about this proposed rezoning. The challenge with the challenge with growth companies and being able to negotiate an MOA where a tax certainty agreement might be part of that MOA is that the proposal that they have submitted includes property. They're in the process of assembling the residential properties facing Heath Street that abut their commercial properties that front onto Boylston Street. But they do not currently own or control all of the properties that they would need in order to follow through with the development proposal that they shared with us. So it would not make any sense for the town to go through the exercise of negotiating an MOA and a tax certainty agreement on property that growth companies has no control over, and that couldn't get into the chain of title. So that's really an obstacle specific to growth companies in terms of our ability to, even if their proposal, which is still very conceptual at this point, was further along, the fact that it includes property they don't own means we wouldn't be able to do that. However, in the zoning, we currently have 2, and depending on the outcomes of Ms. Khan's proposed amendments, there could be a third potential sort of placeholder that we have strategically included in the zoning that would provide relief from certain zoning requirements subject to an agreement with the select board. And those discussions about an agreement for relief from certain aspects of the zoning are going to be the future select board's opportunity to broach the subject of an MOA and tax certainty agreement.
Paul?
Yeah, so, thanks, Meredith, and I'm gonna kind of zero in a little bit on John's comments and David's, because they got me thinking here. But, you know, Michael, rightly so, asked me a while back, Paul, would you want the zoning to be brought forward and approved by town meeting without a memorandum of agreement and a tax certainty agreement in place? And my answer was, hell no. That's a package. We need that, right? Because we wouldn't want to give away the zoning, because that's our leverage, without getting an MOA or tax certainty agreement. Why are we willing to do that with growth companies or these other parcels? I mean, I don't understand why we're giving away our leverage to negotiate. Just let me get, I know his hand's up and your hand's up. If I could just get my question out, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Why would we give away our leverage with growth companies or WS or whoever these other landowners are, but we're not willing to give it away with city? This whole project, we've spent 90% of our time talking about city realty. Every conversation's about city realty. Your whole presentation was about city realty, right? MOA, a tax certainty agreement. Every public hearing I go to, I've sat on EDAB for a year. It was all about city realty's program. We never talked about the rest of the zoning that I can remember. There was no attention on it. Why on earth are we giving away our leverage with zoning without having an MOA and a tax certainty agreement for these other major parcels, which is part of the comp plan, by the way, but we're not willing to do it for city?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Chaz?
Well, I mean, it's just, I didn't mean to try and cut you off. When we started this, now more than 2 years ago, it was about the zoning writ large, and there are ample opportunities through the special permit process, through what Meredith is talking about, conditioning things on approval of the select board, that allow you to still have that opportunity for tax certainty if they want to do things above and beyond. But there's also this question of, right, like, do you want to, like Salvatore, for example, like, if we didn't go into this under the assumption that for every single project, large or small, we would need to be able to do this in order to get a tax certainty agreement. For larger scale projects, I think you're right. You want to make sure that you're not, creating and setting that up. But I'm just, what I go back to is, first principles of this entire operation was, when this started, it was about rezoning this in an optimal way that would encourage development but still retain the opportunity for us to make sure that larger scale projects were subject to controls like tax certainty agreements. And the way you can do that is not just through zoning, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are steps along the way that allow you to ensure that if you're going to get something big, you've got to have a tax certainty agreement in place. So I don't necessarily think that you give up all of your leverage with the zoning. And I think a little bit of it is the sort of chicken and egg problem. Are you going to, in the city realty case, you're fortunate in the sense that you have a willing developer to talk through this and you're developing this in concert. What we lack in some of these other parcels is that partner. Either they're not far enough along, like growth companies, or they're not willing to do it right now, like WS, or they are somewhere in between, like Salvatore, where they say, we would love the opportunity to think about redeveloping this parcel, but we wouldn't do it unless we knew that the town was serious about, giving us a platform off of which to work. And so the zoning is the opportunity to provide that platform. But there's also protections that can be built into that where if they need to ultimately negotiate with the town, there are things like the special permit process, and then there are things like if there needs to be changes to the zoning to accommodate an idea that they have that is broader than what we initially intended, then they go back to town meeting, and as part of town meeting, you say, hey, tax certainty agreement, let's go. I'm sorry, Meredith. Let Meredith.
And just to build off of that last comment, Chaz, it's also a very different discussion for a developer to approach the town requesting modifications to an existing zoning overlay, as opposed to showing up to the town to start from square one on a long, unpredictable, expensive, time-consuming process to rezone their property. So
So and I appreciate both your comments. I think that when you if we were to upzone the whole area, right, you're already giving away, if they fit within that range of zoning, you're not going to get an MOA for public benefits and all the stuff that you've gotten, or how they develop it, or when they develop it, or the tax certainty agreement if they stay within the framework. Why give that away now? This is like the last.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm almost done. You know, when we just did a mapping the other night with the comprehensive plan. This is considered a major transformative area. And we should be doing it through special negotiations, frankly. We now have a framework that the public and the developers now understand that we're working towards, hopefully through the work that's been done and through agreements with City Realty. We can prove to other developers that own or other landowners there that we're serious about developing the area, right? You don't have to pass zoning for something where we don't have any agreements with them to demonstrate that we're willing to rezone with them and partner with them, because we're just doing it with city. So again, I want to give credence to this idea that David and John have kind of percolated up, that there really is no compelling reason right now to rezone the other areas. We've done a lot of good work. Doesn't mean it has to go away, but we really should be focusing on City Realty and getting that done. And going back when these other landowners are ready to go, they can see the framework that we've used, how serious we are, how to get it done through town meeting. I think that might be a better way to go.
Okay, Meredith, you wanted to say something?
I think...
Or maybe you didn't. I thought you raised your hand.
So just to circle back to this, I think in EDAB, as you know, listening to those conversations, there is sort of this acknowledgement of the town's practice, which you have traditionally done, of you wait for a developer to knock on your door for your opportunity to negotiate, you get your MOA, your tax certainty agreement, is perhaps not serving the town's goals in terms of expanding the commercial tax base, diversifying the commercial tax base, in that you are not sending clear signals to developers. Us having a proposed set of zoning, I don't think is going to be sufficient to encourage developers to talk to us about this. If town meeting approves the zoning, that's very different. It's a real, more tangible thing. So what I think, and what EDAP has been talking about, is there needs to be a balance where the town can proactively pursue, create incentives, clearly demonstrate that there is an openness to redevelopment, in appropriate areas at an appropriate scale. Just to let me finish. And what I think in the Chestnut Hill overlay is that you're doing both. So we have achieved both the securing protections and a tax certainty agreement and an additional set of packages for the largest, most significant economic development, redevelopment opportunity the town has, period. We have that. It's for your consideration. We're asking town meeting to authorize your ability to execute that agreement.
Okay, David?
While also providing a planning framework for the rest of the commercial area, so that the rest of the area, as this catalytic parcel is redeveloped, is primed for redevelopment. So it does both things that the town needs to achieve in order to advance the goals of expanding the commercial tax base.
David?
So I appreciate this feedback, and then in addition, there's also probably the issue of coherence between parcels. You don't want a situation where the neighboring parcel has something completely different that's incompatible with one parcel over. So I appreciate those aspects. But with respect to the tax certainty agreement and having a provision about select board offering relief, could we hear from town council about the limitations on that, about building that into the zoning?
Sure. So we can, right. The short answer is you can't force someone to sign a tax certainty agreement. You can offer an incentive for them to enter into a tax certainty agreement, but you can't force it because that's an unlawful. Town council is currently at advisory, but I can have him come back and.
I do see Jonathan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan, you're online. Go ahead. I didn't mean to speak for town council's office. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. I think that we were able to, based on what Growth Companies was telling us, which is that we need this provision, this loosening of the phasing provision in order to proceed. We were able to again utilize the leverage in that situation to say that's absolute. We are willing to entertain that. However, we'll entertain it by upon at the discretion of the select board. So the zoning allows for it. You can have it, but you have to come to the select board. And I think we're making it very clear that that agreement with the select board is something that is very much we're contemplating will involve a tax certainty agreement. We can't specify that, but the getting the agreement of the select board in this case is it's, if you guys have prioritized a tax certainty agreement, then that's what you can then require.
But if we're already providing them the amendments to the zoning that enable their project to move forward as they envision it, then why would they exercise that clause to speak with the select board?
Because we haven't already given them
Because
everything.
they have, again, we're basing this on what they've told us, which is that we can't use this zoning. We're only going to support this zoning if you loosen a critical provision related to phasing. And we have gated that loosening behind a future agreement with the select board.
Right. And again, that's kind of how the system is supposed to work, right? They say, okay, this is a good start, but we can't do what we want to do because we can't do everything. And we've said, okay, well, then you need to go to the board, and what the board is likely to ask of you is to enter into a tax certainty agreement in order to get the rest of the way there. To Meredith's point, right, it is so much easier to start from that base of shared understanding, but then, have 90%, or not even 90%, it's less than 90% because the phasing is so integral to what they want to do from an economic perspective. And they say it doesn't work unless, we've built the car, but we can't turn the key. We don't have the key to turn. You have the key. The select board has the key, and the only way you're going to hand the keys over is if they give you what you want. And that creates a better structure, because I think what this goes back to, and what Meredith is saying, and what EDAB is saying is, we have this perception that it's hard to do business here, and we have this, and it gets borne out, this idea that there's so much uncertainty that's built into our processes that it becomes difficult to establish trust and build things out. So having a baseline of zoning that makes it easier to get the rest of the way there, a staging zoning that if there are smaller projects that go in there that use that zoning and are 100% fine, so be it. Do you run the risk potentially of a nonprofit swooping in there and taking that? Maybe that is a risk, but it's also part of this broader framework of, do we want to create sort of a new paradigm where we say it's Brookline is a place where you can do business, where you can where you do have this friendly framework that can be modified if you want to do something bigger or slightly different, and basically kind of reset those expectations. When we spoke to the mayor of Newton, it was an interesting conversation, and there was that dialogue too of like, well, why are you doing it this way? Like, we just wait for developers to knock on our door. I said, but I that is one way of doing business, but I don't necessarily think, especially given the difference between the city and town forms of government, we want to be in that space.
Michael?
First of all, thank you, John, for raising this question. And contrary to the conversation you had, I will say that this is not a new question. It's actually existed in the conversations of the Community Advisory Group in the past and other conversations over the last couple of years. So that's point number one. Point number two, I want to reiterate the point that Meredith made about the fact that the largest commercial site we have under protection, and we have the mechanism, as Chaz described it, for for the growth companies. And if you look at the map, you will notice that between those companies and, for example, the NMU area, which is smaller scale and not necessarily as commercially related, right? One of the things that we're balancing, as Chaz said, is the risks of a tax-exempt organization taking control of one of these sites, and that risk relative to the risk of not being able to develop because we haven't laid out the framework and the difficulties there, I think weigh in the sense that we should do things in order to get that framework present so that we have the opportunities to move forward. And I'm a little unclear in the framing of this argument that we should be doing this one at a time, how we think about comprehensive planning broadly in the town.
Yeah.
Because
Happy to answer.
I would love to have an answer to that.
Happy to answer that, but before,
Well,
may I?
Wait, okay, John?
I'm sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to.
That's okay.
I think I did have my hand up.
Yeah.
So, Meredith, excellent answer. Chaz, excellent answer. I think people who had that conversation with me this afternoon are going to seriously think about those answers. But I think they would also ask, and these are people from the Community Advisory Group, I would specify, they are also going to say a couple of things on behalf of this idea of why take one huge bite of the whole thing when we really have spent an awful lot of time just to bite the Chestnut Hill West part, and we've barely begun the discussions on the rest. What's in the background of some of this consideration is something we have barely mentioned tonight. I'm not sure we've mentioned it at all. The effect on traffic in the area. And so we've got this just preliminary kind of a look at what the impact on traffic in the area would be that's kind of hovering in the background of all of these discussions, which raised these really kind of shocking numbers as to how much additional car traffic would be posed by just the Chestnut Hill West part of things. And it's going to take a considerable amount of time before we get a feel for, let's say Chestnut Hill West goes forward pretty much as drafted and actually on schedule. We will find out pretty quickly what the traffic impact is of all of that development. Michael, what's the multiple of the amount of development on that parcel right now? Is it six times what we have there now? 7, 8?
Are you talking about
square footage of development?
So the total FAR of the parcels is
It's 4.
3.8, right?
Yeah.
3.8.
That's 4.
3.8 times what is there now?
No. The FAR that they're proposing.
No, but I've seen quotes of thousands of square foot of development in the future versus what's there now. And so it's not FAR I'm talking about. I'm just talking about, what's developed there now versus what will be developed there in the future.
Well, I mean,
thousands of square feet.
They will be adding, 246 residential.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. I'm asking you a question without giving you a chance to look it up.
There's 266 residential units, so
Yeah.
regardless of the square footage, there's that many residential units in the plan. And then there's additional square footage. There's about 50,000 square feet of retail.
Yeah.
There's 8 floors of medical office.
But, as a multiple, I've seen this worked out, X thousand square feet in the future versus X thousand square feet now. And if I remember correctly, it came to a multiple of 6, 7, 8, 9 times what's there now.
I don't think
well, okay, 5, 6, 7 times what's there now. We'll see. In any event, the transportation consultant tried to do their best job of figuring out what will that mean to the additional traffic put onto Route 9, and again came up with kind of a startling multiple, and that's just Chestnut Hill West. So I think it's kind of reasonable for people to be thinking, why don't we see if we can accommodate the amount of traffic that's going to be generated by Chestnut Hill West before we sign off in advance on some zoning that will also multiply several times over the amount of development on the other parcels in the area.
So, Meredith,
So just-
what is the concern with just doing the zoning for city properties and not the others, which I think seems to be what people are suggesting?
Yeah.
Is there a problem with that?
The
Okay,
it's-
tell me what it is.
I would gently remind the select board that about 18 months ago, we had recommended that we take the rezoning in phases, and we start with the western portion of the study area, rezoning that, and then return to the rest of the study area. And I think very wisely, the select board, as did members of the community advisory group, pushed back and said, we want a comprehensive vision rezoning proposal for the entire area. That's what we have developed, that's what we presented, and we think that the outcome is something that we stand by for what I said before. We've secured protections for the most significant site for economic development potential for the town, and we have established a vision and a framework that will complement the proposed 4.0 zoning for the rest of the district. And then just as a correction, I'm happy to provide an update on the future traffic capacity analysis that was presented. That was not just for City Realty. That was for assumptions we made about the build out of the entire study area over the next 20 years.
Okay, Chaz, you were definite that we couldn't do that.
What?
Jo-
You could. You could. I mean, I'm just saying that.
You shouldn't.
Right. I mean, for the reasons that we've discussed, and for the reasons that Meredith brought up. But I think Meredith's got the answer to John's question. But I know Paul wanted to speak on something before we talk about traffic. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, there was a question about the comprehensive plan, but before, and I'm going to answer that, but before we do that, I do want, you made an assertion I just want to respond to, and it was quite a while ago, so I'll remind you, the assertion was that, probably not yours, but it was EDAB's. You were communicating EDAB's assertion that, waiting for a developer to come to us is not effective. Well, the most effective thing that's coming out of this work right now is that a developer came to us. Just by the mere fact that we opened the door to have a conversation about rezoning this area to do a study, it was within, I think, 4 weeks of initiating that study, did we immediately hear from City Realty that they wanted to propose, and we spent all our time on that. So I don't agree with this assertion that having a developer come to us and do what we did, which I think is a good outcome, frankly, means that we would undermine the work that's been done for the framework. We have a vision for the area. You've done it. You've done a good job. Doesn't mean we need to convert it into zoning in the zoning code, thereby losing our leverage. And I'm really worried about losing leverage. But let's talk about the comprehensive plan for a little bit, because we just had a big meeting last night where Kara Bruton was there. The team is doing great. We do have a vision. We're rallying around a vision for comprehensive planning. And there's really, we've went parcel by parcel, corridor by corridor. We looked at the entire town. There's 3 areas that we're classifying. I'm going to boil them down to 3. I think there were 6, but they're all related. The first is an area where we would conserve and maintain. Think of neighborhoods that you would see some development, ADUs and stuff, but it wouldn't be transformative. Expanding, this would be infill development, similar to what we zoned for Harvard Street. Think Beacon Street, think Route 9, Washington Square, Putterham Circle. These are areas where it wouldn't be transformative, meaning it would be a completely different use, but it would be infill and expansion. And then the last is transformative areas. And that transformation is very limited. There's only a few areas within Brookline where you could truly transform what's there. The areas on Com Ave, over by Target, we've talked about that before. That's an area of tremendous opportunity transformation. Chestnut Hill West is another area of potential major transformation. Stop and Shop, TJ Maxx. But there's very few of these parcels. And my concern about giving away, it's one thing to do if we were to do a study and do infill zoning for the entire corridor of Beacon Street, which is something that we discussed last night. Instead of doing it neighborhood by neighborhood, do an entire corridor. you would get infill development and you wouldn't need to have a tax certainty agreement. But when you get to major parcels like Chestnut Hill West, you want to have the leverage of zoning to get what you want out of that negotiation. And I think that it's a principle actually that frankly, my thinking has evolved on this, Meredith, from originally having a project that kicked off to have a vision for the whole area and upzoning it, to realizing the benefits of having zoning and the leverage in order to get what we want for tax certainty agreements and memorandum of agreement on how the development happens. I think we need to be very cautious about how we trade that zoning on a major parcel. It doesn't negate the work that you've done to date. It really doesn't at all. You've already created a vision through the work of yourself and the committee and Michael that shows that we're ready for business here. But come to us so that we can negotiate in good faith about what that specific solution might be for you, where it's very financially benefit to the town.
Okay, in terms of the item on the table, which is Warrant Article 1 of special town meeting, what is your proposal?
Well, I don't think I have a proposal yet, but what I'm hearing is that there's some reservations about upzoning everything right now, and that we just focus on the city realty parcel that would be the package of zoning for city realty, the MOA, and the tax certainty agreement. And that would send us, we get through that, and that would send a strong signal to to other landowners that Brookline is open for redeveloping this area, and we're going to work with you. And here's the potential vision, which is the work we've already done. It's a framework, but it's not built in our zoning code yet. Thereby, we didn't give away our leverage. So if I had to make a proposal, I'm not saying I'm doing this, but I'm hearing the concept of peel off just city realty. So that means taking out the north parcels and everything else. And the only Article 1 would only be the zoning for city realty and the MOA and tax certainty for city realty. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not proposing that, but that's what I'm hearing.
So how would you even do that? Where would it have to go in terms of various committees, et cetera, in order to make that change to what's being proposed now?
Just
in time for town meeting.
I can't answer the town meeting process, but I think, if you gave us the instructions that we would I would recommend not saying the city realty properties, but the west block of the 4.0. So we would go and rewrite the entire zoning to just speak to that west block of the 4.0, and then the design guidelines as the planning board has adopted them would only be applicable to that corner of the study area.
David?
Not to further complicate this, but there is the issue of the 40B on Sheaf Street, that if we see some upzoning there, instead of being a 40B, they might pursue commercial. There's been talk of it possibly being a hotel. So I'm not sure that we necessarily need to only be focusing on one parcel, but to the extent that, as you were discussing in the context of the comprehensive plan, that there are some parcels that are very high revenue generating potential.
Yeah.
And some other parcels along this Route 9 stretch, it's a little lower revenue generating potential.
Yeah.
So I think it would be possible to consider that we don't necessarily just leave the westernmost parcel as the only part of the zoning. There might be other portions of it that we could move forward at this time. But I agree with you that the growth companies part, which is essentially zoned exactly the same or close to exactly the same way as the westernmost parcel, we potentially are losing some leverage there. I'm a little less concerned about the Salvatore portion where there's less height allowance. I'm a little less concerned about the portion approaching Hammond Street where there seems to be some more buy-in from the community about the potential of converting what would be a 40B into something else.
So the interesting, I'm glad you brought that up. That landowner is also represented by the same lawyer that's representing City Realty. It's my understanding. They're the ones that brought forward the 40B, and they've communicated to us they want to work with us to do something different than a 40B. So they've already indicated to us, so take the same process that you just did for, I forget the name of the parcel, but I'm just gonna call it the city parcel for now, just, I know that's not the right term, the city parcel, and go start the negotiations with this landowner to come up with a solution that fits generally within the framework, but may be customized for them to get them away from a 40B. That would certainly be beneficial to us. And that zoning would give us leverage to have a better agreement similar to what cities is. I think it's a good model.
I want to make 2 points. One is just to point out that in their letter, they were very clear that their examination was contingent on the zoning. Now, that may just be a negotiating technique, but that is what they
Simple
said.
phone call to Bobby Allen.
The other thing is, can you bring back the map of the zoning? So I just want to make sure that we're all clear about the tax certainty risk that we're talking about, right? So if you look at the yellow block, the tax certainty agreement covers that entire block, right? If you look at the City Realty, the growth company's project, based on what they've proposed, right? The six units there, that space is all they are proposing is a combination of housing and parking, right? So the value of the tax certainty agreement there is slim to none, okay? And if you look at the parking lot where they're actually proposing medical office space, right, as is indicated there, that space, as they've designed, is roughly a, 5 or 6 story building is what they've proposed, on a space that is 80 feet wide. And the medical office portion of that is only, I think, the front section, and the back is the parking that they claim to need to support the medical office. So the comparison of the value of the tax certainty agreement that you're proposing, negotiating, or putting off is roughly the size of that little corner relative to the size of most of that yellow block. So just to give you a sense of the different proportion and the cost of mitigating against that risk relative to the risk of moving forward.
Okay, John, and then I want to open up the
Yes, I
open up
promise to
the
be brief.
hearing.
Meredith, thank you for correcting me as to the multiple of the traffic, and it's for the entire area, not just for Chestnut Hill West. But what is the multiple that the consultant came up with?
Off the top of my head, I would want to, okay, there needs to be context to this response. So we had talked about in our earlier presentations, we were waiting on the consultant to wrap up the final phase of our transportation study. And we wanted to sort of pressure test the capacity within the area. Would it be able to sustain the additional trip generation that would be associated with the upzoning that we're considering here?
Yeah.
So the assumption that we gave the consultant to work with was very conservative in that we probably overestimated the amount of development that this area will see over the next 20 years. And we also overestimated the types of development that are a lot more intensive in terms of the traffic that they generate, like medical office, because appointments are booked back to back, has a much higher trip generation rate, and parking requirements, for example. So we overestimated the amount of medical office and residential that would be in this area very intentionally to kind of create like a worst case scenario in terms of traffic impacts. So with that in mind, I think the estimates, and I can go back and follow up with the select board, but it was, an increase of like 300% in terms of the trip generation potential. And all of the intersections would degrade to a level F in terms of level of service, which is failing.
Thank you. And I want to do justice to the people who had this conversation with me this afternoon, and I know that is very much on their minds. And I think it number one probably in their reasons for saying, we think maybe if you really want the neighbors to come on board with this, the way to do that is to only go forward with Chestnut Hill Realty right now, because
I mean City Realty.
Huh? City Realty. I'm sorry. I apologize. to Chestnut Hill Realty. Excuse me. Go forward with only the City Realty parcel right now, portion of the development right now. Is that if going ahead with the entire package means that there is, by estimate of the traffic consultant, the potential for 300% increase in trips, then maybe we're not ready to go ahead with the whole thing. And we better take a little bit of cautious approach to this, and maybe just go ahead with the city realty part, and hopefully find out what, nobody has said that we have figured out what we're gonna do about that 300% increase in trips.
Okay, quick, Mike,
wanna-
and then we're opening up the hearing.
I just want to point out, John, that that's 300% over 20 years. So when you say we haven't figured it out, you also have to acknowledge we have 20 years to work on this problem.
Okay, so let's hope.
Sorry,
go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry.
All right.
Just one additional, so I think the flip side to that is that, you know, I think the benefit in undertaking this transportation study is that we are starting conversations with Mass DOT that much farther along. We have done our homework, we've identified a scope of possibilities, what we think could work, and at least one intersection redesign option at Boylston and Hammond Street that would significantly mitigate the anticipated traffic impacts that we were just talking about. In order to continue those conversations, if we only move forward with a portion of the proposed zoning and the rest of the study area remains unclear, it's going to make continuing those conversations with Mass DOT about what interventions are needed in this area that much harder to advance, because we don't know. And we're going to, and it sounds like, you know, just within the bounds of this conversation, there's the interest in maybe deferring to, you know, when developers are ready. And that could take decades. So I think almost in service to wanting to be able to, you know, be more proactive and aggressive in advancing infrastructure improvements that are going to support the development we need for economic development, it would be helpful to keep the zoning overlay intact so we can plan accordingly.
Okay, let's open up the hearing.
Stop share.
Do your magic, Melanie.
If there's anyone that wishes to speak on this topic, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature online. And if you're in the room, just make your presence known by coming to the podium. I do have a couple of people that did sign up prior. Mark Bearer was first.
Okay, have Mark Bear first. Are you Mark Bear?
I am Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All good.
You better be.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me have a few words. Just a little context and overview from EDAB. You know, I've sat on EDAB for a couple years now, and we've worked really hard for 2 years trying to finesse a resolution to find common ground, a bunch of very varied stakeholders. You know, one, respecting the community, the neighborhood. Number two, maximizing the position from, you know, the town of Brookline and tax revenue. Number three, understanding what's the clear go, no-go economics for a developer, any developer. And finally, just really respecting the market forces, right? What's with all the oscillations, the headwinds that come up and down, how do we position the site for success, right? And I think that the Warrant article at hand does position this site for success, and right now it's clearly underutilized and undervalued. So that's, you know, just kind of the overview of, at least from, you know, working on the EDAB subcommittee, you know, with all parties at hand. Also, just to address kind of the bigger picture when we're saying about, do you do one parcel versus many parcels? You know, we've brought in a couple different brokers, right? And I've been personally in real estate development for about 25 years. Uncertainty is always the enemy of good economic development, right? I think if it's a piecemeal approach, one parcel at a time, you're just making it that much more difficult for, you know, a prominent and quality development. You know, if it's a big tenant with lots of jobs wants to come in, and you're not sure, well, did the guys next door, am I going to get what they got? I don't know. Maybe not. You're just adding more headwind, you know, to the entire, you know, problem at hand. So again, I'm with just in just good best practices. When you look at other, you know, neighboring towns, upzoning is the main tool, and through a special permit, those are always the hooks, right? And the hooks to make sure that you get the right agreements for the development downstream. So I just think, again, the ability to zone the consistent way, which is a clear and distinct message to the marketplace, be it brokers, tenants, you know, whoever else, I think is loud and clear, and I think will at least facilitate as best we can and position the site for success.
Thank you.
Yep. Any question?
Who's next? I see Paul Sainer and Kathleen Seidman have their hands up.
Blair Hines signed up instead in person.
Oh, okay. Blair?
Seem to have lost touch with my what I was going to my written remarks here over this time, so I'll be very brief. It's late. I wanted to first start with
Into the mic, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. I wanted to first
And just
start,
identify yourself for the record.
Blair Hines, a resident at 745 Heath Street, down the street from the proposal. I wanted to start by saying that the neighborhood has been in favor of redevelopment of this site. And over the course of, from the very beginning, we understand that this site has needed to get redeveloped. I think the challenge has been how much it has been redeveloped, and I want to support the amendment that Janice is developing, which really represents, I think, two very important pieces. One, this zoning does need to pass, we believe. I think that if it doesn't, I think that would be worse for the town and be worse for the neighborhood. So I want to emphasize that we've come a long way to see the importance of passing this. Secondly, we were really looking to have the base zoning be at what the neighborhoods supported, which was basically 125 feet, 10 stories, similar to what was done in the Children's Hospital redevelopment between Pearl Street and Washington Street. We thought that this was reasonable, and the reason that we see this as a compromise is that it puts the neighborhood in a little better position in the event that the entire city real estate management proposal doesn't in fact get built. If there's any modifications in the proposal that is in the memorandum of agreement with the select board, we would have, I think, a stronger voice. And that has been one of the thorns in our side, is we feel like through this whole 2-year process, we become complainers rather than people who could help to forge what this redevelopment zoning would consist of. Thank you.
Could I ask Blair a question, given his perspective?
Sure.
Thanks, Blair, for your comments. I do have a question, because you reference the zoning, right?
Mhm.
And then you talk about city realty, the
Right.
the underutilized, and it's important. Are you talking about the entire corridor at this point, or are we just talking about city realty?
Well, I think in terms of, it really would be the CH4 zone would have, instead of just the bonuses being at 12 and 14 stories with the overlay, it would basically have the first step being at 10 stories.
I understand. I understand, but you're not talking about the rest of, I mean, the Warrant Article 1 that's coming in front of us.
No, I think I'm in favor.
There's
of
only
the
a
whole-
little piece that
Well, no, I
is city
think
realty.
that at Janice's, suggestion, myself had met with growth companies on 2 occasions, along with George Cole, to try to understand their concerns about the zoning. So we are interested in the rezoning of the entire area, and so I think I'm in support of rezoning of the entire area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Do we have someone?
We have 3 people online raising their hand.
Okay.
Kath is first.
Katha.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kathy Seidman. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 2, a member of the Brookline Commission for the Arts, and a board member of Brookline for Everyone, but I speak here only for myself. The Chestnut Hill commercial area is the largest and most promising commercial area in Brookline and holds enormous potential for tax-generating development that includes a mix of commercial uses as well as housing at all price points. Adopting new zoning regulations that allow this site to achieve its full potential presents an opportunity that must not be squandered by the town, especially now when a developer that owns the requisite size parcel has presented a specific proposal to actually build out that potential. Passing the zoning outline in STM 1 Warrant Articles 1 and 2 would not only allow the proposed development of 5.3 acres of Chestnut Hill commercial area to move forward, but obviously incentivizes other developers to come forward. Brookline has a history of making new development impossible by never changing its zoning. Expecting a developer to ask for zoning to meet a developer's program could as easily as not run into the same 20-year process roadblocks as the City Realty property encountered. I want to congratulate all those who worked on this project, from CHCA Study Committee, the neighbors, staff, and select board members who all worked tirelessly to upgrade a stagnant Chestnut Hill office park and rezone the other areas proposed in the 2005 comp plan into what has the potential to be a placemaking model for future developments of this scale in Brookline. I would like to also take this opportunity to point out what I believe has been an overlooked benefit of this upgrade to Brookline's side of Route 9. Our developers to our west, Newton, Wellesley, and as far away as Southborough, have all added residential and commercial development along Route 9. The traffic those residents and shoppers generate flows through Brookline to Boston and back, adding traffic and congestion to Brookline. Those towns get increased property tax revenue from their new developments. Brookline gets the traffic. We can and should take advantage of the revenue from both the new development of homes for folks who want to live closer to Boston and the economic activity generated by folks visiting Brookline's new placemaking experience. In particular, I am delighted to learn that the neighbors and the developer and the town have reached consensus on amendments to the original zoning. I hope the advisory committee, the select board, and every town meeting member will now fully support these articles. I urge the select board to recommend favorable action on STM warrant articles 1 and 2. Thank you.
Next is Paul Sainer.
Thank you. I'm Paul Sainer, Precinct 13 Town Meeting member, and I have been a member of EDAP for 28 years up until a few years ago. I want to recall Bob Sperber, who was the beloved superintendent of schools and the founder of EDAB. Bob would constantly ask real estate people about certain sites in Brookline's history, most of which bordered on other municipalities. One of his favorite sites was the northwest corner of Hammond in Boylston, where the Star Market was developed in 1950. He would always ask, why is that building in such an odd shape? And he knew the answer because he had spoken to the developers, because they built around Brookline, giving Brookline the parking. The Chestnut Hill commercial area is riddled with decades-long opportunity costs to the town. The WS development letter of last week, I felt, was absolutely laughable. I want to make sure you all know that WS development controlled Chestnut Hill Office Park, the parcels that City Realty is looking to develop, for about 20 years. And despite many overtures by those of us on EDAB, never got out of their own way to seriously look at redeveloping it, while they were developing the street across the street. And frankly, they were one of the most prolific developers in the metropolitan area. I believe that the select board should support the planning department's work and upzone the entire proposed area, because there will be missed opportunities like the one that Bob Sperber used to ask about, that will continue at a time when we cannot afford it, as 4 out of the 5 of you, along with me, correctly, in my opinion, endorse the override. I think it's really important to show the voters that the town is really serious about long-term strategic economic development. Lastly, I know a lot about tax certainty, having been involved in all previous 6 tax certainty agreements where there were developers across the table to negotiate with. The only concern I have is medical office at scale, not a hotel, of which we have 4 and maybe a 5th tax certainty agreement. The real risk is large medical office, and the only parcel where that can happen beyond City Realty is the growth companies.
Your time is up.
And you've heard Meredith's answer. So I urge you to please support the extraordinary work of Meredith Moody and Michael Rubenstein. Thank you very much.
Ann Myers is next.
Thank you. I'm Ann Myers. I live in Precinct 9 and I chair the Economic Development Advisory Board. I actually live in Precinct 8 now. I keep forgetting. I moved from one to the other not that long ago. I was actually on the 2005, comp plan committee. And I remember when the need for rezoning in Chestnut Hill was raised in that comp plan and was discussed quite a lot and was one of the elements of that plan. Since then, the town has responded to development proposals on a case-by-case basis. And people, including many town meeting members, always complain that Brookline just responds to proposals and never got ahead of the game by issuing rezoning in advance of proposals. The Chestnut Hill commercial area study started as a way to look at the entire area and develop rezoning before there were any development proposals on the table. Having zoning in place lets the development community know what the town is looking for and what they can do by right, even for sites that are unlikely to be developed for many years. In this case, part of the site was purchased and a proposal submitted just as the work was beginning, which did change some of the focus of the work, but it did not eliminate the need for the entire site to be zoned now. If it is, it will make it much more desirable for developers to come in and start a project in the area, one that helps to generate the commercial tax revenue that Brookline so desperately needs. And again, I want to urge the select board to support these warrant articles and thank all the work that's been done by the staff and the committees and everybody else. This has been several years of very hard work, and I hope that we can bring it to a conclusion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else on Zoom or in the audience, I'll close the hearing. And I'll close this discussion. We'll have further discussion later on when we vote or not on whether to give favorable action on the proposals.
Bernard,
Thank you, Meredith.
when are we taking this up for, Chaz, do you know when this is going to come back to us?
I think there's more committee work to be done, but we can obviously, what I would propose doing is we can schedule updates for you as this progresses through the various hearings and so forth, so that you can be ready to vote on it when it's ready to be voted when it's gone through all the committees. But in the interim, we'll just continue to provide you with updates on how it's moving through.
Okay, updates by memo or on the agenda?
Well, we'll put it on the agenda,
Okay.
and then so that if you have questions, that also then allows you, if you have questions or if things come up that you want to discuss with us, on staff, or like, for example, if as advisory land use comes through the process and you want us to say something to them in addition to what you've been telling us tonight, you can have that be continually a part of the iterative process.
Okay, David?
I just want to make sure that staff doesn't feel that we are indicting their work in some way. I noticed some ruffled feathers, furrowed brows, which is understandable. You put a lot of work into this, and so you get frustrated when you perceive pushback. But I wouldn't characterize it as pushback. So we hear from lots of constituents, we hear from lots of different interest groups, and through discussions like these, we learn more from these exchanges. So I just hope nobody's taking it personally when it sounds like somebody's taking an approach that might be opposite of what you're advocating for in your professional expertise. It's that we're asking questions, we're trying to learn. That's what this is.
Yeah, and I don't think we take it that way. I think I wasn't going to draw this comparison, but it was just interesting to think about this in the context of the bike policy that we were talking about earlier, right? This has now been a 2+ year process, and we've heard, sometimes it feels like a step forward, a step back, and I appreciate what Paul said actually about how this is also an opportunity for people's views to grow and to evolve and to change, and that's not a bad thing either.
It's just, you know, I don't think we're frustrated at the questions being asked. I think it's good for us to have those conversations. I think sometimes it can just feel a little bit like step forward, step back.
It's whiplash.
Yeah, it's a little bit of whiplash. But you know what? I think we all understand that that's in the service of, there are people who have not been engaged in this 2 years. There are people who tuned into this yesterday and are like, whoa, wait a minute, why are we doing this? And we have to be responsive to those questions without saying, well, you know, where were you? Because not everyone tunes into this stuff.
So one quick comment, because, my opportunities to provide comment are coming to a close. But there are two things that for me, I think are important, that I think this board should consider as important. One is, we don't want to lose leverage. And I think we heard about leverage tonight. I don't know, maybe that means special permits provide leverage. I don't know, but leverage is important to be able to get the outcomes that Michael has been able to negotiate with city. And two, we need to make sure that we have people on board to pass a 2/3 vote. That's number one. And we should make sure that we're doing everything that can be done to add votes to have it pass a town meeting. I think you add votes by supporting Janice Kahn's amendments that she's negotiated. I think you potentially add votes by thinking hard about whether that north parcel is ready for prime time, or do you peel that off? Because people say that's what's causing the traffic issues. That's what's causing some risk associated with, whatever, our relationship with Newton and others. So those are my two things that are important to me. I just want to share.
Okay, let's move on. Next, we have a bunch of warrant articles with public hearings. Warrant Article 4, close out bills for select board. Pardon me?
I was just saying thank you to them.
Thank you, Meredith.
Oh, thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Meredith.
Hey, Meredith, we really appreciate you, and we know you're a tough person, so we don't have to worry about you.
I told her to strap in about a month ago for the ride she's going to be on. So.
Okay, is Melissa?
Melissa is down at advisory,
Oh,
but
okay.
I will be a poor substitute for her for Warrant Article 4. I'm the understudy. So Warrant Article 4 is required by the town's bylaws. It's to give an update on where certain, project accounts are, bond accounts, and so forth. You have in your packet the current updates. The document labeled K is, the K report is projects that are cash funded. The capital report are projects that are projects that have bond funding involved in them. And so you can see where we are as of 3/16. The comments there are from the departments. We have work that is in process. If there is excess revenue for projects that are completed at the end of the fiscal year, it will be returned in accordance with the terms of Article 4. But that's how that works. So we've got, some available balance, but again, this is, this is Q3 of a 4-quarter year, and these numbers will go down, I hope, pretty significantly before we reach the end of FY26.
Okay, any questions about Warrant Article 4? Let's open up the hearing and see if anyone would like to speak from the audience or from the Zoom. Hearing none, we'll close the hearing. And are we ready to do favorable action on this? I mean, we know
the board actually doesn't need to take action on this.
There's no action.
Sorry, Chaz.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's technically just a report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next, why do we do a hearing?
Because it's technically a warrant article.
Okay.
I think you actually do vote no action on it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply you don't have to do anything, but you don't need to vote favorable action on it. It just needs to appear in the warrant. It's a part of the town bylaws.
Let's just move on then. Article 6, unpaid bills. Do we have any unpaid bills?
Charlie, do we have any unpaid bills? Lincoln, there's Lincoln. Yeah.
We do have one. Yeah, Lincoln will present.
I thought we got.
There's always a long explanation when you have one.
All right, Lincoln is online.
Try to make it snappy, though. Good evening. Lincoln Heidemann, I'm the Director of Finance for the town. So we do have one unpaid bill that we do need town meeting action to approve for the town to be able to pay it. according to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 64. It was a bill that was not received in a timely fashion from the vendor. We did receive it later, past the encumbrance deadline, and so we were able to pay a portion of it with existing encumbrances, but not the remainder of $5,959.09. And so this Article 6 seeks the necessary town meeting approval to pay that valid bill.
Okay, and there are no bills that we are not aware of that could come forward.
None that we're aware of. We do a very robust process to remind those who we know we owe funds to get us bills in a timely fashion, and there's none others that we're aware of.
Okay, Paul?
Yep. Lincoln, what's the bill for?
It is for postage. For
the Postal
Yep.
Service is late?
No, not the Postal Service. A vendor that that mails our property and real estate and personal property taxes.
Okay, Michael, quick.
And where do the funds come from if town meeting approves this?
Yeah, so there was sufficient funds elsewhere in the finance department. It's just that they weren't able to be encumbered for this purpose.
It gets paid out of the current fiscal year budget, Michael.
Yeah.
You mean fiscal year 26?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, let's open up the hearing, see if anyone wants to comment on this.
Does anybody want to have us not pay it?
Okay, I'll close the hearing, and I think we can do favorable action on this one if no one objects. Okay, I move favorable action on Warrant Article 6, unpaid bills. All in favor? John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, Article 9, annual community, this is a significant one. It's not going to be a quick. I see Nancy Hellers approaching the podium on this.
Patiently waiting.
Very patiently.
Good evening. You've all had a long night, so I'll try to be brief. I'm Nancy Heller, Chair of the Community Preservation Act Committee. I'm joined by David Lescoyer, who's the Vice Chair, and you all know him. And I'm also joined online by Laura Smead, who is our CPA planner. I would like to just say a couple of words about Laura. She joined us in January of this year, and she hit the ground running. She's got a lot of CPA experience when she worked in the planning department in Canton, but she also worked for the consultant who helped us develop our CPA plan, and she did some work in Brookline then. So we're very happy to have her. She's really we're going to be the best organized CPA committee in the state of Massachusetts when she's done. So I want to, Laura, can you put up the slides? Are you controlling them? Okay, so that's basically our logo. I want to go to the next slide, please. I want you to understand what CPA delivers. This is a short slide, but I think it's very important. We're not only preserving very critical community assets, and when I say community assets, I'm talking about town properties as well as community properties that deliver a community benefit. For instance, we've funded a couple of churches and a temple. They all provide huge community benefits in that their space is utilized by community activities. Most notably, I'm sure you know of the food bank, which is in the United Parish Church on Harvard Street, but there are many others. In addition to which, we have leveraged significant outside funding, and I'll talk about the amounts in a minute, and all of those things bring long-term value to the town, and this year's recommendations continue the same strategy. Now, our next slide, please, Laura. These are our revenue sources. CPA is basically, the funds are from tax base, 1% surcharge on real estate property tax bills. The State Community Preservation Trust Fund provides us a certain match each year. It varies each year depending upon the real estate fees that are paid at the registry. That's what Community Preservation Act funds get as a state match, and interest as well. So our total revenue to date is through 27, by the way. So that's some projection in there of $22,700,000. Next slide, please. Now, this is another slide about what the CPA delivers. We have on our website this interactive map, which will show you, if you go to it, all of the different projects. From fiscal year 25 and 26, we had 29 projects that have already been approved. Fiscal year 27, which we're approaching, we're bringing you eight new projects for a total of 37 projects. The CPA funds involved in those projects is $16.5 million. And additionally, we've leveraged, and I was actually surprised by this number, is $15.9 million. So we're pretty close to a one-on-one basic match for the total of $32,500,000. Next slide, please. Now, we're going to be, sorry, I'm missing my, I'm using old-fashioned using paper and one got stuck. All right, CPA funding projects by amount. We track the category of funding because we have a plan which obligates us, in a state scheme which obligates us to fund in 3 areas: community, which is affordable housing, historic preservation, open space, and recreation. So we want to categorize those and figure out where we are, how we're doing in that in this comparison. And the total by category will, for both the ones we've already secured and also the ones we are going for this round, will be 52% in housing, 16% in historic preservation, and 32% in open space and recreation. So you can see that we are ahead a bit in community housing, behind a bit in historic preservation, and we're looking at this as a 5-year effort. So we're hoping that those level out as we get toward the end of the 5 years. Next slide, please. We have 3 motions before town meeting. 2 of them are represented in the first chart. And they are for the first motion will be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The total 5. The first 5 data points in this chart, ending with community housing, are the amounts in the first motion. And what this motion does, because this is anticipated revenue, it's not revenue in hand, and I'll explain that in a minute, but what this motion does is when the tax dollars come into the general fund, when the state match and the interest amounts go into the general fund, the treasurer then moves them into these categories, so that when we're ready to start using them in a future year, they will already be set up in that category for us to bring projects to you and to the town meeting. So the unallocated budget reserve for next year we estimate it'll bring in $2.5 million, and the 10% budget reserves for open space, 10% for historic preservation, and 10% for community housing, which is dictated by the statute, by the way, are going to be $393,400. So that's the first motion. Then the second motion is our administrative costs. The statute permits us to set aside 5% for administrative costs, and those include salaries, dues to the state organization, from which we get a lot of technical assistance. But it also gives us the funds to hire consultants to do certain things. We've had Jen Goldson, who has helped us develop our CPA plan, and we've also consulted with her on a couple of other issues. So anything that we don't spend in that category will go back into our unallocated budget reserve. We never lose the money. It always stays with us, but it goes back into our unallocated budget reserve for spending in another year. And that's the difference between the two motions, is that the monies in the unallocated budget reserves and the 10% reserves will not be spent next year. They will be moved into the categories for CPA. They will not be spent. We don't spend money that we don't have in hand, and we never know exactly how much money we're going to actually have. These are estimates. We like to spend money in hand because one year we did not estimate correctly, or we didn't I should say plan correctly, and we had to do what's called a true-up. And it's kind of a pain in the neck, frankly. So we want to avoid that. A true-up is correcting the amounts that go into in each project and go up into these categories. So, but in the administration category, we spend that this year in the year that we collect it. And that is because in the first 2 years when we were collecting money, we weren't spending it on projects. We were busy getting organized and developing a plan, et cetera, so that we did have a large amount of cash that first year. But that's not been the case with the administrative budget. So we spend that. We expect to spend that next year. The third motion is the one for the appropriation of awards. And I believe you have that in front of you. I'm going to go through those quickly so you'll just to highlight the important points. We have a total of over $4 million. Unallocated budget reserve is 1.9 plus. Open space 430. Historic preservation 878 300, and community housing 798 400. Next slide, please. Okay, so the community housing projects, the affordable housing, I wish they'd always called it that. We have 1.1 million allocated for the Trussman roof preservation. And an important thing to note about, this is a Brookline Housing Authority project, and an important thing to note about that is that we have been able to secure very favorable leverage and matching funds from the state. So we anticipate a 1.5 match, although for a prior project, the Egmont Street roofs, which have already been approved, we had $500,000 in 2025, another $500,000 in 2026, and those were matched. They were doubled, actually. So we put in $1 million, our CPA put in $1 million, and the state put in $2 million. So that's one of the reasons our leverage number is high, because of those kinds of projects from BHA, and also we'll get to some of the private projects, which have attracted also a lot of private money. The 398.
Nancy, could you sort of conclude?
You want to go faster?
Yeah.
Your time is up. So
What?
if you could.
Okay, so you can see, you can read for yourself then the projects under community housing. Historic preservation, we have the United Parish Steeple. Again, we have a large amount of matching funds, and the old burial grounds restoration, which we are continuing. We funded other projects in the previous 2 years. We're continuing that. Open space and recreation, next slide, please. D. Blakely Hoare invasive species management, we're continuing to fund those kinds of projects. tree inventory is also a continuation, and now we're coming to the Lars Anderson Green Infrastructure Study. So that's it. We hope you'll vote favorable action on these projects. If you want to know, if you want to get into the weeds, I can certainly do that, but my sense is you would rather not.
All right. Okay, this is a
Any
public
questions?
hearing, so actually, does anyone have questions from the board? David?
I have had some constituents reach out wondering, is there going to be a plan at some point to try to pool more money together for larger scale projects? And what are some of the limitations around that, such as you mentioned about the 10% minimum per category?
Right, we do have to spend, we have to put money into the 10% category unless we don't have any projects in that category, and then we can't spend it. But we really, the limitations are that we never lose the money, so that's not a problem. And we do have quite a bit built up now. And there have been, I think some of your constituents may have been talking to you about open space projects, recreation projects, and we have been reluctant to spend every single cent we had in the hope that we would be able to help the town if there is such a project, an open space purchase or a creation of a park, for instance. By the way, we are creating a park on Harvard. It's called the Public Health Park, and that land there, that's already been approved. But so, you know, we're reluctant to spend every dime because we want to be able to have a bit of a cushion to be able to spend that kind of money. I mean,
Right, well, that was the intent behind my question, so that's good to hear, because I think people are wondering whether CPA funds could be utilized for something larger scale, and it sounds like there is that.
Yeah, well, certainly we have used larger scale projects. We had $3.75 million for the Walnut High development, as you know, and we did that the first year when we had a lot more money. We're now facing less money each year, so we have about $4 million. But we have some that gets returned, like, you know, and that begins to build up our unallocated budget reserve so that we could potentially meet some of these larger requests, you know, $1 million or $2 million, say, for land. And there's also the rink and the, you know, we funded the design and that plan for the rink. But we know that it has to be built. Probably we wouldn't be able to do the whole thing, but we might be able to contribute to it. So
And the 3.75 million was just half of what went into Walnut High project.
correct.
The HAB providing.
The HAB put in the other. So there's $7 million there. It's supposed to be a $70 million project, I think.
Yeah.
But that we allocated the money in order to leverage the other monies that are coming in now.
Okay, let's open up the hearing.
John Hebert online has his hand raised.
Okay, John Hebert.
For whatever reason, my camera is not working. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm John Hebert. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 7. I live at 21 Auburn Street. And I have it's more of a curious question. And it pertains in part to the previous discussion about the CHCA. And relative to the 10.93 million cash in lieu of payment that under that MOA City Realty would make to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I'm just curious to know if I see overlap between that money for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and some of the projects here on the CPA, such as the Trustman Apartments roof replacement and the Housing Advisory Board Affordable Housing Trust purpose of community housing creation, preservation, and support. And I'm curious to know, with that overlap, is it possible for some of the $10.93 million, for example, to be used for purposes that are described here for the CPA funding, thereby freeing up more CPA funds for additional projects? Is there separation between these two silos, if you will?
Wait.
You want me to answer the question?
Yeah, it was a direct question.
Okay. Well, to date, the HAB, the Housing Advisory Board, and that manages the trust, the Housing Trust, has focused on creation of new housing. And while we at the CPA have also focused on creation with the $3.75 million for the Walnut High, our other projects have focused on the preservation of what we have in Brookline now as affordable housing. A lot of it is unfortunately dilapidated, and our tenants are living in conditions that we would prefer they not live in, and we want to help that situation. So we've funded, for instance, the Brookline Community Development Corporation in its affordable housing to fix their outside, the preservation of their roofs and their other things which correct deficiencies in the and deterioration in the structure of the building to preserve it. That's in turn attracted other money, which is used to rehab the interior of the building, which CPA does not do when it has not created the actual apartments to begin with. In addition, as I say, we've done projects for the BHA, roof preservation, window restoration, that kind of thing, which are very important to tenants because they they keep them dry, and also keep the energy costs down and the feel of how what it feels like to live in an apartment where the wind is blowing in. So we're cognizant of that, and we are working on that. HAB has not really done that to the extent that, at least since I've been involved in it, since CPA has come into existence. And I think that's a good role for us to play, because I think it's important for us to support this housing that we have, and to ensure that our tenants, the tenants in those buildings, and they're not town owned, they are, the BHA is state owned, although I think of it as a quasi-town agency since we vote for the commissioners, but and the BCDC is a nonprofit that's operating in the town. But these are town residents, and they deserve to live in decent conditions. And I think it's certainly morally correct to pursue this path of making sure that the tenants we have are living in good conditions, as well as building more units for tenants, prospective tenants.
Can I ask you a really quick question?
Sure.
The BCDC funding is what I'm thinking of. Could you do that for a privately owned 3-story or 3-unit building that is reasonably priced because, for example, the owner lives in the building?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I think it would depend upon a lot of agreements with the owner.
Oh, yeah.
And the apartments would have to be designated as affordable in perpetuity. that would be a CPA requirement that you might not get with a private owner.
But then again, you could.
But you could try.
Yeah. And the reason why I mentioned that.
So I'm not ruling it out, but I'm saying there are some additional constrictions, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I mention that is that we have a lot of housing in this town that's affordable, middle income affordable, that is basically old and run down. And maybe, you know, if an owner gets some subsidy for keeping the roof in shape or something, they would be willing to enter into an agreement to keep it affordable for perpetuity.
Right.
I mean, it would require a unique situation, but it's something
right.
that...
it would require a unique situation, and we did have, originally, I believe, we had an applicant who came forward, but the idea was that they would transfer the apartments to owners who would, you know, be able to sell them at market rate at some point. And again, CPA is not interested in doing that. We're interested in preserving and increasing affordable housing in the community.
Okay, let's open up the...
If I may.
Oh, it's open. Okay.
Oh, sorry, John.
No, if I may just make a comment here and follow up. I certainly don't want anybody to misconstrue that I'm against this. In fact, I'm all for this. And my question is it possible to free up even more funding that we have in the CPA that could be used from this, for example, this $10.93 million that is that would, if the if the contract went through with City Realty, would we be able to use some of that $10.93 million for some of the purposes that are now used by CPA to free up those funds? In other words, it sort of amplify the effect, or would that money have to be used for other purposes and not be able to use for the same purposes as CPA funds are used?
Are you suggesting it should be used for open space and recreation and historic preservation as well? I'm just asking to clarify the question.
Okay.
Maybe I should jump in here. So the mitigation funds from City Realty from the MOU are a different could be, you know, for different purposes, right? But the general purpose of that money is to mitigate the impact of the additional development in town. So yes, it can be used for similar purposes to CPA, but it's got to be built around this idea of mitigating the impact. And yes, theoretically, if there was overlap between those two pots of money, then yes, that money could be used for something that could then be used for CPA. But right now, that it doesn't seem to me that there's an immediate overlap there. That could change. But yes, you know, you got to remember that in order for them to make that payment, it's got to be related to something involving why, you know, the building being there in the first place, or the additional development being there in the first place.
Okay.
And if I can jump in here briefly too, on the CPA funding side, we've historically used over half of the CPA funds available for housing purposes. At a minimum, we need to have 10% for housing purposes. So the difference in that has been made up with the unallocated budget, which can be used for any of those purposes. And I mean, in theory, you could use more of those unallocated purposes for things other than housing. But I think that when it comes to housing, often the need is so great and the expense is so great that really it like all of the above usually when it comes to affordable housing. So I think it would take an overwhelming amount. It sounds like a very large amount of mitigation funds, which is great, but I would suspect that there's still going to be a pretty big role to play for CPA and community housing, even with that mitigation funds.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Unless there's anyone else who would like to speak, I'd like to close the hearing. And I think, yeah, I would like to, vote favorable action, but I think as a policy matter, we ought to wait till another meeting in order to make that decision, so,
Okay,
good. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
So, it is 10:47, and I understand that some people in this audience are fading. No names will be mentioned. Is there some way we can put off?
I have some good news for you, which
Okay,
is
great.
that Article 19 has been withdrawn.
I
So
got
that's
that.
out. Articles 17 and 25, there have been some changes, some revisions, but a motion was just offered to refer today. So, and that's not in your packet.
Motion by whom?
By Marty Rosenthal was
Refer
offered
which
to,
one?
to refer 17 and potentially 25
So
to
two
a.
motions to refer.
Yes, well, there's a motion to refer both articles, and theoretically, yeah, a joint motion to, that's how it's styled. I don't know how the parliamentary procedure on that works. But it's unclear at this point whether, Marty Rosenthal, so to whom? He's referring it to a select board
Oh,
committee.
my God.
Oh, select board committee.
Anyhow, so that's out there, but that hasn't been vetted yet. So I don't think there's action necessarily for you to take on 17 and 25 yet, given those. That
Let's
leaves
put that off for another day. Go
that
ahead.
leaves you with 12 and 24. 12 is the article about publishing public records requests, and I'm sorry, you have the petitioner here. You also have Marty, who's here, who's raised his hand if he wants to talk about his referral motion. And then you have the petitioner for 12 and 24, which is the two articles offered by Mike Toffel and Alec Lebovitz. Maybe you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. If folks on 17 and 25 want to talk about them, that's fine.
Well, I'd like to hear from Marty in terms of, motivation behind his referral.
And then you should hear from the
Quickly.
petitioner, yeah.
Yeah.
I think given that we have the petitioners
Yeah.
here, we
Should
owe
hear from them
to
too.
give-
Oh, I'm sorry.
They made some changes, right.
They
That's
made some changes.
right.
We should get it.
Okay, so why don't we start off with the petitioners giving us their changes and then go
Which
to
one
Marty.
Which
Yeah,
one are
so-
we doing? 12 first?
No. So it looks like
17 and 24.
looks like their hands are up. So why don't, if it's all right with you, when you do 17 and 25,
Okay, yeah,
and so Chi Wu is on.
okay. Chi-Chi, why don't you speak regarding 17 and 25?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Chi-Chi Wu, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7, co-petitioner on Article 17 and 25, joined by my co-petitioner, Jessica Kiko. Appreciate the board hearing from us since we have been on since, 8 o'clock. We have made changes to both 17 and 25 as a result of feedback, both from members of the select board as well as advisory committee. I sent those to you, and I'm hoping you have a copy of them. If you would like, we actually have slides which we can show you the changes if you'd like.
Why don't you do that?
We do have the revised versions in the packet. So yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Let me see if I can.
On page 720 of the packet, if you.
All right, my apologies. The Zoom is not giving me an option for.
Can you make her a co-host?
She's co-host. She should be able to.
Yeah, no, it's just not giving me the option for. Can you see a PowerPoint right now?
No.
No. So Chaz, is this in our packet as revisions to Article 17, round
Yes.
2?
Yes.
Okay.
Chi-Chi, I have it pulled up if you want me to screen share.
Oh, awesome. Zoom is just not giving me an option to share it from Google Drive.
Yeah, you want the slides, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, do you want me to go back or start here?
Okay, yes, thank you, Jessica. So the first change is at the paragraph 1 of the article where we added the federal before some civil immigration enforcement in response to Michael Rubenstein's suggestion. We also added at the end a sentence that for purposes of the article, the term town facilities does not include streets, roads, or other public ways, and that is at the suggestion of the advisory committee subcommittee. Next slide, please. On paragraph 2, we tweaked the language per suggestion to focus on the activity and not the personnel of civil immigration enforcement, prohibiting it in non-public spaces. We struck the second sentence. We were getting a lot of feedback that, it could possibly be interpreted to actually weaken some of the other prohibitions, some concerns about language and back and forth. And we finally decided it was just easier to strike that. So that has been struck. The next slide, please. On paragraph 3, per the suggestion of advisory committee, we noted that it was town employees that would document violations of first and second paragraph and notify the town administrator's office. We have made violations not only civil in nature, but also not subject to section 10.1 of the bylaws, which is the police criminal enforcement of bylaws. So it's absolutely clear this is civil in nature only. We've struck paragraph 4 that we had thought about suggesting earlier. We were getting a lot of comments about different aspects of the language, and it was getting complicated. And we came to the realization that also putting it in the bylaws would mean that it would be an actual prohibition on officers doing anything to interfere with federal law enforcement, including even the example we heard from the police a couple of meetings ago, where they said what happens in the police station is that ICE officers are politely told to wait outside, and that could be construed as interference. So we wouldn't want to prohibit that. So we've struck that. So those are our changes. Happy to answer questions. I don't know if I was hoping you might vote one way or another, just to vote. I'm not sure we can be back for a 5th time. We've been before you 3 times. Our motion was deferred another time when we waited. So I'm really hoping the board would like to take some action. Thank you. And then 25, Jessica, do you want to do that, or do you want me to handle that?
I can do it real quick. Let me just make that. We made 3.
Can we take up 17 and just resolve it first? Because I think we may want to do different things between the two of them.
You want to make a motion?
You've got a referral motion.
Yeah.
Too. So you might want to hear.
We need to hear from Marty.
Oh, that's right.
Because that's going to take precedence, right?
Well,
Town
it would be voted on first.
Right.
Yeah.
At town meeting.
So,
But I mean, we can recommend a favorable action.
we could, but until we hear the case for referral,
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we should do that before hearing Marty, but
Right.
yeah, we're not restrained by
Yeah.
the rules of town meeting. Okay, Jessica?
Well, you said if you want to take up 17, you should probably hear from Marty on the
Marty now.
referral.
Yeah, okay. Marty? Why don't you
Am I in?
speak,
I
can you
think I'm
speak
in.
just on 17?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Sorry. So I got the petitioner's latest version today, and wish they had sent it to me as well, but that's a separate issue. And then I decided I better put my referral draft into writing, because I've been talking about it for a month or 3 weeks and haven't put anything into writing. So the motion, I think you got it. Oh, wait a minute. Who made my screen go full? Somebody. All right. The motion at this point is, and the moderator said it's within the scope, is to refer the subject matters tentatively 17 and 25 including potentially related police general orders to a promptly appointed select board committee with in part representation of CDICR and the police commissioners advisory committee with staff, including the police and town council's assistance, and keeping in place the board's February 10 proclamation regarding civil immigration enforcement. That's basically the motion. I think you have it. About an hour or two ago, I sent it at least to Jessica, and maybe she shared it with the petitioners, I hope.
Could you explain why, Marty?
Yeah, okay. So I have been saying for a couple of weeks that I don't understand why the petitioners want to run the risk of having a bylaw reviewed by the Attorney General and voiding not only this bylaw, but also all the executive orders by implication, I think. And the reasons are, I've stated them before, I think it's loaded with legal issues. And the town council memo, I thought, was very cursory, saying that paragraph 1 was okay. Even that one has issues aside from the ICE issues. And I hope anyone has looked at the Vera report that I've talked about and cited for you, that talks about the ICE issues, the sovereign immunity versus the 10th Amendment. But there's also issues about essentially a trespass law. It doesn't call it a trespass law. And I think that's probably preempted by state law. I don't think it's adequately enforceable. I think it's still got a lot of vagueness, which criminal laws scrutinize for vagueness. And the enforcement provision that's been changed is just not going to work. I'm sorry. You cannot make 10.1, you can't overrule it. 10.1 says a violation of the bylaws is a misdemeanor, and that comes from state law. Last week, the chief and I think Chi-Chi agreed that it's a general law. It's not a general law. It's state law that goes back to common law. In fact, it goes back to, for any lawyers in the room, Blackstone's commentaries, that anything that is deemed to be a violation against the state, or where the state is the plaintiff, is a crime. It's a misdemeanor, and that's where 10.1 comes for. This bylaw the draft doesn't try to overrule 10.1, and the enforcement provision, that civil enforcement, that's already in our bylaws, that something can be enforced civilly, but it doesn't take it out of the designation as a misdemeanor and a crime that gets scrutinized by the Attorney General. So I just think that paragraph 1, there's other issues as well. It says, I brought up the streets and sidewalks issues, but what about parking lots and parks? If the police see someone they want to kidnap, alleged detainee, in a park or in a parking lot, are we saying they can't go in there? That's going to run into the sovereign immunity issues. And the police station is now considered banned. They can't go into the police station and ask if someone is in detention or when they're coming out. I have proposed last week that we add a general order along the lines of the Plymouth provision that John Van Scoyoc sent me, which is that in keeping with our sanctuary order, the desk officer could say, I'm not authorized to tell you anything, but that's a separate issue. But the point is, how can we make the police station out of bounds for ICE? The other thing about this is that Alec brought up last week that we want it to be, that you folks, and I do too, I want something more binding so that people can count on it. But the fact of the matter is, no matter what happens here, ICE is not going to care about what we say in Brookline. And the fact is that people should not be told, as Alex said last week, with all due respect, I know it was well motivated, that people are counting on this. Nobody should be counting on this. And I hope that the petitioners are not telling people that even the proclamation is going to save them from ICE right now. It isn't. In fact, ICE doesn't care about homicide laws and kidnapping laws. So why are they going to care about a trespass law that's not called that. And lastly, I know that you want to get on and get the meeting over with, but the definition of the oh, by the way, there's a case called Sherman Manufacturing, 1905, that says a crime or misdemeanor is an act committed or omitted in violation of the public law. So that's where the Blackstone's commentary comes in, that this is going to be a crime no matter how you slice it, and the police shall enforce town bylaws. So you're putting them in a bind. What are they supposed to do with this? The bottom line is, I really believe that this would create a monkey wrench for at least 6 cities that now have executive orders, and maybe the governors as well, because some of the language is the same as the governors. And I don't think that's a risk worth taking. I think it should be a study, not by the board, but a committee created by the board, and that it should act quickly and try to revise, especially the general orders. Whether there should be a bylaw, I'm really reluctant at a bylaw.
Okay, we got it. David?
So just the portion you mentioned, Marty, about concern of an attorney general review. So the town of Plymouth this past Saturday, they passed at town meeting their version of this warrant article. So that attorney general review is going to happen regardless. So beyond that point, however, you raised the concern about police and Brookline police enforcing the bylaw in spaces such as public parks. I'm wondering if we can hear from the petitioners whether you've had further discussions with the police department about that enforcement issue and about whether other public spaces need to be exempted beyond sidewalks.
So we have not had further conversations with the police department. We did, as I said, make enforcement of this civil and not subject to the criminal enforcement penalty in the bylaws. I mean, the obligation of the police would be the same as any town employee with a civil offense. And, we took out the part about, public spaces being for the purpose that they were intended for. And so that particular paragraph only applies to non-public spaces now. Yeah, Jessica, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think that's right. And I take the point that just because we have a bylaw, it doesn't mean that immigration enforcement agents are going to follow it. And we are certainly not, telling people that, we have this proclamation, we will have a bylaws, and therefore nothing can happen to you in Brookline. I mean, I have spent the past 16 months training literally thousands of immigrants in Massachusetts about their rights. And let me tell you, nobody's feeling reassured, right? Like nobody feels completely safe no matter where they live. But I do think it's important for the town to say, look, this is our property. These are our facilities. We don't think this activity is appropriate and necessary in our space. And I think that that's still a really important message to send. And this bylaw does that. And we have listened, as Chi-Chi said, to the concerns expressed by our police department regarding enforceability, and we've made amendments to reflect those concerns. And we think that it does what it needs to do in its current version.
Okay, Michael, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I guess the question I wanted to ask Marty, but I think he may have answered it already, is, a referral motion, as opposed to just trying to defeat the amendment, is for study to bring it back for reconsideration. So I'm just wondering what you expect the result of that study to be, if you feel like the warrant article is just riddled with unenforceable or inappropriate language.
Maybe May I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I don't think it has to come back. I'm hoping, frankly, that the real best way to handle this is to do general orders that give the police enforcement powers, and it could be also something to other employees could come from the select board. So I'm not convinced that that a bylaw is the best route on this. I think you could do those things pretty quickly. And I'm asking that the proclamation stay in place, which is partly along the lines of what Jessica is saying, that the message has been sent and needs to be sent. It was a great message, but I just don't think it's going to accomplish the goals. It's going to create problems for the police department. And the other thing that Chi-Chi just said something about, the police will not be enforcing this. Other people will be enforcing it. The police are obligated to enforce bylaws. That's, I think, 10.2 or 3. 10.2, isn't it? Police shall enforce bylaws. So I don't think they can ignore a bylaw violation, whether it's in the police station or in the town hall parking lot or the playground, the park right around the corner from town hall, or any playground, park. So I just think this is very difficult, and it's much more complicated. And I wish somebody would look at the Vera article, because these are going on all over the country, and it raises some very complicated issues. And I don't think any of them have been upheld yet, which was one of the things that came up last week.
Thank you, Marty. I think you answered my question, and I appreciate it.
Sorry, yeah.
Anyone else with comments or questions on select board? No?
Okay.
Anything further from the petitioners? Specifically to warrant article 17?
On 17, no.
All right, so do we feel ready to take a vote on this? Sounds like you do.
I do, yeah.
All right.
I'm ready to recommend favorable action.
So I do have a question. So, maybe it's a rhetorical question, but if there's no fines, there's no enforcement, it seems like it'd be more civil, not criminal. I think probably the exclusion of 10.1 probably covers you on that. What's the point of moving it from a bylaw, or not from a policy, Chi-Chi, to the bylaw? What's your thinking there?
So as I mentioned in one of the earlier presentations, part of the reason that triggered this Warrant article was when someone said, well, to enforce the proclamation, we would go to court and ask for an injunction enforcing the ordinance. And of course, an ordinance is a bylaw, it's not a proclamation. So it makes it have more legal weight so that it's enforceable civilly through an injunction. And the idea is that all town employees, whether it be librarians, teachers, or police officers, report it to the town administrator's office, and the town administrator would then, have to make the decision whether to seek an injunction in court.
So you're just saying it carries more weight broadly? Is that what the issue is?
Yes. It has more legal enforceability if you're going to go to court and ask for an injunction that it's a bylaw.
And others here can remind me if I'm misremembering, but I think the police chief had stated that effectively the police do exercise discretion on what they are enforcing and when they are enforcing it. So I think that mollifies perhaps some concerns about questions of would we seek to go after ICE if they utilized a public park, for example, as space. To your question just now, Paul, about what's the point, I think maybe to some extent the point is a statement of our values, even if ICE is going to realistically ignore it. The main reservation that I had initially was the point that Marty made about Attorney General review, but given that Plymouth has passed their version, that's going to happen regardless. So I'm prepared to support Warrant Article 17, and it sounds like Michael was moving that question.
Right.
Okay.
I move that we recommend favorable action on Warrant Article 17.
Okay, all in favor? John Van Scoyac?
Well, with a lot of reservations, because I do think Marty has a very good case for referral, but I'll say aye.
Paul Warren.
Paul Warren, I'm going to abstain.
David.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay.
Thank you, Select Board.
Thank you.
That's 17. Now we have 25.
Thank
Is
you.
that ready for
Okay.
discussion?
Is it okay if I share my screen and show slides with the edits we've made?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and I'll be as brief as humanly possible. So again, in response to feedback that we received both before the select board and in public hearing before a subcommittee of the advisory council, we've made 3 specific edits to the local planks of warrant article 25. The first one is with regards to fingerprinting. Our resolution calls for not fingerprinting juveniles or following arrest for misdemeanors. And there were some concerns expressed by our police department that doing so would mean that we would not be in compliance with state police accreditation standards. This is not an area of expertise for me. The research that I found indicates that state law requires fingerprinting only for felonies. And I couldn't find anything specific in our police accreditation that requires fingerprinting across the board for every arrest. Nonetheless, we included this qualifying language unless required by state law or police accreditation to address those concerns. The second is that we also added a qualifier to applying for UASI grants. And we added that we shall cease applying for grants unless such grants do not require cooperation, support of, or data sharing with federal immigration enforcement or border crisis response, participation in the BRIC, or cooperation with federal election interference. And then the last one, not as substantive, we struck the names of the individuals in the very last bullet and instead just referred to officers by title and removed reference to the select board and the police chief, as they will, of course, be aware of the warrant article. So those are our 3 recommended suggested edits in response to the feedback that we've received.
Okay,
We're happy to answer.
okay, so since Marty has also referred this, why don't we hear from him? And briefly, Marty. I see Chief Pastor's on the, doesn't have her hand up, but looks like she's wanting to speak, so.
Well, assuming I'm likely to still do the referral motion, I'm likely to include this as well, because I think there's things in this that could be improved, and the resolution goes back to the board basically to do things anyway. So I think that there's things in here that could be improved and added, like what I talked about improving the, what's not called, whatever it's called, the sanctuary order, that police could decline to answer a question, for instance. And I had other ideas that I've mentioned in past meetings, but I'm going to also probably put those into writing as a possible amendment if my referral motion fails. But I do think that for the same reasons I talked about earlier, if it's going to be referred on 17, I think that should refer this one too, which doesn't really detract from this one at all, because this one is a resolution that basically is referred back to the select board anyway. So it seems to me that I have some ideas on how to improve this that I hope the petitioners would be open to. And if that's the case, then I think this should be referred as well. And I'm not going to get into those specifics now, partly because of the hour and partly because they're all scribblings in my computer.
Okay, thanks. Chief Sullivan, I see has his hand raised. Why don't we hear from him?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Sullivan, Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director. Again, I would ask the board to vote non-favorably on this article in my capacity as the
jurisdictional point of contact for the UASI region for the town. This article has a poison pill in it that would restrict us from going for any UASI grants based on the various items that are in there, and which is really veiled in the petitioner's political stand against the immigration enforcement, and I get that, but this is not the vehicle to do that. We get a great deal of funding and a lot of our capacity for emergency management from the UASI region, and it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We would potentially lose hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment and resources, and not just in Brookline, but regionally, if we were to just withdraw UASI altogether. I know it's saying not to go for UASI grants, but that it's effectively the same thing. It is a temporary situation. We lived through this administration before. We'll live through it again. We've gone through all kinds of iterations of this over the course of the 25 years since 9/11, and I really think it is not in the best interest of the town to withdraw from UASI, whether it's just the grants, which in effect is the same thing. So that's all I have to say.
Hey, Chief, can I ask you a question? So
Yes, sir.
this Warrant article also talks about withdrawing from BRIC.
Yep.
And frankly, I'm sympathetic to that because BRIC, as it's alleged, is really running wild. Is there any way?
I can't speak to BRIC. I don't have any direct connection to it as the fire chief or an EMD. And that's kind of my point, is that's the poison pill in this particular piece of the article, just as the poison pill that I brought up at the state UASI meeting was that the grant itself required some funding for immigration enforcement and border protection. It's the same thing, but in reverse. They're doing the same thing in this article as the federal government did in their iteration, and I just think it's using this against its best interests, and I don't think it's the right thing. It's political activism when we're trying to run town government, and that's my opinion.
No, I get that, right? But the concern is that BRIC is compiling information on people alleged to be gang members who are behaving like children. And that they have a database of alleged gang members that is overwhelmingly people of color. All these allegations, which I don't know whether they're true or not, but we have to find some way to basically open the books and see if that is the case, and if it is, to find some way of preventing or to stopping it.
I mean, may I? I want to let Chief Pastor speak on this too, right? I think this is the thing where we got to talk about what are the allegations, when were they made, what are they in response to, what has happened since those allegations were made. I understand where the petitioners are coming from. I understand the case that they reference from 9 years ago, prior to the enactment of the Trust Act.
Except the Trust Act doesn't address BRIC.
It does address BRIC, though.
Not the Boston Trust Act I read.
I mean, it addresses the activity of the law enforcement in Boston. And I think the other big thing that was raised is a more recent issue, which is the monitoring of protest activity. And to the extent that that is a concern, that is something that we can, it's obviously something that can be talked about. But I think the biggest thing here is that when Mayor Wu was a city councilor, she voted against funding the BRIC. There was that period of time in which we were worried that the BRIC was going to move to Quincy. Nothing against Quincy, but it's just like it would have been a massive downgrade in terms of capacity and ability to do the work. And I think, I think rather than just say, to your point, right? We got to get to the bottom of these allegations, because these allegations are serious and are worth discussing. But I feel like we're just accepting them as true, and we're not looking at the broader history of this. Because now that Michelle Wu is Mayor Michelle Wu, she has been resolute against defunding the brick.
So what I'd like to know is, what is it that Michelle Wu has found out about the brick that gives her that confidence? See, I think what we got to do is tell Brick, open your books, let us know.
Well, Bernard, I think that there's probably still legitimate concerns. Have all the reforms been done to solve all the problems that have to do with, the gang database is really, I think, where the issue is with the brick. But the brick also provides important regional infrastructure for law enforcement to respond to terrorist attacks, the boss. So, I think we got to be careful about throwing the baby out with the bathwater here.
I'm not suggesting that. Matter of fact, ICE does legitimate things.
Yeah.
We're not concerned about the legitimate things they're doing. We're concerned about the things that really are way off.
Well, we're not getting rid of ICE with the thing that we just voted on.
I'm saying, the fact that there are good things that BRIC does is important, but it doesn't address the issue that I think this warrant article is trying to address, and that I'm concerned with, and that is, in some ways, they are out of control, or seem to be out of control,
Yeah.
and we have to know whether that's true, and if it is, what can we do about it? I'm sorry, David.
I think Paul's point is that a distinction between the two warrant articles. So warrant article 17 does not seek to eliminate ICE, not that we could do that anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean,
whereas warrant article 25 is saying withdraw from BRIC, so
Eliminate BRIC.
eliminate it essentially. And it seems like you're tacitly acknowledging.
No, I'm not. I don't think that's necessarily the right answer. But before we do anything, we got to basically figure out what it is that BRIC is doing.
What we're hearing from our police department, that being part of BRIC is very important. So absent proof of ongoing malfeasance that's not several years old and that reforms are not working, I think the burden is the opposite of how you're placing it. You're basically saying BRIC needs to prove that it's fully safe now. I think we need proof that what BRIC is continuing to engage in misdeeds before we withdraw from something that our police department says is critically important without having all the facts.
I'm not suggesting withdrawing. I'm suggesting let's find out some information before we go for it at some point. And that may mean, finding out what Mayor Wu has determined to be, where BRIC is now, where it wasn't a few years ago. And we just need to know before we commit ourselves to an organization that is a little scary. John?
Well, I think that what's persuading me that we should not support this article is actually kind of a simple matter of what we as select board members, the relationship we bear towards the police department, and the question of whether the police department participates in BRIC is always in front of us. I mean, we could at any time, decide in our capacity as select board members that we're not comfortable with our police department participating in BRIC. But I don't want to cede that decision to town meeting.
John, I agree.
Yeah.
My only concern is we don't know enough about BRIC to say that we should continue working with them.
Yeah, but we
also don't know enough to say not to work with them.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, of course.
We can take that up, and we owe it, a thank you to the sponsors of this warrant article for kind of putting the pressure on us to not just sort of casually go along with BRIC, but I don't think we should resolve questions that we might have once we learn more. And it all comes down also to our collaboration with our fire chief and our police chief. And we owe it to them to really take seriously the questions raised by this article, but not by ceding decision-making over whether Brookline should participate in BRIC to town meeting.
Yeah.
It's for us to
I don't
decide.
disagree with that. All I'm saying is that the credible allegations have been made over many, many months, and in many situations that BRIC has some problems. I don't know whether they're true or not,
Yeah.
but we have an obligation to determine, to the extent we can, whether this is an organization that we want to be involved with. I mean,
But we don't need this warrant article. To do that.
no, we don't need the warrant article.
Right.
This is a
Yeah,
little separate.
No, I think you're raising an important point that the board should get more information. I think John is also raising an important point that we're hearing from our fire chief, we're hearing from our police
Who
chief.
doesn't know anything about BRIC?
No, I know, but he's opposing the article. And we're hearing from our town administrator who is saying, we can't just bail on BRIC. We've heard that from our chief of police. So I'm inclined to say no action on the article, and let's go initiate an investigation of BRIC to get the answers that you want. And we could always withdraw it from in the future. But that's two separate questions. Do we withdraw from BRIC after we get more information? We're not going to get more information before town meeting.
No.
Your satisfaction.
But we have to start the process. I mean, it's been.
This kicks us in the pants to go start the process.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Right, I agree with what John and Paul are saying, and you to an extent. There's nothing wrong with getting more information and committing ourselves to doing that. I totally agree. But the question before us right now is this Warrant article.
I agree. I'm
whether it's-
deviating from that.
Right. And also, I'll add, there are 8 other municipalities that are a part of BRIC, including Cambridge and Somerville. Not one of them is withdrawn.
Maybe this issue hasn't come up.
I mean, there were these issues in Somerville. I talked about the Remeza Ataturk case. Like that's even in the aftermath of that case. Then Mayor Ballantyne didn't talk about withdrawing from the BRIC. It's.
But was a BRIC involved with that? I mean,
No, they weren't. No, but again, that was ICE. But I'm saying, in the aftermath of something like that, the issue of to what degree did the Somerville Police Department, coordinate in any way with federal law enforcement? That was a salient question, and even then. Now, to be fair, Mayor Ballantyne is no longer the mayor, but I haven't seen Mayor Wilson have that conversation either.
So, by the way, Chief Pastor has her hand up. Let's hear from her.
Thank you all very much. I am in agreement with Chief Sullivan that I would recommend a vote of no action on this or non-favorable action. I think there's a lot of confusion, which I understand. Not everybody has been living the BRIC for 15 years or whatever, as long as I have, I guess longer. UASI and the BRIC are not the same thing. There was some information, in some of the public hearings, people came forward. There was a resident of Newton who testified that, she lives in Newton. Newton's a safe city. Newton's not part of the BRIC, and that's simply not true. I think that we're all in agreement that law enforcement, the Brookline Police Department, specifically, we need our partners. We need our relationships with other police departments in order to be effective in keeping our community safe. The BRIC is operations. The BRIC is how we do that. The BRIC extends far beyond the UASI, the 9 cities and towns that make up UASI. I can't think of a single city or town in our immediate area that doesn't contribute to the BRIC, including the colleges and universities, Newton, the other, surrounding cities and towns. It's more than just the UASI cities and towns, and I understand why that's confusing. UASI funds the BRIC, but the BRIC serves as a regional hub similar to the Commonwealth Fusion Center. Those are the 2 for the state. So we would be removing ourselves from the hub of information, gathering, collecting and synthesizing and sharing out. It operationally wouldn't make any sense for us, and we don't have the capacity, and it just wouldn't be good practice to try to replicate that on our own. There were a few other things mentioned. I think somebody talked about the BRIC, for example, being present at Occupy Boston. I mean, those things, you can take, there's a little bit of truth in everything that I think was said. Occupy Boston, I remember back in the day, there was crime there. They weren't there to impede on First Amendment rights. They were there because there was open market, open air drug dealing happening, sexual assaults were happening. It was becoming violent towards the end, and so a police presence was warranted. And I think with regard to, the statistics that are being shared regarding demographics, we should be troubled by that. But I have to say, if you go on the Boston Police Department, they're pretty transparent. They have a crime dashboard. They share out their homicide statistics. And if you look at the demographics of who's being killed in instances of gang violence in the city, the statistics and the demographics are a pretty close match. And that's unfortunate. That's something to be solved for. But eliminating us from the BRIC does nothing to solve for that.
John.
I just want to raise one other aspect of this. And I don't do it, to create tension, but I think some people might bridle at what I'm about to say. This is worded as a request, request that the select board or the town withdraw from participation in BRIC. If we were to recommend a town meeting that they not adopt this, for the reasons that we've been discussing here, and town meeting went ahead and adopted it anyway, frankly, I don't think it would actually have the power of what's the phrase I'm looking for? Force of law. The force of law to require us as the police commissioners to decide to bow to something that we disagree with in terms of police policy. If after discussing with the chief and the fire chief, if we came to think that the chiefs are right, they are more or less under our authority, and why would we be bowing to a request to deny them something that they have told us in very clear terms they want to continue to have access to? So I'm not sure that we would even have a clear end to this discussion, even if town meeting went ahead and adopted this article.
You're right. Michael?
I guess one of the things that I'm struggling with is, there are 8 different sections to this, and there are some sections that I think are more reasonable and are worthy of adoption, and then there are others that are problematic. So one of the things that I'm wondering from the petitioners is whether they have any interest in identifying the common ground within their resolution, and moving forward where we have common ground and then continuing to work the other issues, or whether or not they feel like the entire set of 8 are sort of bound together in such a way that separating them is unacceptable.
Gigi, do you have an answer?
So Jessica has had her hand up for a while, and we are all co-petitioners.
Yeah, and our transcript is over her face.
Oh, yeah, we can't see it.
Okay, Jessica?
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't actually
It's
going
not your fault, it's our fault.
Can we
to
move the
address
transcript down?
that particular question. I think we would need to consult with another first. I personally am inclined to bring the whole thing before town meeting. What I was going to address was some of the comments that were made about UASI and BRIC. I mean, I think, first of all, you're right. We don't know exactly how the BRIC works, and that is by design. It's not an accident. City Council in Boston just issued a demand for a series of hearings on the BRIC to better understand how data goes in and who it's shared with. And we know that under the current administration, if any federal agency has access to that data, we can be sure that immigration enforcement has access to that data. With regards to the UASI funding, I just wanted to say to Chief Sullivan that, we heard from you the importance of these funds to our town. And so we specifically crafted language to say, hey, we can get these funds unless they require us to do immigration enforcement, or they require us to be complicit in the BRIC, or they require cooperation with federal election interference. So, if what we're hearing is you can separate the BRIC from UASI, and if what we're hearing is right now there is no immigration enforcement requirement, right, then that should address those concerns. It's not our intent to strip the town from funding that we have access to as long as it doesn't feed into these very specific things that I thought we all. I know that there's controversy around the brick, but in terms of limiting immigration enforcement, collaboration and immigration enforcement, I thought that there was common ground there. That's not, just our activist stance. It's the stance that the town has taken.
Michael?
Actually, I think he had his hand up first.
It's okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so, I mean, I know that at least one of the petitioners is aware of this, but I gave feedback to the petitioners around number 7. I have concern about the language, the amended language as they've written it, because it removes the possibility of Brookline actually being in control of whether or not we are meeting those requirements. I know that in some other circumstances, the fact that the federal government has required something hasn't prevented us from, in order to access funds, has not prevented us from challenging that requirement and accessing, or at least requesting access to those funds anyway. So I'm just saying I would be much more comfortable with number 7 if it were in Brookline's capacity, whether or not we determine whether or not we are meeting those requirements, as opposed to whether or not the federal government decides to write requirements into their grants.
Okay, I'm sorry, David.
I just want to say, I think that's an excellent point, Michael, and if I understand you correctly, in part at least, you're saying if we don't have a seat at the table, we're not part of the discussion about the direction. If we were to withdraw, we don't have an influence anymore on the condition of appropriation.
I was specifically referring to the UASI grants and the way that they're constructed. I wasn't.
Okay, for UASI grants.
Yeah.
For me, the overall structure of the warrant article, I find a little problematic. I think it's very well intentioned, and I'm not impugning the motives in any way. But unlike warrant article 17, which seemed focused on trying to prevent ICE from continuing to commit unconstitutional actions and from persecuting people in our community unreasonably, this warrant article, even if it has that same motive behind it, it seems to really be hamstringing our police department and the town in a way that I'm not sure why we would want to essentially punish or make more complicated policing in Brookline because we don't like how ICE is acting. And that's the way this warrant article seems to be structured. So I'm not comfortable supporting it at this time.
Okay, I see Chi Wu's hand is up.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair Green. So, I mean, I am, kind of seeing where the winds are blowing in this one, and also agree with my co-petitioner, Jessica Kiko, that petitioners probably be leaning against taking those planks out, and, hoping in the interest of just sort of, moving forward on this, I would say it is very likely that we would not be taking those planks out if the board wants to vote tonight.
Okay, board, what do you say?
So Bernard, first, I do appreciate the petitioners and Chi-Chi remarks, and I appreciate your commitment to your own article that, take a vote and we may still bring it anyway. I do think taking out the brick, removing the requirement of withdrawing from the brick, and also removing the requirement to not participate in WASI would basically gut your article. So I'm not surprised that you would not want to make those changes. But for me, it's when both of our lead public safety officials are saying, please don't, and the town administrator is saying, please don't, I feel like we almost have an obligation to support them. We don't always support everything they say, but this seems to be unanimous from our our public safety folks. So I'm inclined to support no action. And Chichi, as you're probably aware of, for many articles where I'm either undecided or I want to take a vote at town meeting, because I will likely be in town meeting, that's why I've been abstaining on stuff, to leave me an open path to hear the arguments at town meeting, as opposed to committing right now. But for this one, I feel pretty confident that I'm a no action at this point.
Okay, well, why don't someone move, make a motion?
So I move no action on.
Right?
I just moved it. I move no action.
Okay, all in favor? John Danskoyak?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Regretfully, aye.
Chair abstains on this. Okay, so that's it.
All right. Thank you, Select Board. We're going to go to bed now and
Pardon me?
hopefully not see you again for a little bit.
Thank you.
See you at town meeting.
Thanks for
Okay.
being with us.
We didn't take a vote on them.
We have one more thing we need to do. We have one more.
What's that? Oh, local
didn't
ballot
take-
information, the
We
only,
do need to do that, but I will just note, we didn't take a vote on either of the referral articles.
Oh, we didn't take the seven.
no, we
we
no
didn't do
act- or
12.
favorable
Right,
act.
Well,
we still need
it's
to
one.
use-
You've got 12,
12 and
you've
24.
got
12
12
and
and 24
24
still to go.
And the petitioners have been waiting,
Yes.
and they were actually ahead of.
Yes, well,
17
well,
and
12,
25.
that's, they were ahead and behind. So,
Okay, so let's-
Mike Toffel is online. Mike, if you want to talk about where you've been with 12 and 24.
Hi, guys. Is Alec on the line here?
I don't see, advisory was.
Yes, I'm
there
here
he
as
is. Sorry,
well.
there. Yep, no, sorry.
I think Alec's going to speak to it.
Yep.
Yes, so for warrant article 24, we sent some suggested language edits to Chaz and Fang that sought to address the concern that was raised by Select Board Member Paul Warren. That language clarifies, I think, what we would be requesting of town administration to do to verify the adoption of the recommended policy in regards to archiving public record communications. So the actual change in language would come in the last whereas clause, where usage were routinely monitored, would be struck and replaced by adherence was periodically assessed. And similarly, the word monitoring would be struck from the resolve clauses and replaced with the word assessments. So I think, we wanted to be sensitive to this concern. And in Chaz's correspondence with us, I think he offered some clarification as well as to what the town would maybe view their mandate to be with this new language. Chaz, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Alec. I think it's just, right, it's not, we have no intention of reading people's emails. It's just the count, it's just figuring out who's sending what. All right, what board are they on? Okay, that gives us a general sense. To Paul's point, some people are on multiple boards, so it's not a perfect count. But we generally know, okay, there are folks who are using it and folks who are not. We send an email to the boards on a regular basis saying, hey, here's the number of emails that we got from members of your board, not even just a reminder, this number doesn't mean necessarily that you're not doing your job, because what if you have no email traffic from being on a board? But as a reminder, if you are conducting official business, you need to be copying this board archives email.
Okay, but so, may I, Bernard?
Yeah.
But to be clear, you're still saying you're going to go query the email database and see if Paul Warren or whoever's on the commission has actually had email traffic.
Yes.
I think that's a terrible idea. I think if you wanted to assess, you could send an email to the board periodically and say, are you aware of this requirement? Are you doing it? Please let us know, yes or no. But to actually go and do data mining around a person's activity, I think is a terrible idea. It's surveillance. I don't think we should be doing it.
Michael?
I have a question. Have you considered in sort of this search that you could also look at emails from public body members to anybody with a brooklinema.gov address? So, for example, if the chair of the Brookline Commission for Women sends the select board liaison, who is a select board member, an email, that would be captured within our system. And I'm
Yes.
just wondering whether or not the analysis should include such information as evidence of activity, or are we trying to measure something else?
We're trying, so I think, at that point, and then it starts becoming too much of rigmarole. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that in situations where there's interaction with the public, as opposed to interactions with staff or other individuals that have brooklinema.gov email addresses, that we are adequately capturing that, so that if there is a public records request for those files, it can be easily addressed and in such a way that doesn't require the board of committee members to do more work, or worse, come up against a situation where a board or committee member refuses access, and then we have public records that we just can't access. So I think for our purposes, I don't want to build a giant system that tries to figure out what every board and commission member is emailing at any given point. I want us to do enough to ensure that compliance is being adhered to. And so if that's something less than checking people's names and making sure that that's happening, okay, we can send a more general compliance note. But, at a certain point, the proof is going to be, at some point someone will test this, right? At some point there will be an issue, there will be a ZBA member or something, and there will be an issue with public records from emails back and forth, and then the question will be, do we have those, yes or no? We know they exist.
Yep.
Or did they copy?
And then you'll find out.
Right. The question is, what are we doing to ensure compliance before that point?
So I do think education is important, but let's run a scenario. You send Warren. Warren's on moderators committee, right?
So moderators committee.
Bad example.
Yes.
In your wisdom, you appoint me to some select board committee, which I don't want you to. Please don't. If I ask, don't. And I get this email. You haven't sent any emails to the thing yet. What I realize is, I need to send an email with X in it, right? X, and that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna satisfy the surveillance requirement of being present in the surveillance database. I think it's
Creepy.
It's creepy, and I mean, if I'm going to volunteer and you're starting to say I'm monitoring your emails, talk about scaring people off from wanting to participate. I think it's a terrible, terrible idea. I am not in favor.
And I guess I'm not really clear as to what purposes. I mean, if I wanted to send emails to someone, town emails, to someone outside the system, I can do that.
Yes, but you have so the whole point of this, as Paul knows, because we talked about this, is that when this initially came to us, it was why don't we give everyone brooklinema.gov email addresses? And the reason for that, as we've discussed, is twofold. One, it's expensive. Two, it's a security risk. So we don't want to do that. It's a bad idea. But we understand that the petitioners want to promote transparency and allow for public records requests to be better done. And there is a benefit to having a centralized place where public records are kept. It is actually better for boards and committee members because then it's less invasive for them if they get a hit with a public records request to be able to say, hey, just check let the town do that work for me instead of me having to go search my Gmail for my stuff. That feels pretty invasive. It feels more invasive. So I think there's a happy medium here. I think if the concern is we don't like the idea, and again, I wouldn't be sending an email saying, hey, I noticed that you haven't been sending enough emails. There's no quota. It would just be like, here's the data. There's no judgment call about it. It just says, here it is. Please be sure that you're copying this if you're having conversations outside of the ecosystem, so that we always have a record on a Brookline server. So if that's the concern, if the concern is we don't want to do that, we want to just do monitor, we want to ensure adherence through education only, if that's the will of the board, sure, I'm happy to do that. I just think, we gotta balance that out. And I balance out the competing priorities here, because I really don't want us to be back in this situation where everyone's saying we need brooklinema.gov email addresses. That's just, it's asking for trouble.
Michael?
First of all, I think in support of what Paul is saying, this is another case where I appreciate the intent, but I think the intent and the impact are significantly different. And I think Paul has clearly identified the potential impact of presenting the data. And it's not neutral. It's not neutral.
I think that's clear to me that what the will of the board is. So I'm happy to structure this in such a way that doesn't mine the data and just instead reminds people on a regular basis of their obligations to comply with this rule.
You have to get the approval or the comments of the petitioners.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the TMMA listserv monthly announcement, for example.
If I can briefly just respond on this point, I would say, we've, I think, deliberately tried to soften the language to allow for more flexibility here. And certainly, this is a resolution. We make no specific prescription for how this verification has to be done. I would suggest that, the executive branch is well within their purview to set parameters. And I don't necessarily think that, going to a proactive outreach approach would in any way really impinge the spirit of the article. And I'm certainly open to that.
So I guess what I'd like to propose is we change the word. So I do appreciate you went from surveillance. I forget what the word.
Monitor.
Oh, monitor. Sorry, monitor. And now what's the word we're using?
Assess.
Assess. I would change the assess to educate.
Yeah, that's kind of where we are now.
Yeah, educate.
Yeah.
Basically what the resolution is doing is saying, the primary issue here is to expand the ask to other boards and commissions, right? Beyond what I think the select board had done. I think we're now into moderators committees and stuff, right? Is that the expansion, Alec?
God knows.
There were two expansions. So that is one, Paul, for sure.
Yeah.
Expanding scope. The other was, the new word was evaluate instead of monitor, with the idea of giving Chaz and others the opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of an education campaign, for example, because maybe it is effective, but if it's not, the idea is to allow you to evaluate it and see whether other options are more appropriate get folks to adhere to the select board's own policy.
Right. So I think an alternative way to assess is when you actually do get a public records request, if you can't fulfill it, from the archive email account, there's an educational email that goes out to boards and commissions and says, hey, we had a request for this particular commission and we were unable to fulfill it because we couldn't find any responsive documents because no one was sending them. That to me is a way to do it with information, because there was actually a proactive request to do it versus something that appears to be more like surveillance that will be misinterpreted. So again, I would just call it. I could be supportive of the article if we changed that word to educate, or educate the boards and commissions, and you can do that as regular as you want.
Okay. By the way, Joe, do you have a deadline of midnight tonight? No. Oh, okay, good. Because it's 5 up. Okay. So what are we doing here?
So I would like to. I'd like to make an amendment to the article, propose an amendment. I don't know where, I don't have the article in front of me, but the word that you had of assess, I would like to change it to educate.
Just so you know, the word is evaluate that you're changing.
Evaluate to educate.
Not sure there's a big difference.
Well, evaluate was interpreted by the town administrator to go mine the data. Educate would be send a regular reminder. We could actually call it, specifically say it, send out regular reminders that to use the email address.
Okay, let's wrap this up. You want to make a motion?
So I think basically what you're saying is you want to remove, so tell me if I've got this right. So the proposed amendment would be the whereas clause currently reads, whereas the town administrator and IT director believe that the handbook procedure could be more comprehensively used if public body members were better trained, adherence was periodically assessed, and reminders were more regularly sent.
Get rid of assess.
Adherence was periodically assessed.
Yes.
Public body members were better trained and reminders were more regularly
Yes.
sent. Then the other change is at the bottom of page 2, reads, town meeting asked the town administrator and IT director to provide a report in December 2026 to update town meeting on the extent to which their training, assessments, and reminders, cut assessments, just training and reminders.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
That works for me.
I don't know what, so that's the select board's motion on this?
Well, we have to
Right,
vote on it.
Is your motion?
Right.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay.
Wait here for the petitioners.
So the version that we spoke about tonight had already changed the word monitoring to evaluate. And we are pretty comfortable with the idea that we want to keep the word evaluate, which gives a lot of deference to Chaz's team to figure out how to evaluate. But we think evaluation is a useful thing to keep in our petitioner's motion.
Okay, so there'll be two versions going to town meeting,
Or one version with an amendment.
with one version with an amendment. Yep. So I'd like to move the amended article for favorable action.
Second.
Okay, John Van Scoyer,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
No.
and I don't like it, but I'll say aye. Okay, that brings us up to not an article, to Joe's matter,
The ballot mailer.
the ballot mail.
Oh, my God.
So what do you have to say?
Thank you.
Happy Wednesday, by the way.
We had two. There's
Wait,
also
what about
Warrant Article 12.
Article 12.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12. Never mind.
We've already gone into another day.
Mike and Alec, I'm sorry. I said thank you before you were done. You've got Article 12. I don't recall receiving any amendments on this one. Have there been any amendments? Mike, Alec?
Nope.
Okay. Has advisory voted on this yet? I don't know.
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to propose an amendment,
Okay,
and that is to add the word clerk after the word town, where it says the town shall ensure that all public record requests, it should say the town clerk shall ensure, because the town clerk has jurisdiction over public record requests. And it gets the select board out of the position of having to direct the town clerk to do something.
Is this considered a friendly amendment by the petitioners?
I do not know the answer to that question.
John?
Well, I actually agree that that is how it should be worded, but I also would argue that by making that clarification, we get to the heart of a problem with this article, which is I'm not sure that we can order the town clerk on aspects of how the town clerk is required to do the town clerk's job.
And
Because
wait,
town clerk reports to the Secretary of State in terms of record keeping. And in matters where the town clerk has not complied with the Secretary of State's requirements for record keeping, that then becomes a matter of appeal to the Attorney General.
Right.
It's not for town meeting to dictate to the town clerk how the town clerk does the town clerk's job.
Yeah, Michael?
Section 3.4 of the bylaws, which is entitled Town Clerk, specifies a number of activities and requirements that the town clerk has to do in terms of managing the seal and transmitting information in various places. And I believe that this warrant article comports with those other warrant articles in its direction of the town clerk.
Well, it's been a long time since I checked all of the duties of the town clerk, but I think you might find that the ones in the bylaw are the ones that are in fact covered under state, statute.
Joe, do you have an opinion on his point?
Not at this time of the morning.
Well, then why are you here?
I'm here for the next agenda.
Why don't we put this off until someone can come up with the answer to that question?
I would like to know if the petitioners are ready to answer the question of whether they would consider this a friendly amendment.
Thanks, Michael. So I think what we would want to do is check in with both the town council and with the town clerk and with the moderator to understand, first of all, if this is a scope issue, and also to you made an assertion that I just want to check in with both Ben and Joe, where you said the town clerk is responsible for, I think you said all public record requests. And I would just want to verify that that's true. If all that's true, I would be comfortable, but I'm not sure that's true. And so I'm not comfortable at this moment.
Okay, so let's take this up in our next meeting.
Okay, just
Okay,
Yeah.
Joe.
Are there any other amendments? Are there any other amendments we should be considering just so that we can think about them as a package?
No, I don't see any. Okay, thank you, Mike.
I actually do have a quick question, I'm sorry. With your original phrasing of the town shall ensure, what did you envision for how that would work? You envision that the town clerk just takes control of it, or because the town, that is somewhat openly phrased?
Well, David, the current petitioner's motion has been amended, so now the expectation is that the clerk would be periodically producing the index, essentially, of the request the town receives with a summary description, including a list of the actual public documents produced for response. So it's changed somewhat since it was introduced, but that is the current expectation.
Okay, Mike?
Just
Great.
For reference to Mr. Toffel's question, he should check Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 66, Section 6A.
Okay, good. So let's hear from the from town council.
Good evening, Joe Callahan, Town Council. So I'm before you on this last item to seek your approval to send out and mail 30,000 copies of the Section 18B local ballot question mailer. I was before you a couple weeks ago about the process that we went through. We solicited arguments from proponents and opponents. We got a principal advocate. We worked with them. We got their 150-word argument along with a graphic and a QR code. I prepared a summary. You guys voted on the question. The town clerk has a cover letter, so it's ready to go. There's a final draft in front of you, and I'd seek your approval to send it out.
Any objection? I move approval.
I'm sorry, I did have a question.
Yes.
And does this, what you're referring to, get into the language of the calculator of
No.
No, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor of approving the ballot language, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in public comment? Okay. With that, I will end this meeting. Thank you.
Record.